Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's episode. Back from a brief hiatus. Wide Guys Live Car Talk. Gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all to the forum. Brian from Dust Devil Garage, Jed Scott from Scott Speed Shop, and William from Charger 383 Mopar. I will be here. I'm not one of the wide guys. I'm here substituting for everybody out there watching. I'm here speaking for you, through you. You speak to me, I speak through you. We're all here in this together. I'll keep these boys straight. What's going on, everybody?
Good luck.
What's up, people? We also have, it's going to be showing up probably a little late because it's early where he's at is Chris Albrecht. So I'm thinking what we're going to do is we're going to go through our wide guys thing, which I don't know how long that's going to take. There's no telling how long it's going to take because sometimes we get stupid with this. But then after that, then I'll open it up for other people to come in and just BS. But
I would just like to also say that everybody here currently has a YouTube channel, and we have our
everyone on this screen right now has a YouTube channel.
I don't.
Yes, you do, Rob.
You do.
Oh, yeah.
And you have an awesome video of Stella that everyone needs to go check out.
I do have more Stella content coming.
I do have to say I love Stella's Grill.
Yes.
Isn't that the
Stella's
best?
Grill is awesome.
Isn't that the best? The if you notice in that video, there's a frat zog in the a frat. Okay, the 73 did not come equipped with the frat zog. That frat zog is custom for that car.
Really?
I put that in that car.
Nice.
It was originally off of a 71, and I purchased the emblem off of eBay for I don't know, like $20. And then I stripped it and I got it down to just chrome, and then I painted it black. And it originally was red inside the fret zog triangles. It was red inside the triangles with the chrome surround and black base. And I got all of the red out of it, and I painted all of the inside triangles a clear translucent yellow. And then I epoxied studs into the back of the emblem,
Nice.
and then I put it into the grill. So it came out pretty slick.
I'm still on the search for a fret zog keychain, but I haven't really found anything I can use or make.
There should be something out there. Check out Etsy if you can get past all the sex toys. On that. All right, guys, who's first? You know, we always start out with William first.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
William, throw up your first pick.
All right, give me 1 second.
The right pick, please.
Yes.
Yeah, not the nipple clamps and the.
Yeah, that's for later.
What's going on, everybody in chat? Hey, Daniel, you got my extension, man. You call me on Monday.
Okay, here we go. Now, William, you know you're going to control the whole screen now.
Yeah.
Once I put this up. All right.
Yeah.
And there we go. What do we got here?
This is a 1968 Dodge Charger sale pending for $15,000 in North Little Rock, Arkansas.
Wow.
This is a 318 car. He says it's 95. Car will need to be restored. 95% of the chrome is there. Automatic in the floor. Original green with white top. So he's got many other projects, fender tag and title. So that's a big plus on that car. And it doesn't really look like it's in too bad a shape. I know it needs a lot of work.
15 grand
out there for 15.
That's what you get for
15.
15 grand. There's nothing there. It's a shell that's shaped like a Charger, and it needs everything.
Dude, Dad paid 10 or 11 for his, and it didn't have anything that one's got. It was literally just sheet metal and a title.
Who remembers when it was a $500 car, and that was being generous to the guy selling it when it looked like that?
Yeah.
Looks like there might be a little bit of a rust area back here in the corner.
It's missing the valence and the valence corner pieces.
Yeah, but don't they repop
It's
all
right
that
of a
shit
69.
after that?
Yeah, they reproduce it all, but having at least, if that's only got, like, I don't know what the heck those other seats are, but that seat right there,
Yeah.
those seats bring big money.
Mm-hmm.
and they're hard to
Floors probably need work, but they're there.
Ain't a
Yeah.
probably about it.
I don't see any holes.
Okay, there's a
Oh,
reason
look,
the thing's
steering
in
wheel.
just
Dash is
primer.
mostly there. Doesn't have the original steering wheel, but that's not really a big problem. Frame rail looks like it's got a little bit of a.
Anybody in the chat buys that car, I'll buy that steering wheel off you.
find.
Is this the seam sealer or something, or is that some kind of an amateur repair?
I don't know. It's kind of the trunk floor looks a little too nice.
Yeah,
It may have been replaced.
but the frame rails don't look that bad.
Oh, here, I
I
can handle
may
it.
have spoke too soon because I don't know if it's just a shadow or what.
I don't know what that is.
Mopar Man 78 says that would look good as a Blade tribute car. I would agree, but the law is anytime the ignition is on, it has to be playing the song.
Yes.
But I just noticed this too. Look at this.
Yeah, the I don't know what year that is, but I love them. I love them taillights. 73 or 4.
Yeah. Y'all want to go through the pictures again? Anything y'all want to look at extra?
That's aggravating, though. Go back to that last picture.
We can
If
see
you're
the
going to
70.
sell a car, why would you put that picture up?
That's an awful
Yeah.
pic.
The pictures are decent, but the profile picture of the car that sells the car should have been a lot better.
Yeah.
And
I will
it's
say
blurry.
this. If you're going to sell the car, at least clean it out. Take all the parts out of it so you can see the floors and the tunnel and all that stuff. That would be extremely crucial, especially, I mean, so we cannot, obviously people can argue about the price being ridiculous, but that's just a car's, anything's value is dependent on what someone's willing to pay and what someone's willing, it's supply and demand, and the supply of Chargers is not that great. And there's a lot of people who want them. I understand.
Yeah.
Like I would never spend $15,000 on one. I paid $3,000 for Jezebel, but it was horribly worse than this.
Rough.
I have a different view on that.
I did notice this is looks like it's a factory AC car.
Yeah. Well, it's got the AC box right there.
Yeah, the AC box and it's got the controls.
And the
Well,
you
console.
can see some of the trim right there.
I
I mean, like this would seem a whole lot better if all those parts were just laid out in front of the car and you could
Mhm.
see everything.
No, and then nobody would buy it. That's why
I
there's
agree
a
with
lack
that.
of that's why there's a lack of good pictures, because then if people were able to see where the torsion bar is blown through or where the rear frame rails are rotted out, people wouldn't buy the damn thing. But 15 grand, it's a 68 Charger. Look, it's got the taillights and it's a factory AC car and it's full of mouse turds and hopes and dreams. Then you get.
I don't know. I think people would buy it. People are spending almost that on rusted out Hulks.
I think in the
got
current
rust all the way up
market,
to the roof.
I think in today's current market for a second gen Charger, 15,000 for one that looks like it's a really, really good starter car is a fair price.
Well, and look right there, it's got an 8 3/4. So I mean, it's not an 8 1/4 car. So
Yeah.
probably no sure grip. It's got any leaf springs for sure because they're completely flat.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a project. car.
But I think I could build that car.
Yeah.
If I had the money, I could probably do that car into a decent car.
I mean, to me, it's definitely overpriced, but that's just what they're bringing. I mean,
Yeah.
Well,
You wouldn't
I think
need
a
like
reasonable.
Chris Birdsong skill to fix this car.
I think if somebody offered about 12 for that car, the guy'd probably take it.
Yeah.
does he
I'm
say?
sure.
Does he say it has a grill? Yeah, he's got a grill. That's
Have fender
$1,000.
tag and title, grill and headlights. I have in my shop. No motor or transmission, but it was just a 318 car.
Yeah. Somebody who buys that's going to build a hot rod or a clone or something.
Yeah.
It's going to turn into a General Lee.
God,
Oof.
please no.
No offense, Dutch, but I know you like those Aspens and Valaris, and they're neat cars, but yeah,
Yeah, that's
an investment car right
An
there.
Aspen or a Volare, they are neat cars, but they're not 68 Chargers.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, their day's coming. Same as four doors.
So here's the thing.
Yeah, but when
the
their day
Aspens,
comes, go ahead, Jed.
Aspens and Vimaris will come up just like 73 Satellites and Roadrunners used to be junk cars, and now they've come up. But it will never be the car aspiring to be like a 68 Charger. The Charger will always continue to climb in value until literally no one can afford it.
Yeah. All right, who's next?
I mean,
Rock, paper, scissors. For who goes next? Can't see what you got. There you go.
Oh, do it again. I was off camera.
Let's go.
I win. You go next, Jed.
Okay, I'll go next. Okay. I gotta go to share. Oop, that's the wrong share. Whoops. I about shared my entire PC with the internet.
All right, what do we have here?
No,
Today
nice.
we have, I don't know how William had the picture so beautiful. I'm not that skilled.
It was just on that one ad. The rest of mine are going to look like that.
So we have a 71 Dodge Coronet listed 4 days ago in Springfield, Tennessee for $3,500.
See?
Wow.
I'm on an investment piece.
With this, you're getting a 71 Dodge Coronet, good restoration project, has the original Chrysler motor, been a few years since it was started and driven, needs points, muffler, Sears and Quivers only. Now, here's the thing. This car is incredibly clean, but it is a four-door. And there's nothing wrong with that, because this is one of those cars, to me, even though it's a four-door, doesn't mean it makes it any less of a cool car. So you get the really sweet flush-mounted freaking side markers like a 71 Charger would have. Like you can get this is basically a 71 Charger, and it's just a four-door. You get two extra doors, which means you can haul more friends with you, more chicks or more dudes, whatever you're into. And this car could be just as fun as anything else. And honestly, these cars, to me, I wish you had all the doors shut. There it is. This is a car that's got fantastic body lines. And
This is my car.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Rob, this is your car, basically, as a 71.
Mine's better, though.
Yeah. Well, Stella is better. I mean, you have to start to appreciate this, because as you see with 68 Chargers, as the 68 to 70 cars go up, and then the 71, all the two-door cars go up in price and people can't afford them. You can either stay an old FUD and think these cars aren't cool and keep dreaming that you're going to find one for dirt cheap, which is not going to happen. Or you can be like, start to appreciate the car that was a parts car 20 years ago and be like, I can have as much fun in that and spend a fraction of the money.
Mm-hmm.
I think these cars are cool.
Cycle through these pictures again, man. How roached is this thing? Because I know what I gave for mine.
This
and I know what
roached. This thing
looks like it does have some areas.
I mean, it's got some dings and dents. I can see that. The paint's burned off the roof.
the interior's a little fried.
Yeah.
The rocker panels look decent. I know from a distance and with poor lighting and all that, but the rocker panels look decent.
Yeah. I don't really see anything to argue with. I mean, yeah, maybe show up and beat the guy down a little bit because you want to get a better deal. But I mean, seriously.
See, I paid less than a third of what he's asking for more car.
Yeah. And we're missing some trim on this side. But I mean, like, even if you don't like the green, sand this thing down, give it a gloss black paint job, and you have something truly killer. Put some dog dish hubcaps on their slots, and you'd have a mean little hot rod.
Which is a good segue. Keep an eye on Rob Z's YouTube channel for 73 Coronet that's going to have dog dish hubcaps or maybe some slots.
But I seriously, like, this is my number one contender car. I feel like this is like the best deal I've found. And if I wanted another car in my fleet, I'd buy this in a heartbeat. I'd buy this.
If you want to jump into the Mopar, scene, if you don't have anything, the early to mid 70s market in the B bodies and A bodies and so on the prices right now are actually still affordable, not
I
counting
wouldn't go that
not
far. I would
not
have
counting
to
the
say on
Challenger,
the four-door
obviously.
cars, the four-door cars.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to show a car that I think is worth the money, but
I will. Go ahead.
the early A's too are going for decent money right now, and you could do stuff with them. But you know, for a not, I wouldn't even say a normal guy, but for somebody wanting to get into it who's not going all headlong into it, a car like this or an early A body is what they're pretty well going to have to, unless they find a screaming deal out there somewhere,
Yeah.
or have a whole lot of skill. You know, this is kind of what people are stuck with, unless
And especially, go ahead, Rob.
The thing about owning one of these cars like this, especially if you just clean it up, like whoever would buy this, if all they do is just clean it up, get it mechanically sound and reasonably presentable, which is what I did, you can take that car to any car. I don't care what car show you go to. You take that car to any car show, park it next to a 69 Charger, a 70, split bumper Camaro, a really nice Mustang. People are going to come up and talk to you about the oddball, ugly four-door that everybody remembers as somebody in their neighborhood or somebody they went to school with or somebody they rode to school with or somebody they knew. Oh, yeah, I knew somebody who had one of these. My grandma had one of these. My grandpa sold one of these. You're going to get more comments on the mundane stuff like this than the guy who spent $250,000 in an AAR CUDA.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really cool.
Dare to be different at the car. If you're all about car shows and cruise-ins, dare to be different. Do you want to be the 20th freaking Camaro Charger? I know, 68 to 70 Charger Mustang there, or do you want to show up in something different? Because even though you may have 50 people swarm your Camaro or whatever, or would you rather, and they're just going to show up, they're going to look at, they're going to put pecker tracks all over your car and then they're going to ditch. Or would you rather have that one weird old crotchety guy show up and go, man, that's a sweet old car, and you and him hit it off and then you're best buddies for the rest of your days because you showed up with something so unique nobody else dared to have it. I'm all about this kind of stuff.
And you might be able to make connections.
Oh, go ahead, William.
And having something that sparks more conversations might give you connections to other stuff you may need for your car or other projects or vehicles that you would have never known about had you not had that car.
Exactly.
Well, that, and I guarantee if you take that car you had and just make it decent and drive it, you're driving down the road, you aren't going to see another one. You're going to be the only guy in that car.
I will say this.
That accounts for a lot too.
In my town, surprisingly, there is a 73 Satellite that's the same color as the one you just presented on dog dishes and white letter tires, and it's that same green. So that is a little awkward. In my town, yeah, it happens. And one time we ran into each other at a gas station, and he said, "Man, this looks just like the yellow one that sits over in this one part." Yeah, dude, that's me. So every now and then you do run into them, and it's cool. It's like catching a unicorn. And then after that, like the guy snubs me. It's really weird.
Well, the other half I was gonna say, like Dutch, I know we just got done talking about F bodies and like Aspens and Valaris. Other half to me, like in four-doors, is if you have a family or you have a big group of friends that all want to crowd in together, maybe go to a drive-in if you can find a drive-in or something. You can really do that and enjoy the four-door and take advantage of it. And just give the big middle finger to all the classic hot rodders and car show guys who think if it's got more than two doors, it's gay. And it's completely untrue. I know I don't have any four-door cars right now, but I tell you right now, some of my most favorite cars I ever owned were four doors.
All right. So is it my turn?
The two hackers here. That's what Joe.
Jed, I hope I didn't steal this one from you.
I hope not too.
Ooh.
Oh,
did I? Okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's actually, I don't think that's actually on my list. Nope, that's not.
I really like this car, but we're also talking about prices. Look at the price of that. $17,000. Now it is a nice car.
for a Survivor, if it's mostly original, well documented, I think that's definitely in the ballpark.
Yeah.
I would have a serious problem with this car though if I bought it. Look how small that fucking, look how short the list is.
It's got no options.
No options. Okay.
Hmm.
I
Wow.
don't need to have money because you know what? I buy this car, this is turning into a race car.
Oh no.
Oh man.
No power brakes, no power steering, V8 car.
Is it 3 on the tree? Jesus.
No. I'm pretty sure it's a automatic car.
So what I really love about this car is it's the same color, dark bronze metallic, or autumn bronze metallic as my satellite, and it's not tawny gold. It's a completely different color, but it's the same color combo as my 73 is black vinyl top, black interior, and the bronze paint, except for mine's bucket seat console. And I would not turn that into a race car. I would leave.
No.
I would probably put a big block.
I wouldn't be able to help myself because it's me.
Yeah.
For a
I'm
car,
not saying everybody should.
Yeah.
not all the Survivors are high option, super rare, high value cars. But a Survivor with everything original is still a Survivor with everything original.
Yeah.
A 68 Charger with a 225 slant 6 is still a 68 Charger.
I'm all about that.
See,
Two
but
hats has got a
I'm
good
just of a different mindset. To me, that's it's a car.
Yeah,
It's
Daily.
not
2
special,
hats straight
super
at best.
rare, anything. It's a piece of fucking metal that I can have fun with. That's what I see there. I don't see anything. I mean, it's nice. I'm not saying it's not nice, and I'm not saying it's not worth the money. And you know, I'm agreeing with a lot of what you guys are saying. But to me, it's just a car. So if you want to have fun with it, do whatever. If you buy this car, do whatever you want to do to have fun with it.
That's true.
That's just me though.
I'm just also saying that I'm also going to say that there are better cars to make into race cars.
I don't know. I don't know because you wouldn't have to do any body work or anything. I'm going through that right now.
I want to acknowledge Patrick in the chat, and I want to say something. So just this goes back to how crazy prices are on things right now. So everybody that's listened to me yammer on, and I love you guys for that, knows that I've been looking for a passenger side mirror for my 73, and like this car needs it too. And Patrick at Mostly Old Parts and Rust, he spotted a car that was being sold in another channel's video for some no-name nationals, and it was the mirror that I need on the car. And so he was nice enough to let me know about it, sent me a link. I reach out to the guy, and I'm like, hey, how do I get the mirror, just the mirror off of that 73 so I can, and the guy hits me back very matter-of-factly, very rudely, very publicly, buy the car, you get the mirror. Like, wow. I mean, what's $3,500 for the thing? And it's locked in a junkyard, man. It's nuts. People don't want to get rid of stuff. And if they do, they want to mint. And the same goes for, like, when I first bought Stella and I took it to the first show that I ever took it to and walking around the car corral, I saw 3 other versions that were selling for 7, 8, 9 times what I bought my car for, and they didn't run. Like that, it's ridiculous what prices are going for. 12 grand. What did you say? 17 grand for this thing? That car's worth every bit of 17 grand. And you could daily it. You could get away with it. As clean as it is, if you live in a climate that doesn't use much of salt, you got a bunch of, the only thing you have to worry about then is, SUVs and crossovers and soccer moms running into you while they're texting. That would suck. But
well, and I'm sorry, the whole salt thing, take it to a car wash, it cleans off the bottom of the car. These cars were meant to run in salt and snow and rain, and that's what they were built for.
Well, you look at like my dad's 06 Ram, those trucks were bad, like no bed sites ever.
Oh yeah.
Very religious. Like he washed his truck like almost not quite every day, but damn near it. And his bedsides are starting to rot now, but his 06 is in a lot better. It's probably one of the nicest 06 Dodges out there as far as rust.
My '05 Ram came out of Florida, I think, and it doesn't have a speck of rust on it.
Wow.
It's just, I don't know. If someone's serious about wanting to daily and seriously daily, not what some people call daily driving. You got people out there that call daily driving, oh, I'm going to take it out for a cruise every once in a while.
That's not
Daily driving is your means of transportation to get to your job and back, to haul your kids around. That is daily driving.
Yeah,
So
my
that aggravates
thoughts
me
on-
to no end when people say that. Oh, I'm going to daily drive this car, and they've got a brand new truck that they drive to work every day. No, you're not daily driving that car. Quit saying you're daily driving that car. But if you're going to seriously daily drive a car like this, you're going to expect it's going to rust sooner or later.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's going to happen.
It's going to deteriorate really fast.
Yeah, it's probably going to deteriorate. Well, it's going to deteriorate a hell of a lot faster than a newer car just because all this shit is 49 years old?
Yeah.
yeah. If you're gonna
Yeah, I know it's
daily
49 years old because I was born in 73.
if you're going to daily drive an antique car, a Survivor is not the one to do it in.
That's all.
Unless you want to.
Yeah.
Because to be real honest, William, if I bought this car, I owned it. I could do whatever I wanted. I could do whatever I want with it. You can't say, no, you can't daily drive that. No, you have to do that. I don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
I take a little exception to people saying, oh, you have to treat this car a certain way. You have to do that. No, you don't have to do anything.
It's
If
kind of
you own
like Tom Roseman bought the triple black Hemi 4-speed Cuda, and the car is wearing what looks like original paint. It's a real shaker. It's super rare car, and he's not restoring it. He is going to continue to drag race the piss out of it.
Yeah, because it's his.
Yeah. He doesn't.
That's why people don't want me to win the lottery, because I'll spend $5 million on that 71 Hemi Cuda convertible and I'll drive it.
Yeah.
And everybody will cry, and I'll wash the car in everybody's tears.
It's going to rust really bad.
And it's going to have fucking Kragers on it. And I don't need to own shit like that.
Yeah. There's a car for everybody. William, are you ready?
Yep. Had to find my cursor for a second. I lost it.
I'm eager to see what William's got for us.
That happens with me because I've got the laptop here and I've got the big screen, and I'll be like, where's my cursor? I'm looking up on the big screen, and all right, here we go. I'm kind of worried. It is Williams.
It's a 1965 Dodge Polara 880 Monaco.
Talk about an orphan car.
Aircraft.
Very nice fixer-upper. All original motor and trim, interior in good condition to be 56 years old. $3,000. He doesn't say what the motor is, and it's kind of hard to see with it not being real close up, but I would imagine that's probably a 318.
I think that's a big block looking at the way the stuff's routed.
It could be.
Where's the distributor?
Four-door.
That's a small block. I think it's a poly car.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be a Poly, 65.
Yeah. That's a power brake
it's
car.
four-door, but still, you don't see these.
Yeah, that's cool.
But this is a great example of a completely unfortunate orphan car. It's got an engine that nobody makes anything for that you want. It's got 4 doors, which we've already established people have a bugaboo about, and it's not a particularly pretty or common body style. If you were to pick something like this up, you're never going to find anything for it. It better be complete, or you better be good at fabrication and body work and all of that, because you're never going to find any kind of reproduction parts. And there's not a whole lot. You're still into the ugly, not so interchangeability lifestyle of it being a 65. And anything older than 66, it doesn't interchange with the later stuff usually. Like going to that 71 Satellite or 71 Coronet we looked at, that thing takes anything that a 71 Charger does except for body panels. So whereas this thing is it's an orphan. You need two of these cars to make one. And I feel like this one's just going to sit and it's going to take the absolute right person to want it, or it could get bought, cleaned up, and flipped and sent overseas
Mm-hmm.
to some poor, unsuspecting, Australian or New Zealander or Finn individual who's into collecting oddball American stuff, and then he'll put the time and money and effort into it. But this thing doesn't have a chance here, man.
Yeah, but I just noticed it has AC, it has power brakes, most likely power steering, so it's actually a high option car.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, now I'm noticing a lot of and I say younger, meaning younger than me, meaning like my son's generation, like Jed's generation. There are a lot of those kids who they like the older cars, but they like 4-doors.
Yeah.
They actually like the idea of a 4-door car instead of a 2-door car. Because if you look, a lot of the newer cars, if it's not an SUV, it's kind of hard to get in a 4-door, except for something like a Charger or something like that.
Yeah.
You won't find a cooler dash in anything else.
No,
that's just beautiful, and looking at all that the beautiful trim going down all the way, and it just looks real nice.
That car though looks complete enough to work with though. If you wanted to, if you wanted to get in and actually tinker with stuff instead of just buying new.
17,800 something original miles.
It's about half the
But and those numbers look like they're all in line and not skewed. So I don't think that's been rolled over.
Well, and you look at the brake pedal and the gas pedal is what you can see of it, and they look like they have like no wear on them.
Yeah, well, still 17,000 is a good thing, but I mean, you look at these cars though; they weren't made to last like 100,000 miles.
Yeah, 100,000 miles they were technically done.
Yeah.
A lot of the older oil from back in the day was not as good as it is today, and it just gummed up the motors.
Well, and you also got to think back then it was a lot easier to get financed on a car. Car notes were what, 2-3 years. That's how far they wanted. The car companies were in the business to sell cars. When they were selling you this car, they were already thinking about 2 or 3 years down the line, you buying a new one. So they built these cars to last a certain amount of time. They last till about the end of the note, maybe a little bit after, and then you'd go buy a new car and trade this one in.
Yeah, they didn't plan on them lasting as long as they did.
No, they never thought this car. They thought this car would already be scrapped and gone, and just like this one behind me. There's no way that anybody thought back then that this car would be around in 2022.
Yeah. The grill on this thing is awesome, and the hood ornament and everything. Just the front of this car just has an awesome look to it.
I agree.
Yeah, and that's another cool car that you're going to drive around. You're never going to run into another one.
That's true.
Never. You don't even have to do that car to be cool.
I think it's cool that he's got the original owner's manual and looks like in the original plastic.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That is super cool.
It looks like the rats might have got to the inside of it a little bit, but that's all. If you want to tinker and you want to actually fix things instead of just buy new, instead of just swap parts out, that'd be a great car.
Yeah.
I think. Jed's turn.
I'm working on it. Sorry, I'm slow.
I was just told I look sad in the live. I was told I got a message like, "Hey man, fix your camera, man. You look sad in the video." So, hi guys, thanks.
Oh.
So here we got a 71 GTX.
What are they?
Good.
I think
it's got a.
What are they asking for that?
$6,000. Okay, so it's in Bloomington, Indiana. The good, clean title, numbers matching, and fender tag, sassy grass, 440 auto, 323 sugar, 8 3/4 air grabber car, bucket seat console, strato vent, rally dash, torque boxes, skid plate, disc brakes, white interior, white top, all the GTX trim and molding. This car, when it was brand new, was sex on wheels. The bad. Every piece of metal has rust. No engine or train. Why is it? He said good numbers, good VIN number. So it's not a numbers matching car because no engine or training. will take a donor car to build. The build is going to take a lot of effort, be a fantastic car when done. So this is a classic example of this is a passion project. Obviously, this car will be worth money when you're done, but you have to be willing.
Look behind it. He's got another one behind it.
Yeah.
That's a car that gets rebuilt around a freaking A-pillar, man. That's sad.
Yeah.
What are they asking for that thing? 15?
Look at this.
6,000.
Oh yeah, good Lord.
Yeah,
They make all that though. They still make all that. They make full quarters for that car.
They do.
For now, but it's all there. It's still out there. And the thing is, that car, that's the last year for the GTX. If anybody, and I know people can argue with me, they had GTX, they did not. After 71, the GTX was a package on a Roadrunner. It wasn't the same on a Roadrunner. This was the last year. This is the last year of a car being called specifically a GTX.
Yeah, this is the real last GTX. And look, air grabber car.
The air grabber. That. If you restored that car, that would be a high dollar car.
It's amazing that car sat there that long.
The only thing that hurts it is that you don't have the motor out of it.
I mean, it needs a lot of work. There's no doubt.
No, it doesn't need a lot of work. It needs all the work, man.
No, true.
Oh, I've seen worse. I'd fix that car, but I'm a different. I love those cars. Absolutely. My first car was a 71 Satellite. Looked just like that.
Now, I will say this.
Fucking love deep with those cars.
I'll say this. I'm the type of guy, would I take, say like that 71 Cornet, say it was a two-door, and it was this, say if you had a 71 Satellite, and it's a two-door, it's a base model car, it's got no frills, but it's perfect. I would not gut that car to fix this car. Because those days are over with. Like Brian said, they make all the metal for this. So do not gut a good car to fix this pile of junk. Buy all the reproduction stuff and rebuild this car, but don't kill a good one to fix this one.
Okay, Jed, here's a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying how much it would cost to fix it because that varies. Because it's can you do the work yourself? Can you not? But okay, if you found a date-coded motor and transmission for that car and put it back, restore. I mean, you got to think, if that's an original Sassy Grass green car, which it looks like, that makes it more rare.
Yeah.
What do you think that car right there restored would be worth with not a numbers matching motor, but a date code correct everything?
Current market, of course, by the time you get done with it, you're talking about 2 or 3 years to do this car potentially. I would say it's probably, so it's not a 6-pack car, so that kind of hurts it a bit.
I thought it was. I thought that's what it said it was.
440. It's 444 barrel air grabber.
Okay, so it's not a V code car.
No. So I would probably say I think these cars, like when they're super nice, all right, I think they're almost touching probably 6 figures just at the tip of it.
The right one does. There's 4 that'll hit that kind of number, man, and they've got to have the word Hemi in front of it.
No.
Well, I'm saying 446.
Hemi is a 200. If that was a Hemi car, exactly like it sits completely restored, I would bet that's almost $200,000 car.
No, the fuselage cars aren't making that kind of money.
Not yet, but they will be.
No, they are. They are making that kind of money.
I'd say.
I think this car, if you put a 71 440 in it with a 71 transmission and restored the car with it being an original GTX but not having original motor, I think 40 to 60 would be about the market on it.
No,
which sucks because you'd have 80 in it.
I think you would be for 40 or 60 with this car completely restored. I think you would be buying it good. I say 70 to 80.
I was actually gonna say
I can see that.
I was thinking, 60 would be the bottom number, and it depends on how nice you do it and everything.
Yeah.
Now, of course, if you get really nuts with it, and you like some of the people I deal with who are aggravating, but they go as extensive as, okay, well, the car's a January build car, so that means the engine can't be any later than that or whatever. So
yeah, the alternator's got to have the right date code on it. The water pump has to have the right date code on it.
yeah.
So, but that just proves my point. You're going to spend that kind of money buying this thing in the first place, sourcing every piece of sheet metal, all the legwork, to find 71 date coded, and it's got to be, third week of January, alternator and all that crap. You're going to spend all that time, all that money, all that effort for a car that's worth 80, and you got 75 or 85 in it. You know what I mean?
So there's that, Rob. But the other half to that is maybe you won't spend all the money on it. Like, you can stumble across really good deals. And the other half of that is the guys who were buying Daytonas and Superbirds when they were doing them, and they were in love with those cars and they were fixing them. Those cars weren't worth shit at that time, typically. And you just hang on to the car until the value exceeds what you have into it. That's what a lot of guys do when they get that kind of big money into them, is they'll just hang on to them.
That, and then there's people like me who would love just working on that car. I don't even know if I'd like driving that car around.
Yeah,
it's just not my thing, if I'm building a car, I want to drive around, I want to hot rod it and stuff. But if you're building it as an investment car and not driving it around, I would have fun building that car over 3 or 4 years and finding every little piece. That's all part of.
Brian,
you almost have to be in the mindset of finding all those parts and everything else. That's not work. That's part of the fun.
Because Brian, you are the perfect person to buy this car because you are so passionate about 71s. Mm-hmm. And this is the cream of the crop, a GTX. You do not get any better than a GTX on the pile. Screw Road Runners. This is the gentleman's muscle car. This is the car. This is the best it gets. And someone who is, obviously you could buy this thing and you could buy all the sheet metal and you could sink, like Rob said, $60,000, $70,000 into fixing it and send it to a shop or whatever else. But you get a real enthusiast, someone who loves these cars more than their own kids, and they're willing to put in the time and effort to build it. And when they get done, they may have, if you spend, it depends on how long you take to build it. But if you say you take 5-6 years to do this car because you want to find all the correct stuff, and say you ultimately get about $40,000 invested in it, which I think you could honestly do this car for probably 20 to 30, doing everything your absolute self.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of favors involved. So Rob, like Dad's car, I'm not allowed to say exactly how much Dad paid for all the bodywork and paint for his Charger, but it was under $7,000.
Yes, buddy prices, man. I mean, here in the real world,
that's the whole thing. You have to find buddy prices. You have to find deals. You have to swap and trade shit.
Yeah,
trying to restore a car
here that if you were to put it together new would probably cost $3,000.
Yeah,
I've got $600 in it, Rob. It's because I had fun spending that $600.
Okay, no, and that's cool, but
the whole car.
But to sink the actual kind of money to do that car justice, to bring that sassy grass out, and if I'm not mistaken, is that not a vinyl top car too? Yeah. Then you're not talking a show quality beyond restored or beyond restored paint job for less than 10. This is not for
yourself.
Well, that's the whole thing is you do so like Dad's car, all the body work and everything was done at one shop. And then it was taken to a paint booth, and a guy who does the paint work actually paints like milk trucks and stuff. They pull the vehicle in, he lays the paint on, and it leaves. Mm-hmm. And that's how we got Dad's paint job done. He was like a fleet painter. And is Dad's car painted beautiful? No. But it mirrors what it would have been original because these cars didn't have perfect mirror paint jobs. They had orange peel. They were ugly. But it was what the paint was like back then. So to do it proper justice, you wouldn't have a beautiful, like, stink your hand in the paint job. But obviously it wouldn't be so rough that you could sand parts on it.
See, I would go the other way with this car if it was me, man. If I were to buy this car, I would make it mechanically sound, and I would be Joe Dirt 2, Joe Dirt 3, next generation, right there. Just ratty and cruddy and just crusty. It'd go like crazy, and I'd probably even make sure it smoked out of one bank just to mess with people. But the I'm tired. I don't know, man. I'm tired of super shiny, super pretty 6 mile deep paint. I'm over the patina thing. You know what? Like, there's guys out there now that sell you wax and patina preserver or whatever. You know, there's guys out there promoting that stuff on their channels. Screw that. Just let it rust, let it rot, let it, you know, put some red bulbs in the taillight housings for brake lights and some red reflectors to get you past inspection, and just send it. But make it insane. Like, put all the money in the motor, and all you need is a wicked motor, a strong transmission, a great rear end, tires, brakes, a seat, a steering wheel, and maybe another seat.
Pretty don't make it fast.
That is a Rob Z term. That is trademarked, and I'm glad you're using it. It ain't got to be
I've
pretty.
I've been saying that for a while. Pretty don't make it go fast.
My grandpa always said that. It ain't got to be pretty to go fast, and he lived that.
Well, and the whole thing is like, you know, yeah. Well, I'm even thinking it's like on the same vein that you're thinking of, Rob, is what I'm kind of doing with this duster back here. Get a couple cans of Rust-Oleum and spray the son of a bitch.
I wouldn't even spray it, man. I would leave it crusty, faded out green. I'm nothing against your paint. Your car's coming out great, dude. I would have left it real ratty red.
I just hate red, so like I said, I'd have left it the way
I do too. I divulge that too. I do too.
We left it red, and the name would have been Crimson Fist.
The Crimson. On that note, here's my next pick.
Be red.
Oh, nice.
So who do I call there to trade Stella for? Oh my God!
How many windows does that thing have?
All of them.
All of them.
That's not an A100. That's
over here, an old milk truck.
I like that.
That's not an A100 though. That's a 108. An A1. It's a say 100. I can't see because your logo's in the way, Brian. But is it an A100 or is it an A108?
He says A100. He's got a 108 for sale too. This guy.
That's it. That's the 108. All those windows. That's a 108 all day long.
Wow.
I mean, it's rough. I don't know where you'd find that steering column.
Oh, you'd call Jegs, and then I'd talk you through how to make a universal one work with it.
Yeah, like an idea.
You just get a custom steering column. That's all you need.
Yeah. I wondered seriously, because I don't know now the A100, okay, or 108 or whatever, was that the same designation as like a D100?
No, the A vans were their light duty. The A trucks and the A bodies, yeah, they were like their light duty. They were trying to mark them like the little A bodies, where that's their little light duty deal, and then they had their larger stuff.
Can you pull a car trailer with it?
No, hell no.
Can you beef up the suspension enough to pull a car trailer with it?
If you've got a welder and the parts, so you can do anything you want. Yeah.
Oh, look, you guys got a monster poodle. Oh, okay.
That is a poodle. Holy crap!
You know what I would do with all those windows? I'd chop the hell out of that roof, man. Eight and a half inches out. Oh, dude, just 8.5 inches out, a couple bomber seats, lay them back all day.
Because almost all of that straight, the only ones you'd have problems with is these two front ones.
Yep, section. Oh my goodness,
that would be cool.
Yeah.
No, but I think something like this would be cool as a car hauler if you could make it into that. And that's what I always wondered, if the suspension wasn't there, or if you could do something to keep it.
They're leaf sprung all the way around, so it's a solid axle up front on leaf springs, and it's a solid axle out back on leaf springs. Man, it's a buggy with a license plate. Is all it is.
Well, if you had the room in the engine compartment to put in a 318 or even like a 383,
no,
and beef up the suspension a little bit, maybe upgrade the rear end, I think you definitely could haul anything you wanted to with that.
Well, yeah, because I mean, guys were hauling their race cars with station wagons and shit back in the day.
The station wagons also had big blocks back then too.
Well, so, the 318, you could haul a car with a 318. I'm sorry, I don't care what anybody says. You can haul a car with a 318. 318 is not too weak.
Dude, I would chop that thing, I would drop that thing, and then I would put a Hemi in the middle of it and make sure that the Hillborns go through the roof.
But yeah, I mean, for $2,000 though, it doesn't look. I don't know. Hold on, I always say this, and then I show a picture of a big ball of rust. The floors are rusty, but look, it's fucking flat. I could fix that with license plates. And all this down, just rust down on the bottom. That's all not,
It's all flat.
You can fix that. You don't have to buy panels for that stuff. Maybe
Skyram 413. Well done, Steve. Or Dean Stevenson said Skyram 413.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be funny.
And the exhaust right through the sides. That'd be sick. Those things are great. The only way that this could be any cooler is if it was a pop-up top camper.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. We haven't got to the campers yet.
Creepy.
Oh, no, Brian, you better not have.
Creepy.
I didn't.
Okay.
It's even
By
the
the way,
right color,
everybody
too.
in chat, we have not reviewed each other's deals like this. Is all of our genuine experience. Like when William shows something, this is like literally our first time seeing everything, unless we've already seen it on Marketplace. So we don't know what the other guy's going to pop up. So,
And also, you won't see any
guys,
commission
I'm
from
pretty
me.
sure. I'm pretty sure, guys, you could haul a car with a slant six car too.
Oh
It
yeah.
may not. I wouldn't take it through like Colorado.
it ain't going to do
uh,
it very fast. Like you're not going to get up to 70 mile an hour anytime super soon, but it'll get there.
My 70
Yeah.
D100, the guy I bought it from, when I got the truck, it had a 225 slant six in it, and he used it to haul scrap metal.
Yeah.
When I came across that truck, the bed was slap freaking full of scrap metal, so much so that the whole truck was weighed down in the back end, and you couldn't see about half of the top of the back tires. And it had and it had that 225 in it. A 225 with the right gear, you can haul anything you wanted to. Now it's not gonna move very fast, but it'll get you there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I guess it's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Well done, you. I'm always kind of giddy about what William shares because he's a wild card.
You know, it's
Yeah,
funny you
sometimes
said
he throws-
the
What? The very-
lower and license plate fixing the floor.
The very first car William ever put out was a fucking
Like a
Nash
Geo Metro.
Metropolitan.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
That was the first wide guy's car ever. Was a Nash Metropolitan.
Dude,
I like that.
those are the ugliest trucks ever, man.
1964
But they're
Dodge
still so
D100.
cool.
Three speed on the column, slant six truck, runs excellent, has no brakes, doesn't have a master cylinder on it. Car was rebuilt, truck starts right up, running on original tank. Doesn't smoke,
yeah.
runs smooth and quiet, so the motor's in like really, really good shape. It just needs some brake work. The thing's been lowered, and he only wants $3,800 for it, and it has a pending sale on it.
Bill of
Floors
sale.
are probably ate up though, aren't they?
These trucks lowered look really good.
They
They
do.
do. I love the fleet side short bed on it. I hate
those-
the red wheels. What
So-
was the guy smoking?
Go
I-
back to the wheels. Go back to the wheels.
I actually
Where you
love
can-
the contrast of
Okay.
the red wheels against the blue. I love it.
How big are those wheels?
Those look kind of small, actually.
Do they?
Those are
No.
Yeah,
those
those
look
are
like they're
15s.
15s. They just got smaller tires on it.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say because I know that we sell that particular style and brand and the idea of wheel where I work, which is a great place to shop for high performance automotive parts.
Yes.
But that wheel, if you were to buy that wheel with, to take that center cap and all that, and I thought it was a lot larger wheel, it's worth almost as much as a truck. That's where I thought he was trying to get his money back. And what is the paint job? Is that like blue jean paint
It
roller?
looks like
It looks
it's
like denim.
sanded.
I want to say it was a paint job somebody did a long time ago that they just didn't mix it right, and it just faded and melted off the truck. That's what it
Oh,
looks
dude,
like.
it
honestly.
looks brushed on.
It almost looks like
That, yeah.
like the rain is washing the paint away.
Almost, yeah.
But
But
it's
you can see
cool.
that it has a bunch of license plates on the floor pan.
Hell yeah.
Original steering wheel, which is not very flashy in these years.
No, I tried.
DRC.
Just,
My name has a D at the end. Actually, it's Jed, not Jedba. And what's wrong with zoomies? I think red wheels on a blue vehicle look freaking horrendous. You got to be colorblind to like that. No offense, William. And what's wrong with my zoomies? What's wrong with that, huh?
I
A fight?
helped with the zoomies.
Rob did actually. That took several days.
I'm not saying I would personally do it, but I like the contrast between the wheels and the truck. The red breaks up the blue.
No, I would have used black. I think black would look a lot better.
That almost would have looked better with white wheels than red.
Yeah, white would have looked really good. Oh,
How
dude,
many
you can see
license
where they
plates
brushed
did
the
I have
paint
in-
on. Look at that.
Yeah.
They did. They brushed the paint, or it was probably like a baby blue at the beginning, and it looks like they brushed over a darker blue.
Yeah, or the original color of this truck you can actually see on the interior right here. This right
Yeah.
here would have been everywhere outside the truck.
That's so nice.
So the license plates has me concerned. Like it's one thing to patch a few holes, and then it looks like the license plates in this unit are structural.
But it'd be
Yeah,
fine.
these a lot of old trucks, unless they were parked in a barn somewhere or just been miraculous enough to have all the weather stripping seal up perfectly for all these years, any old truck you come across is going to have major floor pan issues.
Hmm.
Mine
It'll
included.
be fine.
But I
Mine-
think for 3,800, a running driving 64 Dodge D100 that looks
Okay.
like it's fairly solid. It needs its work here and there, but you just need some brake work and you can drive the freaking thing.
Well, there's the rub right there too. Is if it doesn't have brakes and it doesn't, running and driving, that's fine, but it don't stop. Now, everybody go jump on a tab and look it up on Rock Auto and see how many brake parts you can find for it.
Actually,
forget
technically,
For probably about $400 to $500, you could have this whole brake system refurbished.
so here's the thing: you can't call it running and driving if it doesn't stop. Driving
Yeah.
dictates
Yeah.
forward,
Stopping.
backwards, stopping. So it'd be just running.
Yeah.
Like you could drive it, but it wouldn't be. It's not safe. I wouldn't call it driving. Brian, do you care if I
do
post
wanna-
a link in chat?
I do want to mention that it does
Who
have
wants
a
to
small
come in?
back window.
No. It's a link to people so they can go buy their awesome speed parts at the one and only Jags.
Yeah,
what's
go
that
ahead.
about?
You know what? I
'Cause-
think I need to make you a admin to be able to post a link.
Like I say, I'm
So-
already a mod.
Explain
Oh,
to
you're already on? Yeah, go ahead. I don't care.
Jed, explain that to me because I had a few people ask me that question about that right there, what you just posted. Is that what's
That's a link
happening
to
now? It's linked to your channel.
It goes straight to Jags.
I
Yeah.
realize that, but it's okay.
And Jags
wanna-
knows where it comes from because of the Scott Speed Shop on it.
Yeah.
I
So
do
that's
want to
cool.
mention one more thing about this truck is that the original mirrors that you can see right here, it doesn't have the mirror itself, but it has the bracket. These are apparently very sought after, and this one doesn't have one on the passenger side, and it doesn't look like it actually had one originally because I don't see any holes.
Go back,
Hmm.
William. Go back. Engine bay. Hydraulic brakes was on this bad boy. That's what that second hole is.
Yeah,
It had or
Ooh.
hydraulic master.
No, it's
cylinder.
it's 3-speed on the column, so
But it
wouldn't
wouldn't
that
have
be
been-
the
wouldn't
wouldn't that be
have
the
hydraulic
hydraulic or
clutch.
something?
it wouldn't have a
Yeah.
hydraulic clutch in '64.
Yeah, they did.
Really?
Yeah. So I learned this when we went to go buy my last baby Hemi. See that second hole is for a second master cylinder, and it would be the exact same master cylinder for the brakes, but it runs to a hydraulic clutch. They had hydraulic clutches all the way back for heavy equipment, big trucks, because you can't get linkages to work. Like when you're talking like a big diesel engine or even a big gas engine back in the 40s and 50s, and you still got a giant flywheel. there's no way you're going to get a linkage to work on that, just like air brakes. So one of the trucks when we went to buy my last baby Hemi, there was a truck just like this, 64, 63 era, and it had a secondary master cylinder on it. And I asked the old boy, what's that for? He goes, oh, that's the factory hydraulic clutch on it. And I was like, no shit. And this guy was like 75 years old, and he had owned the truck since new, and it was freaking wild. And I was just like, you learn something every freaking day.
I'll teach you something about this truck. Anybody ever remember the TV show Lassie?
Yeah.
This is the truck his dad drove.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah, if you look it up, the old videos, the old Lassie episodes, Timmy's dad, that truck.
now doesn't the hood on those go almost straight up and down?
The early ones, yes. The early ones would almost touch the roof of the truck. The later ones, they changed the hinges a little bit, but they still opened up really far. When I pulled out the slant 6 and transmission out of mine to put in the 383, I didn't have to take the hood off, and I took out the motor and transmission as an assembly.
Well, go back to that engine bay too, real quick. So say that if that hood goes straight up and down, look, it almost looks like they built it to work on. You got 2 benches on the side there you could sit.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't
When
go
I was younger, I could bend over that far to actually sit on those spindle wells and reach in. I mean, look, it looks like you almost have 2 workbenches there on the either side of the fucking.
It's
car.
a real handy spot to put bolts and sockets and stuff.
You know what would be cool to do to this truck is to make it like, if anybody ever watched Floyd Mayhem's Garage and the way.
I know the guy.
Yeah.
So to make the fenders, like to hinge the fenders on this small truck like those big Dodge C600s did, to where you could work on it. I always thought that was cool as hell, and it'd be cool to see it done on a smaller truck like this. Not to this one because it is a short bed, but God, you got to do something on that front end. It just looks like somebody said, well, it needs a bumper and a grill and some headlights, and here you go. And
It's like
some of the early ones talking about the grill. This is actually a painted grill. Some of them were actually chrome from the factory.
It's you think of the other trucks of the era. Think of the Ford from '64. Think of the '64 Chevy. Yes, they are all ugly, but at least the fronts of those 2 trucks actually had a little bit of style, and it's like they didn't put anything into the nose of a Dodge truck until about 68, like 68 through 70, like Anna's. Up until then, they all just looked like this, and it was just like sheet metal, hole.
Well, I think 66 and 67, I think, is they changed the front end a little bit, and it actually had very large, I think what they called pie plate headlights.
Yeah, those were
on the front.
idiots, but they're still cool. Well, the thing is, I remember seeing these trucks back in the late 90s, mid to late 90s, when all the new trucks that were out, like when the new Dodge, when the new Dodge truck came out, it was big. But like before that, even the square bodies were smaller than this. These things just looked like monsters because of the squared off front end. They just looked like freaking monsters, and I always loved that.
Yeah,
I love that. That's if I was gonna build a truck, a hot rod shop truck, it'd basically be that bad boy right there.
But he'd put 3rd gen Hemi power in it so that he could drive it daily.
I'll murder you.
3rd gen Hemi, an AC, and a 9-speed transmission.
I'll leave.
Yeah. And it has the short base too.
With a tunnel ram with 2 750s on it.
Actually, you know what would make this truck really cool is suicide doors. You never see that anymore.
Oh, it'd be hard to suicide them doors, though.
Yeah, it would be really hard to suicide these doors.
That'd be cool though.
Yeah, it would. Man, I wish I could do this. I'd come up with some oddball stuff like check out this, Chevy Celebrity or this old Beretta or something.
Oh yeah, we've done that.
Celebrity.
We have done that. Oh, shit.
87 Buick Park Avenue. That's gonna be good.
So from the world of vans, I bring you
Aw.
a 1973 Dodge B200 for $8,000. Before you judge it, you got to see it. In Fate, Texas, yes, the headlights are freaking awful. That's the first thing I would change. Bought the 49-year-old last year, 318 motor, 3-speed auto, transmission rebuilt, told within the last 8 years. I tend to believe, I wouldn't believe crap. It's easy. I shall crank and idle. I put a new fuel tank in, center unit, drain valve for storing. LED headlights are new. They're gay. Has brand new side pipes with covers. Let me just. God, God, the picture's awful. Blah, 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 blah. Basically, it's a bunch of crap. If you want to read that, it's right there on the screen.
I don't mind the headlights, but that's just me. I don't mind the modern stuff.
So
halogen, I'll do halogen,
What?
but LED.
They don't look right to me.
Look
This is where the van gets really like. This is where. So this thing is a paint job away from being boogie central.
oh my God.
Good Lord.
Wait, what's the
wow.
price? Jesus, the price on this thing?
It
Does
has
come
a
with
lounge
STDs?
in the back.
It does.
Does
So
that price
wow.
include the STDs? I'm serious, because there's all kinds of chlamydia in that room.
You can clean it.
So I'll be honest. I think the price is a bit optimistic, extremely, especially with the way it looks on the outside. So
Yeah.
I know the van craze is getting huge again, and I love old funky vans, but this is a problem I have. What's the point of putting a bed or a couch back here? Because then you make these doors completely worthless. I don't know why more people don't put the stuff along this side, because this you completely make those doors completely worthless. Of course, he does.
Well,
say-
Yeah,
if you
but I
don't-
think for that
if you
kind of
don't
thing,
care-
they didn't even bother with those doors.
If
Think
you don't care
about
about the functionality and all you want is a cool funky van to hang out in with your buddies.
I
You
wouldn't
know,
hang,
Now,
I
the
mean,
thing is, though, Jed, go back to
I don't-
that picture. The thing is, okay, if you open up those doors the way they built that, you can have all kinds of storage underneath that whole thing.
That's true.
And then you open up those back doors to get to that.
no, this
I
is
mean, that
this
makes
one.
it a little bit more functional, but yeah, I agree with you.
No,
well,
no.
you open up the back doors and you hide everything up under the stuff in the back.
You mean all your paraphernalia and dead hookers?
It's a portable passion pit, is what it is. Is all it is. It's just it's.
No. That would have been the Chevy van I was going to share, but I'm like, no, I'm a Mopar guy. That thing had a water bed in the back of it.
Brown
Water
chicken
base.
down cap. Wow. This thing is sick, dude. I would
So
like to.
here's what's
I like
sad.
it. I wouldn't pay that money for it, but
I wouldn't either. Here's what's sad. They
Yeah, I
do all
wouldn't
this
either.
work. They do all of this work, and then you get up to the front of it, and it's just like, good enough.
yeah. See, but
They
that's the
gave
thing.
up.
All that work in the
Forget
back
towels
really
on the
isn't that
seat.
much work.
Yeah, I mean, like they didn't even finish the carpet up in here. It's completely dead up here.
I mean,
And
if
we
you
got
got a jigsaw and some carpet and a glue gun, you could do exactly what that guy did in the back of that.
Yeah.
And some plywood. You know, that's all that is.
And this is a big thing for me. Like, what's even up with this? Isn't the computer? This isn't the stream. This photo is just pixelated beyond all hell. We don't
Yeah.
have like really any good. Like, this is the only like good side shot of the van, and the doors are open, so we can't see what's really going on. Like, is there rust in this door? In this door? You got
Yeah.
rust there. These vans are really bad about rotting out all along these bottom seams because that's where water accumulates. And here's another thing. I know funky van interiors like this are freaking cool to look at. The problem is, and true vanners know this, in the van groups that Dad's in, he's been educated. When you do stuff like this, oh God, it's cool. But be prepared to not have a van in the next 20 years because this holds moisture like no other unless you protect
Mhm.
it. And that's why we put 415 down in Dad's van, and we did everything we could to prevent rust. Because when you do stuff like this, if you don't protect it, like if you spray spray foam, which is what a lot of these probably had, they rot out really bad.
That's why you don't see any more of the crazy 70s street vans, because a lot of people did custom modifications and they didn't, or there was no real proper preparation and preservation technology back then.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, when they made these vans, they weren't expecting people to do that shit to them. They were expecting that thing to haul cargo.
Actually, in 77, 78,
well, the
Dodge,
street van.
Yeah, Dodge knew what people were doing with them by that point, and they made the street van.
I love those wheels, though. I love them.
They kind of grow on me.
I gotta say, you know what? I'm wanting to get a van as my tow vehicle, and I got a chance to get a set of those wheels. And now that I see those wheels on a van, I think that's what I'm going to do.
So those wheels are definitely like very 80s. And I mean, we're talking, this van is a lot newer than Dad's. It's a 73, but Dad's got a 78. So it'd be perfect for the period. Plus, the boogie van thing was really late 70s into the 80s. So I think it'd be the perfect fit. But
people didn't buy those vans. I guess there had to have been some people that did. But most people didn't buy those vans brand new and turn them into boogie vans.
Yeah.
You know.
That's actually what happened to Dad's van. Literally, like immediately was bought, and then it went right to be customized. Yeah, it was bought brand new in the town I live in.
Well, I could be wrong. I don't know. I wasn't alive. Well, I was alive back then, but I wasn't into boogie vans or.
No, it depends on how much money you had and what you really wanted. But I think this is
my Star Wars figures.
I think this is very optimistic. I would say I've seen some vans. I'd say this is 5 to 6. Like retail, just because the way it looks on the outside. And yeah, it's a paint job away, but a proper funky paint job do this thing justice.
It's a lot of paint.
Yeah, it's a lot of work too. And that's not
now the one thing that does make it worth more though is it's a real shorty. I mean, that's a short freaking van.
Is it 107 wheelbase? See, I don't have.
It looks like the short van.
It does look like a 1.7. Because you don't see any extension pieces here.
Yeah.
So it might be a true 1.7. It's got the utility rack for the spare tire.
Which I think
they painted over
you can put a spare tire with a cover with Yosemite Sam on it and guns saying back off.
Oh God. This is sad. They painted over the door handle in the back.
Yeah, but like you said, who's going to get in the back? They could just take it off. With the way they did it, there's no sense in opening it. She just welded the door shut.
That's what I would do. I mean, if you're going to build all that stuff and block off these doors from ever being usable, like if you put that stuff back up to these doors, you might as well just weld this up, delete the hinges, and make it solid.
That would look cool.
Yeah.
Be a lot of work, but it'd look cool.
There's the 73 B200 I got for everybody.
Oh, what am I gonna do?
I'm after your heart on the next one, Brian.
I picked more than 4. I've got a big, huge selection here.
Giggity.
I narrowed mine down.
I've got 2 more.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to try to one up van you here.
What are you gonna do? Do the Chevy van I had picked?
No, this is another Dodge van.
Oh.
You okay, Rob? That was kind of a loud crack.
Yeah, that hurt, man.
It's just arthritis. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I do it at work, and my buddy I work with, he says, I'm waiting on one day to do that, and one of your fingers just breaks or falls right the hell off. And we work in an office where it's like really quiet, and oh
my God.
I remember
proper.
Good Lord.
Yes.
That's a couple of 50. That's a 50 cal away from being Mad Max ready, right there, man. Like,
it's fucking awesome.
Wow.
That makes my pee hard.
Even I wouldn't change a thing. Actually, I'd make that white bumper black, and that would be it.
Yeah.
Man. Everything else is, the wheels hanging out.
Yes. The description: daily driver, parts hauler, slant 6, auto.
Yeah.
That's it.
Simple, clean to the point. And I agree. I agree with you. That price, oh yeah, go have fun with that thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a lot of rust on it either for $4,000, but it's longer than the van you showed though.
Yeah, that's a longer build.
Think of how hard that little slant six is working to turn all that tire with
Now,
the
if
motorcycle in it.
if I were to get that thing, I would have to change the wheels to something a little bit more street friendly.
No.
No.
Ooh,
No, I
No.
don't
I'm
know.
not a fan of off-road stuff anyway, so
dude. When done right, it's done right, man. That thing's
but it does
properly
look
stupid.
awesome like it is.
It's properly stupid. That has to happen regularly, dude. With a dirt bike inside. Is it a dirt bike or is that an old '70s Honda something or another?
I
That was
don't
like
know.
a cafe racer.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
That'd be cool just to hang that on the back. You know what I mean? Like build some
Yeah.
kind of something off of a hitch and just like hang that off the back. Like this is when I get, when shit gets real. And the sideways seating inside, that's proper.
Well, you don't have to have all the seat belts. If the seat's sideways or backwards, they don't want you to have seat belts.
That's cool as shit. I'll
I
be right
don't
back,
understand.
fellas.
I don't know if it really
I
needs the
want a
ladder.
ladder on my van too. I don't know if I'd ever use it, but I just want the ladder there.
I would if I had a van like that had a ladder, then I would owe it to myself to add some supports inside and make a party patio on the roof.
Well, yeah,
Like,
can you imagine
Have
like
rails
going
that you
to
could
the
extend
track?
up to be able to stand up.
Stand up or put a couple folding chairs up there, maybe. Yeah, little propane heater. Park it sideways in the parking lot at a car show or at a cruise or something.
Yeah, or a drag race.
That'd be gangster.
That's just cool.
That is properly cool.
I like that picture.
Guess we'll wait for Jed to get back before I share my next one.
It almost, you know what it's really begging for me with the nose of it and was that a bull bar or something?
I don't know. And
Yeah.
I don't think it's homemade though. I don't think it's
Well,
homemade. I think it
you
was
know-
put in the trucks.
The only thing it's missing with that big old bull bar is a trip to the Spirit Halloween store and like get a skull and hang it from it and an arm
Yeah.
or a leg dragging from it.
Yep.
Just looks like you went zombie hunting with your van. Actually, yeah, it could be the zombie hunter. You could be the zombie. I don't know. Dude, that thing's screaming for zoomies and it's screaming for. The only
Yeah,
thing
that
it's not
needs- yeah.
screaming is down the highway with a slant six. It's got to have something.
Zoomies
Yeah,
or
that's a moving
zoomies or
too
side pipes. Yeah.
I don't know.
Definitely.
That one I'd almost put zoomies back by the back tires. Like that one like that one that was at Indy, Rob. Remember the black one?
Yeah, that one was perfect.
That one was for sale too up on here. I don't know if I ever saved it. I think the guy actually sold it for $20-something thousand. Oh,
Let's get to my
what do you
next one.
got, Jed? Oh no, wait, no, it's not Jed. It's Willie.
William. How dare you try to skip over William? I'm sorry, William.
Trying to skip me, and I got something good.
You know, you guys can leave your thing at the bottom. Just leave it up there and just change.
That's too much work.
Don't worry about what my thing's doing, Brian. Let's just focus on the live stream. Yes, I want one of these in the worst way, dude.
19. And it's sold.
Aw.
This is not actually far from me. That's like 20 minutes from me.
Is that a Shelby?
1982 Dodge Rampage.
Oh, it's got
Turbo
Shelby wheels.
Dodge Rampage.
Turbo.
It says it has a lot of extra parts, including motors and 2 5-speed transmissions. This is a running car, but does need work. I have extra wheels, interior pieces, turbo hood, and it's just this thing is cool.
Dude, I want one of these in the worst way. I've always thought, and I'll catch all the shade for this one, man. But when I was a kid, I thought these things were the cat's ass, and like the GLH Omnis and the little GLH Chargers, and then the Shelby Rampage. Oh, dude, if that's a bucket list for me, and I wouldn't change a thing about it. I would daily it, dude. I would daily the hell out of it.
See, it comes with another motor.
I would love to have a Chrysler product from this era, like a Dodge Ram 50 or Rampage or something like that. But I would love to have something from this era.
What I would do, honestly, if I had the scratch to do something like this, since it comes with 2 motors, I would put one in the back. I would absolutely make this thing a twin motor 4-wheel drive. It wouldn't be that hard to do.
I know Jed's gonna hate it, but if somebody did modern Hemi one of those and make it rear wheel drive.
You know what? Jesse James, if he's got one of these, Monster Garage Jesse James Chopper, West Coast Chopper Jesse James, he's got one that's a standing mile car. Now it's got a big block Chevy in it, but
yeah. Still, I'm with you. The 2.2, they were great motors.
Yeah. Actually, I would.
And they lasted a good long time.
Well, they did until the camshaft started snapping. I mean, the 2.5, the Turbo 2.5 cars.
That's why you have another motor in the back like this guy. Now, Rob, there's a guy selling 2 of these. I think he only wants like $2,000 for both of them.
It's already sold. So
no, there's another guy selling 2 of these. I saw it the other day. I think I showed Jed. I didn't know you were so hard up for these.
Dude, these are great. I've always wanted one, dude. I've always
wanted the Subaru Brat.
Yes, with the back
seats in the back, like fuck your kids.
No, you know why they did that?
No, I don't.
Oh, so it was to avoid import tax on it being a truck. So by putting those two little jump seats in the back, it technically made it a car, and so it got and it technically got taxed and all that as a car. But that's why they were back there, because of something to do with import taxes or some bullshit stuff. But yeah, it was because it looked like a truck, and then they're like, well, what if we put seats in it? Then it's a car now because it's not a truck. So. You can look that up and get the full story, but that is why it was something to do with money.
Well, yeah.
I would love to have a Rampage. Oh my God, those are cool. I had a K car at one time, and I rocked that pretty proud. 45 mile an hour was terminal velocity in that unit. I can't drive 55 because it only goes 38.
Are you ready?
Yeah, what do you got?
I'm after your heart on this one again.
This is the fuselage car.
The best B bodies ever made.
It's a GTX.
I think they were. I do.
Yep.
Ooh,
These are the best B bodies ever made. Not only do they handle the best, God, they're sexy. So we're looking at a 74 Roadrunner for $10,000 in Thackerville, Oklahoma. And being it's Oklahoma, I'm sure it's pronounced some weird freaking way. I've been educated 100 times. He's thinking about selling or trading it. It's one of 280 400 4-speed cars. Now, if you know anything about these cars, 4 speeds,
400 4-speed, yeah,
very rare.
That's the last hurrah of that's either using up parts or just like the last bloody clawings of the muscle car era right here.
Yeah, he's got the title.
Is that a 74? Is that a Ford jet? I can't see.
Yeah, 74. He's got the title, no powertrain or interior. That sucks. Comes with a nearly complete 74 satellite parts car, built in the same plant, just a few months apart with no title. He has no idea how much to ask for the pair. He's just considering offers at this point, so he threw a number up. Wheels and tires of the green car were borrowed, so you don't get the wheels and tires off the green car. So let's start off with this immediately. So being the owner of one of these cars, the fact that this is still metal, this is metal, is a miracle. Virtually every one of these cars out here, this body panel right here, you can't get this, and you probably never will. It's not the same as 71 or 72. It's missing the body line. It's not the same. They don't interchange. These are all made out of mud. There's your parts car. Look, that's his parts car. I'm like, God, give me your parts car. The body's in better shape than my 73.
The wiring's probably better too.
Well, you know what I'm thinking, Jed. You know exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I'm thinking for that price, you get a driver and a race car.
Yeah, this is exactly what it could be. Yeah. You take everything off of this thing you need for the green car. And, whatever you need that could come off of this, and then you turn this thing into a freaking race car. This is what you turn into a race car. It can't be retitled. The dash is gone. You try and put another dash this with another VIN number, that's a felony. You get caught. So you don't mess with that kind of stuff. But yeah, this race car. And it's pretty clean. Like, this isn't like the 73 you shared, Brian, that was like super mint.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I guess if you wanted to piss off the internet, that's the car you turn into a race car. But you want to be kind of sensible. This is it right here. So I mean, like, look at this thing. I mean, it's your typical stuff. The ignition control module's melted. But here's what's really got me, Brian. I've never seen another. I've never seen another 73 or 4 Satellite Roadrunner with the big cutout on the fender well, except for my car. This is the only other car I've ever seen that's got the big cutout. Normally they got the little.
Was your car a big block car originally?
Yeah, my car is a big block 400 AC car. I don't know why
they almost wonder what exhaust manifolds did they use on those big block cars. Did they use the one that came up and over?
No.
Well, that big area right there might be for getting to the spark plugs.
It could be, but I mean, like, literally, like on these cars, this is all open. Like, you see the upper control arm, the lower control arm, the disc brake. You see everything in this hole. It's kind of scary. But I mean, so the parts car is also a freaking 4-speed car, I think.
Yeah, it's a 4-speed car. I don't know if it's a big block, but
yeah. So I mean, like, and look at that thing. I wish he would have put a freaking headlight in it for the photo. But look at the grill. And look at these these headlight bezels. These are like, and the bumper's not messed up. I know this is a big number. This is a scary number, but that's not the number on the cars he's taking offers. I think this is a dang sweet deal. And he's got lots of pictures. And this is a good example of, he took a lot of photos, and some of them are kind of worthless, but he took a lot of good ones. Like, you can see what's going on this side. You get the sport mirror. And I'm hoping we get some good photos. Like look at this. Look at this freaking. It's amazing. And this is a half vinyl car, what it looks like, because you see a strip right there. I'm not sure if it was a half vinyl roof or not. But wait, he said this was no motor.
Yeah,
that's definitely a 318.
Pulled it out.
Okay, what's going on here? He only mentioned one parts car. This is the green car.
No,
that's not the same car.
That's another car.
Is it?
Yeah, that's a whole
This is
different
definitely
car.
a 74. It's got the big ugly steering wheel.
How many cars this guy got?
All of them.
I'm kind of confused now. Wait, hang on.
Unless that's not the parts car, and that is the
this must be this must be the 74 Roadrunner. This is sad.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, I would like to apologize for our host, Jed, not doing the proper amount of research before presenting. This is just a technical glitch. We'll edit this out in post.
It makes more sense, though, that the green one is the parts car, because I was looking at it, I'm like, what parts could you use off of that red one for the green one? The green one's complete.
Wait, how can you make this? If this doesn't have a dash, that means it doesn't have a VIN number.
But the dash could be in the trunk. The dash could be anywhere.
Yeah, it'd have to be, because you don't.
Unless mine's on a shelf right now. It's not like it's hard to take those out and put them back in.
Yeah. See, the giveaway, Jed, should have been back on that picture where you pointed out where the module was, puking down the firewall, because it's a red firewall, and you're all hard about the green car. See.
Yeah. But the thing is, now what I would check on that car, though, if he did have the dash, I would check where the other VIN numbers are stamped in this car and make sure that you have, that somebody.
You want to make sure
one time swap that out.
You want to make sure you have the VIN number to this car and not to another car. Like I said, it's not a laughing matter. You go swapping VINs on this car, you get caught. It don't matter where you are. That's a federal offense. You can't go changing numbers on a car like that. And you try and pass it off, especially like when you're dealing with something like this. So,
well, especially if you're selling it.
Yeah, especially if you sell it. Now, if it's something like you keep forever and you don't ever plan on letting go of it, it's still not a great idea, but I would never do it. But wow. So it kind of sucks because you start off with this thing, and it's like, wow, but that's the parts card. That's
That's a hell of a parts car, though.
Well, no, what it is again, it's somebody trying to actually sell you something. So it's bait and switch bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, look, I have a 73 Roadrunner, 404 barrel, or 4-speed.
Intentionally. Because even the red one's in good shape. I mean, they're both in good shape.
That is true. The red one's in great shape.
But why say you've got a 74 Roadrunner and you lead off with a 73 or 73 Roadrunner and you lead off?
There's a lot of people
with a 73 318
to these ads. They don't pay attention to what picture comes up first. They don't pay attention. And honestly, to be real honest, I think sometimes when you have these ads up for a while, how long has this ad been up?
14 weeks. It's been up for a while.
14 weeks. That Facebook switches your picture with what your first one was. I've seen the exact same ad with a different picture on the beginning of it if they've been up for a long time.
Well, I'm also under the thing with what makes this the parts car.
It's a 318 car.
Just because it has no title? No. This is not a parts car. Look how complete it is. Just because it ain't haven't got a title don't mean nothing. You get a title. Like, you keep this thing. Like, you get a dash pad for it. You clean this thing up. Or seats are pretty roached. And then you start gathering parts and you build this thing. And then you have a daily driver. And then you have your hot rod.
Yeah, that's true.
Instead of like, if this thing, like minimal work, probably get it running and driving and clean it up and make some nice parts for it. This is make a super sweet little freaking street machine, even though it's just a 318 2-barrel. And you start gathering parts and you have this. But to gut this thing with how complete it is and how clean it is body-wise, it doesn't seem right to me.
You know what I would do with it? I would make one a drag car. Like, because you just don't see them as drag cars very often, and the body lines kind of lend to that. But I would make one a drag car, and then I would take the other one and I would make it into, like, in later episodes of Dukes of Hazzard, Daisy Duke had one of these. Well, in the earlier episode. Yeah, and I would make it like Daisy Duke's, methed out cousin's car. Just how cool! Like, it just looked like a meth running moonshine running cave or quarter panels caved in. Daisy
sold her car to her cousin Fred, and he did this to it.
Daisy Dookie, you know what I mean? That's what I would.
Here's my whole love and fascination with these cars.
It's in the condition your dad's van was, and you name it Daisy Dookie.
Oh. I was just going to say, this is my love and fascination with these cars. I know 71s and Tulas are really sexy, but I love this front end. You cannot appreciate this front end until you see it in person, because it shoots out, angles back, shoots back out, angles.
Yeah.
There's so many angular things they did. Like, you get Chevy and Ford, not to hark on, sorry, Chevy and Ford guys, but you guys basically gave up in 73 and 4 to make your cars look cool when you had to have the big bumpers. But Chrysler, they had to work with those bumpers and like, okay, can you imagine what those bumpers would look like on a 71 front end? That car would have been just awful with those big 5-mile-an-hour bumpers. But Chrysler redesigned the front end, and even though the bumpers still look horrible, these are awful. But the front end is so much sexier, you can almost look past those big bumpers.
I wonder how many people took them off when they were new.
Yeah, that was the first thing I took off of Stella was the 500-mile-an-hour bumpers. Man,
I wonder if at the dealership somebody said, "Take that shit off, or I'm not buying this car," and they just did it.
What if they just showed them where the bolts are?
It's extremely easy. It's like one or two. It's one bolt right here. This bolt, it's a carriage bolt. You go down to the hardware store, get a chrome carriage bolt, slap it in there with a nut, and you take this and you turn it into this. So much.
See, I don't know. I love both of those body styles. I have to. I don't know. I think I like the 71 and 2 front bumper and everything, just because of the sheer fucking gaudiness of it.
Well, my point is, Brian, can you imagine, like, so my thinking and rationale is, had Chrysler just kept the 71 and 2 body style and just rolled it over, this is a great looking.
Yeah.
It's a great looking front end, but they slapped those 5-mile-an-hour big.
Oh God, that would look awful. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. So I think that's. I'm not going to say I don't know. I wasn't alive in 73 or 4. I don't know anybody who worked at a Chrysler plant in 73 or 4 in the design department, but I imagine they made this front end to accommodate those god awful things to be like, okay, well, we got to do something different.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I see exactly what you're talking about there. Because what would they have done? Put two great big, all the way down the front of the hoop bumper. Put two great big rubber fucking Okay.
They probably would have had to because it's a big hoop bumper, so it would have.
Yeah, they would have had to have those rubbers go from the top of the grill all the way to the bottom.
Oh my God, that would have been awful.
Oh, I want to make some now.
Well, there's that, guys.
People are going to get sick of seeing that, but that just made me, your whole thing made me think of this car. And I don't even know, he might be in here. I don't know, but I'm putting this car up. This is actually a YouTube car the guy's selling. Let's see. I wonder how fast somebody can tell me whose car this is. I'm not even going to flip through the pictures.
I already know who
Look
that
in
is.
chat. Whose car is that? Tell me when somebody gets it.
That's the guy you got a man crush on.
I don't have a man crush on him.
Yes, you do.
Brian's got a car crush.
40 people in here, and nobody knows who owns this car, who's selling this car. Or maybe the chat's not updating here.
No, it's not updating too good.
Whose car is it?
This is Poor Boy's Garage.
Nice.
He built this car on his channel.
That thing's proper.
It is not a bad car for $6,800 now. He's not asking all the money.
No, he's really not. Again, this thing isn't roached. It's not. Yeah, for $6,000. Oh, the hood is black. That's awesome.
6,800.
And it's a running, driving car. You could see it on his YouTube channel. Him and his son driving this car around.
I'm sorry.
Was it a real silver car?
That
I
color
think it was
interior.
white. Yes, I think it was white.
Okay, it's white. Okay.
He didn't
That
paint
color
it,
interior with the purple looks god awful.
That's the same
Yeah,
color as
I don't
Stella's
know.
interior.
I don't know.
That color
I don't
interior
know.
with the purple. I didn't say that interior is awful. That color interior with that purple is just god awful.
What's going to happen, Nick? My buddy Nick is in here chatting. What's going to happen, dude?
It
He
would
sings.
grow on. I hate those steering wheels though. I do. I detest the 74 steering wheels.
That steering wheel is awful. What's up, Nick? Awesome to have another awesome guy in here from Jay.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're spreading. Yeah. Keep an eye on my channel too, and I'm gonna try to get Nick to get a channel because needs a roof rack. Nick's got some crazy ideas, man. Nick's
That is like light baby shit brown. That's like the tawny gold color, but lighter. That is a weird color.
needs a roof rack.
But it's red here, and it's how many colors was this car?
I'm
All
trying to
of
figure that out because in the door jams it looked white.
Yeah, it looked white in the door jams. It's got.
Look at the underside of the-
I
look at-
honestly don't mind back here, which
Look
I
at
would.
the underside of the trunk, Brian. It looks black.
Yeah.
What
How
was-
many different cars was this made of? Has anybody
think
ever figured out what that hump is for?
Well,
yeah,
huh?
what is that? What's that?
Isn't that
hump?
evap?
That's for the spare tire to rest on.
Could it be for some kind of emissions,
Yeah,
crazy,
like-
weird emissions thing in 74?
Because that
No,
was
the-
not there in 73. 73 was flat.
Yeah.
The evap canister's up front, and it's not like it's got a. I mean, it's got it with a 3 or 4 vent pickup in the. But even then, it's not a big deal. I don't know what the hell that
I think they
helps
just
about.
put that in to make the spare tire more accessible. It raised it up a few inches. You can get at it faster. And
Evap, no, but the evap how? Dan says the evap. I don't see how because the charcoal canister, if it's just up there on the passenger side fender well. So what?
No. Oh. They're talking about. So my 73 has the factory tank in it, and it has all the extra lines off the tank. They're coming off the side of it. They're nowhere near the center of it.
Okay, so then yeah, so it might be a spare tire stand.
It has nothing to do with the evaporative stuff because all of those lines poke out the side of the tank and they actually snake through kind of the frame rail area.
I mean, look, the trunk floor of this thing is nice.
Yeah. It's a nice car. I hate the color.
He's showing underneath the damn car.
Well, he's got a lift, so it makes it easy.
I want one of those.
Looks like he's got glass packs on it.
Well, hell yeah. What else would you put on it?
Yeah. No
A
better
muffler?
muffler.
Is this a big block car or a small block car?
Small block 360. I think he put a 360 in it, or it had one. I don't know. I'd have to watch the videos again.
I got to see how he did the headers, man. Because if it's column, I want headers on my car, and
It's not column shift. This is a factory slapstick car.
All right.
Well, Rob, as far as column shifters and headers go, I had to go to TTI for my W2 340. Yeah, I know. I don't recommend TTI. I think they're a freaking joke.
I'm not doing it.
That was my only option. They're the only place that had headers for column shift W2 engine.
So here's my problem. Here's my scenario. Nick and I were talking about this the other day. We were listening to clips of small blocks through headers and glass packs and all that stuff. It doesn't matter what I do, what I'm going to do to this car. Like right now, it's so quiet. Like you guys heard it. It's ridiculously quiet. It doesn't have any kind of rumble or anything like that, and that's okay. All right, but it still sounds like a derby car.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Chris.
What's up,
Man, I've been waiting for my kid to go to bed, and I'm like, they're talking about vans. They're talking about 73, 74s. Fuck, I need to get in there.
Did you see the one I just had up?
Yeah.
Did you see the price on that? That's Four Boys Garage. He's the one. He sold that in a couple other cars, or he's selling that in a couple other cars.
I saw him
To
post
build
it.
his No Name Nationals Roadrunner.
Okay, I saw him post it, and I was like, that's not a bad car for the price.
He's in freaking Georgia, though. I can
Yeah.
just imagine. What would it cost to get that car out to you?
Well, check this out. So a while ago, right after I got my car, I did a bonus video for the paid subscribers on my podcast on through Facebook, and I spent I don't know probably more than an hour trying to find a car in equal shape for equal price that I bought mine for, and Scott hooked me up, man.
You have no idea.
I couldn't find shit.
There's no, you ain't touching the car you got for the money you paid for it.
No, I'm so thankful to that guy. I will hook him up someday, as long as Dodge doesn't come in and sue me for the shit I've been talking. I'll hook him up with something.
Freedom of speech. Sick Elon Musk on him.
Well, what's going to happen is they're going to go, oh, this guy thinks he can just use the name Mopars and get away with it and talk shit about us. Let's go ahead and send him a cease and desist letter. I talked to somebody that he told me not to say anything specifically, but he big in the automotive space, and he has worked directly with Dodge, and he said that he said some things that he told me just to, obviously watch your back, and that obviously that they're a corporation. At the end of the day, they're a corporation, and they don't give a shit about somebody like me or anybody complaining about this tool that is, I don't want to get into it again, but fucking.
By the way, guys,
I'm sure they could jump on me for my logo.
Oh, me too. But I do want to say to Chad, welcome Chris Albrecht from the famous YouTuber. He does have a YouTube channel now.
Yeah,
but
I don't know if it's famous.
Famous Facebook podcast. Over 50,000 followers. He is true celebrity. We are all peed
How many downloads? How many downloads of your podcast a month, Chris?
2 billion
a month. It varies depending on how many new people catch on to the podcast and binge it. But the average is about, I'll be conservative and say 6,000. High end, almost 12,000.
Wow.
Almost 200,000 downloads.
12,000 listeners a month to your podcast.
And I don't know if anybody in the chat or even on screen went to bat for me, but I made a post because Dodge Garage shared this new podcast. It's called TNT or something like that. It's with two lovely drag racer ladies that race Hellcats. and they did a full feature on him. And I was like, you'd think that they would show me some love, you know what I mean? And be like, hey, this is the longest running Mopar podcast, yada, yada, yada. But I realized that right after I started mine, the spring after I started mine, they started their own Dodge Garage podcast, which is unfortunately failed miserably. And they should have. It's pathetically bad. I feel bad for the people that have been on it because they're not getting any exposure. But
well, here's the thing, guys. If you're coming to the No Name Nationals and you got a long trip, you could go on. I think you're on Spotify, aren't you?
I'm on every major podcast platform there is.
You just, if you haven't listened to this podcast, just start with number 1, and you won't get through all of them before you get to the No Name Nationals.
And if you listen to if you listen to number 1, you're like, God, this sucks. It does get better.
No, I don't think it sucked at all.
We're not quite done with wide guys yet, chat.
Have you guys shared all your cars or what? Because I got some.
Dude,
throw one up in the share. You know how to do that, right?
Yeah,
you got a little bit of experience.
I did find a funny one.
Well, we haven't got to funny yet. We've actually been showing.
All right. Well, let me throw this up here.
My buddy Nick is on Facebook Live or Marketplace looking for rampages for me now. He's just sent me one.
I'm telling you, I'll find you one.
I want one, dude. I really do. I think, and he's all about turbo stuff, and I know he would talk me out of the Mopar engine and try to put a Honda motor in it, and I would probably let him talk me into it. Throw all the shade you want, man. I'm a Honda believer, man. So I think that would be pretty cool.
Has anyone been sharing Facebook posts? Or Craigslist posts, or has it been all Facebook?
Yeah, no, because you're just sharing it on your screen. Yeah, I don't know how you find anything on Craigslist, but yeah,
anything you find online, really.
So you guys are talking about vans.
Oh, another one.
I love when people hot rod the A100s. I love it. I absolutely love it.
First thing I saw was 8 cylinders. What motor's in it?
It is, so the ad is 1967 Dodge van, Restorer parts. It's got a 318 automatic, needs an intake manifold and carb, 1200 cash, which obviously there's not very many pictures. You got that one and this one, but
so I'd buy it because it's short wheelbase, and for one, and two, look at them wheels, man.
Right?
What are the turbines?
Yeah.
Oh,
the Vectors.
That thing just needs a pair of side pipes.
Yes.
And 6 inches taken out of the top and just dropped on its nuts, man. That's what that thing needs.
The thing about these is, like, just by looking at the side, I know it doesn't have very good pictures, and there's no pictures of the inside, but most of the time I see them, the rockers and the bottom of the doors are just rotted out. The ass end here is rotted out. But that one looks pretty. I mean, from what I can see, it's pretty solid. And for $1,200, I'm like,
yeah,
that's a pretty good deal. However, hey, if you're trying to sell a car, just pressure wash the fucking thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
pressure wash it.
That's for the YouTube video. First wash in 80,000 years.
Right.
The thing is, don't even pressure wash it. Just wash the windows, and that thing would look like you could get another $1,000 out of it.
If you take the picture while it's still wet, man, boom, that's an extra grand on top of that.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm surprised that he didn't use the term barn find or anything like that in the ad. I mean, I always joke when I see those posts that say that and try to use that as a selling point, but like,
honestly,
$1,200.
If it's listed on Craigslist and not Facebook, he's probably somebody who's older, doesn't really like Facebook or don't really use computers that much, and they've always used Craigslist, so they just post it on Craigslist.
What do you mean older? All we had back then was Craigslist.
All we had back then. In my day, all they had was for sale signs on the side of the road.
Facebook.
My buddy Blaine, Jed's gonna hate this. I'm sure some other people will hate this, but my buddy Blaine is taking his A100 to Moparty, and he's in the process of swapping a 6.4 in it right now. And
don't bother me.
It's a badass van, dude. I'll give it to him. I don't think anybody's swapped an A100 like that yet. And it's clean, and it's going to be badass. And just the fact that this thing's got a V8, fucking rocket, dude. $1,200? Just get it running. Have some fun. I got a little hot rod there.
getting something like that and whipping it around in a burnout box.
Oh, that'd be fun. God, that'd be so fun. Fuck. 1,200 for anybody in the chat that's like, I really want to go to No Name Nationals, but I don't have enough money for a project. Dude, buy this fucking thing. Okay, take this to No Name Nationals and become a superstar.
I got a 2-barrel. I got a cast iron 2-barrel intake and a 2-barrel carburetor that'll fall right on that unit.
Hell yes.
Well, that's
everybody's got
put
one.
A 4-barrel intake carburetor on it, a nitrous kit, and maybe a cam, and run that son of a bitch down a drag strip.
You would be a legend.
A nitrous. Wait. We'd have to make sure, since it's a 318, we'd have to make sure that if we're gonna run nitrous, we've got to flip the pistons upside down and swap them cylinder to cylinder, and the base 3 opposite of what cylinder it originally came from. So, like if it was originally in cylinder 3, you've got to turn it over and make it over into cylinder 7, but you've got to do it upside down, and then you can throw a 750 shot at it, 6 kits. And make sure that you don't run wheelie bars, because they're just, those are for wussies.
Can you imagine that with big old tires and wheelie bars?
My 15 by 14, 31 and a half, 12 5Ws, which are actually 15 inches of tread on the back of that thing. That thing just like freaking, you'd be staring at the pavement.
Where is that at, Chris?
This is in Louisiana, Shreveport, Louisiana.
Surprisingly enough, MM78, I don't think I would paint this up as the yellow and black with the crown colors, man. I feel like I could do something different, man.
No, this thing's badass.
Yeah,
I like it. And what's funny is, imagine if it wasn't on the wheels are like, I don't know why, but
the wheels are perfect, dude.
Right? If it didn't have the wheels, I'd still like it. But the wheels just make me want it even more.
If that thing had steel wheels, I wouldn't. My PP wouldn't be hard right now.
Right. I definitely have a semi right now. Just talking about this thing.
Yep. Let's high five.
You're good, man. You're good.
High five.
Dude, yeah.
That was the hand.
Oh, we're not high fiving with peepees. Never mind.
No. All right, so it was nice talking to you guys. If we're doing that. Yeah, it's not time for the weird hour yet.
One thing though, people might not know this about Chris. This is really why I wanted him on this show, is because when he started out, unless you want to tell the story, Chris.
No, go ahead.
I don't want to get your story wrong.
No, tell.
When you started out in Facebook, you had a group called the Mopar Hunter, and this is kind of what you did, wasn't it? And
yeah,
you
so
posted it up in the Facebook group.
Long before Talking Mopars in 2015, I don't really, in my personal life, I really don't have any hardcore Mopar friends. Like, at least not then. So I spent so much time, a ridiculous amount of time, just looking at cars for sale all over the country on Craigslist, Mopars specifically. And one day I was like, I should start a Facebook page and start sharing these just to see what people say. If I'm crazy, because some of the shit I was seeing, I was like, dude, I'd buy this in a heartbeat. And I started the Mopar Hunter Facebook page, and strategically I was like, all right, I've got to do something to get people here to see all the ads I'm posting. So I put together, I was a pic stealer. I would steal pictures off Google and create collages of cool cars that were like themed collages. And then I'd share them on big Facebook pages. And eventually it grew, and I was able to start sharing all these cars. And the thing about posting ads like that, if it's shareable content, people will share the hell out of it, and then your following will grow and grow and grow, just based on, word of mouth and just sharing all the content that you post. And I was posting conservatively 6 cars a day. I would schedule them out for 2 weeks. So I would sit back, I'd be 2 weeks ahead, and every day I had certain times, like 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 12, 3, 6 p.m. or something like that. So it was just constant flooding people's Facebook feeds, and that's how I grew the following. And then Talking Mopars just came along, and I ended up killing the Mopar Hunter and just turning it all into Talking Mopars podcast, because it was too hard maintaining different social medias. But yeah,
well, and I bet the engagement that you got out of that too. You throw some rust bucket up, somebody wants 50,000 for.
Exactly.
You get so many people hating on it, but it's still engagement.
Yeah. It worked for me. That was my strategy. And when I started the podcast, I stopped posting as much, and that's where I came up with the idea of Project Car of the Week, because I could at least pull up one and talk about it. And that's why I'm glad. Thank you for having me on, Brian. This show's a lot of fun because it allows me to actually the interaction. Like if I could go back in time and do this then, oh man, oh man.
Well, that was the whole thing, you know. It was like I saw you were doing that, but me and Jed and William sometimes would be up till like 3 a.m. in Discord, just sharing. Oh, look what I found! Look what I found!
Yep.
Now you just
And then I thought, well, why don't we do this? And then I was like, well, Chris kind of does that. Like, Chris don't care.
You guys didn't even hit me up for the first one either, you fuckers.
You weren't around that much in this.
No, you can thank Johnny Mopar.
The first one we did straight out of Discord.
Oh,
I didn't even have StreamYard then.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then they would send me them and I'd post them up, and the only persons, you couldn't see anybody's face. It was just us talking. And William throws up a Nash Metropolitan for the first car ever. And we're like, what the hell? It's like, okay, I guess he got the spirit of this whole thing. Well, whose turn is it, William? Are you next?
Yes, mine. Yeah, I have one more. It's my last one.
Is it your
This
your
is my
funny
wild
one,
card.
or?
This
Uh-oh.
is my wild card.
I'm gonna need this.
make it epic, bro.
A 1940 Dodge truck rat rod.
No, this is already worse than
This
going
is a
through cancer.
1940 Dodge truck. It is a project. I have several parts that will come with it, like tail lights and headlights.
Somebody
It's
bought
got a
that?
318 and transmission with it.
I'm gonna
3,500 and it's sold.
Yeah, somebody bought that.
I got a problem with it, and that is a 318. I'm sorry, man. The slots are great. The white walls are great. There's too much height in the roof. And the fact that it's got a 318. Somebody please go steal a diesel out of a forklift and put it in this truck. That
No.
See, I'm different. First
You
gen. If I see a rat rod Dodge, it's got to have a first gen Hemi in it.
I agree.
And zoomies
Or
Yeah.
or
Well-
a Poly. I would
That'd be
forgive
cool.
like a first gen Poly just because
dude, I can see that. An
It could be
ignorant,
worse
ratted
than
out poly
a
motor.
350 Chevy. Somebody could have dropped a 305 Chevy in that just as easy as a 318.
That's true.
At least they kept it all Mopar.
Yeah.
Changing the motor, I can see that, but I wouldn't change one thing on this body. I love the height of the roof, and
Man.
I wouldn't change anything else.
Look at it from the side, man. It's kind of looks like an odd turtle.
I wouldn't change. I wouldn't change a thing.
that hood
If
is
you
like
flip that up, if you flip that upside down, I'll tell you exactly what that looks like. I'm not gonna
And it's also
It's
kind
not
of
the
big.
weird
And,
hour yet.
I know
it's-
what you're
it's-
saying, Brian.
yeah, I was thinking that too. It needs like those big ass chrome radius rods running down the. It looks just so empty. It's either that or just ignorant, and I mean ignorant exhaust.
The bedside.
Running down.
Oh, yeah, it needs something funky with the exhaust for sure, and the wheels. It needs some of those really big, fat, wide back wheels.
It needs
The
tractor
small one-
tires on the back of it, dude.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
You know, I had an idea at
Uh-oh.
one time. I may actually do it on my channel if I ever get crazy enough. You ever see the semis where instead of the dual rear wheel, they got one great big?
Super singles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine getting a Dodge truck like that blue one that that William showed? That was a step side. Take the fenders off, slam it down, and put two of them great big ass fucking truck tires, diesel tires on there, where they're about 24 inches wide and 38 inches tall, and make something like this out of it.
Have I told you about my car hauler project? Have I told anybody about that?
Do you have a car hauler project?
Oh man. So I grew up, my stepdad was a truck driver, and I grew up. He used to take my mom and I for rides, and he would set my little carrier in between the seats. And years later, like a couple decades later, the guy who owned the truck said, "Hey, John, do you want your old truck?" And he's like, "Yeah." So my stepdad actually gave it to me. I just have it at his property in Eastern Washington. It's a 61 B73 Mac. It's,
Oh my god, those are so cool.
It's got an NTC 290 Cummins in it. Eaton 10-speed. No fifth wheel or anything, just bare frame in the back. So
So you're gonna make a ramp truck out of it?
Eventually, yeah. I would love to do that. It's just a matter of, it's so fucking big to haul it home. I need a place with a shop. So if I ever get to Texas, then I'm taking it and I'm gonna haul it to Texas and build my ramp truck.
Those B61 Max just got the coolest front ends.
This one is a long hood. So some of them, what you're talking about, Jed, they're a little bit stubbier. This one is a long hood. So basically it's kind of like an old, if you put it next to a 379 Pete, then it would be like the same proportions. You know what I mean? But it's still got the old school cab, but the long squared hood. It's fucking badass.
I'm not sharing the truck that Dad and I found because I'm still hoping we can get my uncle to haul it home so we can build a ramp truck out of it. I'm not sharing it on here because someone else buys it. I'll find them and I'll mutilate them.
I've got a couple cars that I won't share on here because I want them.
Just share them, Brian. You got a car you build.
This isn't a freak.
This isn't my gag yet. I got this one. This is like, I think this is the deal I found.
Oh shit.
So the description is very plain, just all original 318 needs work. It's 6,500 in Texas. Don't know if it's a satellite or a road runner, but first off, this is what you first see. And we'll move on. So obviously it's probably missing some stuff, but I mean it's really not awful. I mean, like there's a bumper starting here. But I mean, if you want if you've got to have a 68, 9 or 70, whatever B body, I think this is the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. $6,500. I think this is the deal.
What's up, Nick?
If you won't have anything else but a 68, 9 or 70 B body, but it's got to be one of those years. It doesn't matter if it's a satellite, Roadrunner, Charger, whatever. I mean, I figured if someone really needs a car, I think this was a find I just had to share with the community. It's just, if I wanted
if I like those cars, I'd be saving up money to buy that.
Yeah,
price is right, and it has the right look. It looks like it's solid enough. It's an excellent starter car.
See, I'm an asshole though. I'd go and I'd be like, "What's up with the 70 right there on the trailer? What do you got?
Yeah,
what's up with the 70?"
I don't know if this is a bunch of like tiger hair, the fiberglass Bondo. I don't really know what's going on as far as the quarters, but I mean, just look at the taillights are in it, and I mean, I know the markers are missing, but those are like $10 to swap me. Those are easy to get, little reflectors. I mean, it's got the cool hood. I mean, it's just there. I mean, this is all here. It's not like it's just big chunks missing.
Yeah.
Great ratty muscle car.
Yeah.
Yeah, not something I'd put up on a rotisserie or anything, but you just
if it's a real Roadrunner, eventually you might want to, depending on
floors. I mean, you can't really tell the actual floors, but the inside looks like it's all in pretty good shape. I mean,
I'm guessing it's a column shift car too.
I would imagine. I mean, it's not it's a non-rally dash car. I can tell just by
but the dash pad looks good.
Yeah, like
my money. I believe it's a satellite.
Yeah, this is all vinyl padded foam stuff, and the fact that it's there.
Yeah,
because in 70 they went to plastic. But I mean, like you look at the inside of the trunk and stuff. I think this is a good car for somebody.
He just went and got the hood. That's cool. It's great little ratty muscle car. I would hit him at like $4,000 because I'm a cheap ass.
Same. Doesn't hurt in trying.
Fuck no, it doesn't. Some of my best deals have come from chopping them at the knees.
Well, yeah, Brian, you take 6 with you if you really want it, but you ain't gonna tell them you got 6 in your pocket.
Exactly. Do what I do. Take 4,000, put it in one pocket, and take the other 2,000 and put it in the other. And just pull that out when you need it.
You take your wife or girlfriend with you and have her have the other 2,000. You're like, look, man, this is all I got.
You're standing outside. She's waiting in the car, and you go.
Have her come
and
up.
She comes out.
Well, no, you just have her there with you, and you have her like, well, if you really want it, I'll give you this. And then it looks like you've got like I do, the most awesome wife in the world.
Sherry is.
Because then I'd haul it home and make her sand on it.
Yeah. All right, Brian, you got to share some of your crazy stuff, man. Let's see the next one. And I think Nick's finally caught up. I think Nick was behind in the video, man. He was throwing all kinds of late comments, so I'm trying to make sure he's caught up. That's why my screen was froze.
Oh, do we want to see crazy? Because I mean, I can
bring on the ignorant, man. It's not time for weird hour, but bring on the crazy.
All right, hold on.
I should have just foregoed the satellite and gone to my actual oddball.
Well, Chris, while I'm looking, do you got something else regular?
Sure.
Normal car you want to share? I know you.
Oh yeah, we're still doing normal stuff. I'm sorry.
My bad, Chris. That's all right. That's all right. We'll start mixing them in now, because I know Jed's got more than one crazy car if he wants.
No, I only got. Oh, well, I'll go grab another one.
I saw the bug. I saw the bug.
Yeah. Y'all told me to get 4 and then a wild card. That's what I did.
I always overachieve.
Hang on, William. I'll send you one.
No, it's good. It's good.
See, I wish I could do this, because this is kind of like a game we play. I don't want to get in trouble. We kind of play this game at work too. It's just like, did you see this? Oh,
nice.
So here we have the price is crazy, but I love everything about this fucking thing.
I've seen that car on Facebook. It got shared.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a original Formula S. It has the original big block A body K member. So I didn't read the entire ad, so I don't know if it's an original big block car. It does say True Survivor, but it just fuck, man, come on, look at this thing.
What year is it? It's a 67. There's no way it's a factory big block car. I don't think they did that until 69.
They did in 67.
Did they?
Oh,
68 too. Yeah.
Oh well, then it shows one. That's cool.
I thought the 67 had a factory trunk mount battery too on the big block cars.
I don't know about that. I don't think so. Maybe in the super stocks in 68. But
I know one of them had a factory trunk mount battery.
Dude, I've got to find my mom's car, man. I have such a love for these cars. I came home from the hospital as a baby in one of these cars. My mom got groceries and
there you go, Jed.
Division 3's ass in these cars. Oh,
I just love it. I love everything about this car.
Fender wells, the whole bit.
Okay, well, I will say this: the carburetors gotta go. Those are the crappiest of crap. We need some side hung float bowls like the W2 tunnel ram right here.
What's wrong?
The carburetors gotta sit sideways, man.
Not everybody can figure out that linkage, the art that you know, dude. This makes sense, dude. You know, you got trunnions and bell cranks and geometry. That's just too much math just to get carburetors hooked up, dude.
It doesn't have the original engine in it. It's got a 65 383 block.
So yeah, it's got the 450 Hollies. Those gotta go. Those carburetors are garbage.
It says the only rust is on the rear passenger quarter on the lower, so you just need a little patch. It's completely unrestored, original paint. I guess the front clip was painted in the 70s, but original floor, original trunk. But 25, I was like, it's priced a little high, but I think it's badass. Fuck,
it's badass.
I like
sure. I don't know about that price,
with the tires hanging out.
That. Man, if you're gonna build a fastback Barracuda, you know, second generation, it's got to look like that. That is oh god, that's just. I thought that was badass. Got the wide slots in the back.
That's perfect.
I don't know if I like the front lip. That's the only complaint I have. I don't know. It just takes a little bit away from the car, in my opinion.
But well, it doesn't look like it's got bumpers on it, does it?
No,
the bumper's been moving. That's actually a look I love, taking the front bumper off.
Really?
You know,
it's a drag racer. That's a drag racer right there.
Another fun fact.
I just don't know how that bumper can weigh that much. They're not.
It doesn't. They don't weigh nothing. But the coolest thing about the bumpers on those cars is it's the same part number for the front and rear from.
Yeah. If you wanted to take that back bumper off and put it on the front, he could.
Oh no shit! I didn't know.
Yeah, it is. Yep. It's the same. It's the same bumper front and rear on that car, and the hood from the 69 is the same as the 76 or 75 up Dart.
Yeah.
But dude, that car is screaming for like an old Big John Masmanian funny car livery on it. You know what I mean? And red tinted windows and that whole bit, man. That thing is gorgeous. Somebody says needs an LS. Can somebody please go and some guys
LS
will
or
be
nothing, huh?
No, dude.
Wow.
I just found another one, and it's a good one.
All right, let me get this one out of here.
No,
Go ahead.
no LSs.
I'm gonna bring up mine, and this guy just says screw you to everybody. He's got another car too.
Oh, there's two.
Yeah,
What's going on in the back?
Look,
Oh
wait.
my God.
Is that a Mustang with a?
No, it's a Charger.
What am I looking at?
Oh my
What
god!
the fuck is that spoiler on the back?
It's
Man,
a
he hacked
71
the rear
Charger
the rear
with
the
a
rear quarters. That's
71
funny.
Barracuda front clip, and yeah,
I just had a stroke.
That may be the biggest
Wow.
bastardization I've ever seen.
You know what that wing is? I know what that wing is.
A
I know what that
Camaro.
wing is.
The
It's a
Camaro,
it's a third gen wing.
91, 92 Z28
Yep,
wing.
last of the third gens. Oh my god! Somebody
Wow.
kill it with fire.
The old
So
box tail.
Rob is having
Holy
a
shit.
stroke. I'm
Wow.
sitting here stroking myself because
I
I
would
love
drive
this
the
thing.
shit out of this car.
Same.
It's funny, Rob and I both
Wow.
noticed that wing right
Look at
away.
that.
It's
That
even
is fucking
worse.
Perfect.
You look at the back end. The wing is even worse from the back end. Like
I
it's
love
so
this thing.
obvious that it doesn't fit.
You know what it
I
needs
love
now?
this thing.
You know what? All right, then I know what is missing.
It needs zoomies.
No. Better yet, it needs a proper 71 only go wing on the roof.
Oh, Brian, the Charger pictures are on his Facebook. Brian and I were looking at this one night.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not
God.
going to show that because it's not for sale. So
I
Yeah.
don't disapprove of the lift. I really don't. I mean, we're headed for we're headed for the apocalypse. This thing is going to get you through it, but
You're gonna get through it in style.
oh
Mm.
man, look at it.
Oh.
Look at it.
All the cousins and sisters are coming out of the woodwork.
I wonder how many people would have recognized that wing. That's kind of. I'm surprised anybody else knew what it was.
oh, dude,
I
I
wish
just
there was a way he could have
Wow.
made that fit better.
God.
If he could have made that fit better and look right,
I mean,
this car would be amazing.
it
All
can
they
be
would've done-
done.
it
He just has to
begs
graft
the
on part of a
question:
fender.
Yeah, doesn't even have
what
to do that.
happened to the original front cap? Was it intact or was it wrecked? That's why he had that.
Who cares?
Nobody's got a 73 Charger with a nose wiped out. Like, I have a I have a 71 CUDA nose, legit, just out back. What
You guys-
if?
You guys do realize that's not a 71 front end because it's got the stick-on marker light.
Are they stick on gills?
No. The gills are actually cut.
Oh, I
when you-
see.
Oh,
I see
yeah,
what
no
you're saying.
shit.
Yeah, good
You're
call.
right,
Good
Jed.
eye. Yeah.
You're right. The
Good
gills
eye.
threw me off.
It's just enough to piss people off, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, he cut
it
the- he
it
cut those
torqued my
gills out.
cookies proper. It's yeah. I could see like my metal fab days are coming in to my head where I can see where I could kind of widen that fender and taper it a little bit and then get the I appreciate it. The exhaust needs to come out of the gills.
Yes.
I just
And,
love
like-
that picture right there. That's just. Oh man.
What's he asking for it? This got to be a troll. No low balls.
$40,000.
Are you shitting me right now? This
No
is a
low
troll.
balls.
He's
Dude,
trolling.
if I won the lottery,
40.
I'd show up
That's-
at his house with 40 grand and be like, I'll take it.
Dude.
And he'd probably look at you like,
That's
you
a
can't be
troll.
fucking serious, right?
Right. No low balls. I know what I got.
I would
For
become-
sale, not
We
on
all
sale.
know what he's got. He's got a hell of an imagination. is
What's-
what he's got.
What's on the Seymour?
Huh?
Oh yeah, he's
In
got
the
Seymour in
description, what's on the
description.
Seymour?
Oh,
The Seymour, not
okay.
Seymour.
I don't know. I never looked. I'm scared.
So I want to just before we pop over to that, I just want to throw out there that the spoiler, since it's from a third gen, it needs to have an IROC sticker on it, and then it's got to have a crudely, and it's got to have a crudely painted on K at the end of it.
Here we go. Best part about this post is how many of you are so thick-headed to get that it's a joke. He goes, put your helmets back on and go for a walk. I've trolled you all.
He wins. He wins.
Are you serious?
Nice.
Could you imagine if you put that car together just to troll people? That's epic.
Amazing.
Oh man, that is rich.
That's legendary.
I actually like that thing. I think I got a 73 satellite in the backyard. It's about to go on a 4-wheel drive chassis.
I was just talking to some people like, what if I could take a 73 nose of a Charger and put it on my 73 Coronet, man? And this tells me that I shouldn't do that now. I feel better.
Here's the thing, though. If you raise the ass end enough and torque the torsion bars all the way up, I don't know if you'd have to put it on a 4-wheel.
No. If this thing was real, there would be only one way to go with it, and that would be full tilt Arizona Desert pre-runner style with like 38 inches worth of suspension travel, long radius arms, and that thing needs to be completely revamped into a desert bogger, dude.
Let's also just acknowledge the fact this is the only vehicle that looks good with fucking saw blade wheels on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually had a set of Sawtooth Craigers very briefly on the Charger.
I remember that, William. It was tragic.
And they were freaking 14-inch.
They sell really well still. There's still a demand for them. Versions of them, anyway.
Oh, what am I clicking on that for? I can't go through pictures like that. I wonder what they look like on the other side if they're facing. They're facing the right way on this side. And they're facing the right way on that side. He's got an actual set that are directional.
This guy's on his game. All right.
He is.
That's an expert troll right there.
He goes all out for his jokes.
It don't need no 12 valve. It needs something weird like a Honda J Series V6 or something.
No, it needs a freaking 12 valve Cummins. You need to have the smoke rolling out of the gills.
Yeah.
I can get with that.
Gills. Okay.
All right, who's next? Who could top that?
I found one. The 1968 Plymouth Roadrunner in Memphis, Tennessee. Not that far. Matching engine, been rebuilt, have everything for the car, trim, and 4-speed.
And freshly pulled out of the bottom of the Mississippi.
Yeah, it looks like it.
God damn.
I like it.
Yeah, send it.
You get everything.
It's got the Magnum 500s on it too.
You know what he needs to do? He needs to get some of the shit that I got from my Roadrunner. It's from Poppy's Patina. It's a wipe-on clear coat, and it helps inhibit rust. Oh my Jesus!
That interior, that seat. What is that seat out of? Is that out of a Cadillac or something?
Isn't it?
That might be the factory bench. You said it.
No, not with the. No.
I'm looking at the floor.
It's been all replaced. That's
Yeah, because it just came off the bottom of the freaking river.
That's all been replaced.
You know what I would do with this car?
It's not even completed. The floor's not touching the support.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's got to be welded. That's a classic example of a guy who just welded the floor
up
to the floor.
That's not even. It's not done. That is not done at all.
Yeah, but it's still not. You can still fix it though. I think
it'd be a lot harder to fix now because you don't know where those lines should be. That should all be marked out. Like you need to have all those holes drilled. Like that's a common problem guys do is they just weld the patch in.
Yeah.
They don't tie it back into the structure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Dude, what? So
this thing is just completely
the dash is rusted out at the bottom.
It's got the factory tag.
It had to be underwater.
I'd put stickers on it that say "Don't touch."
And he's asking 11,000.
I promise, dude. No, it don't look like. I promise this car's been underwater, man. There's no way. Those seats are out of like a freaking. They're out of something with the name Broham in the title of the car.
It seriously looks like a bench seat out of like a Cadillac or something like that, or a Lincoln.
It's a swamp car. It's been in the swamp. Yeah. It's been all the way up to the rockers and mud.
It's been in the woods with the windows down. It was in the woods, buried, and it had.
I'd like to see him pulling that car out. I can see a video.
Well, so this goes into a lot of like this is the result of sending people home during coronavirus, because like where I work, man, we blew up when everybody got sent home and got government money. Like, well, I'll be out in the garage, and everything that could ever, like, if somebody knew about an old car somewhere at the bottom of a lake, out in the woods, somebody's garage, somebody drug that sumbitch out and did something with it, and here we are. That's what this is.
Is this a CB antenna? Is that a CB antenna? Bolt through the. Oh my god!
Wait, look a little closer. Am I seeing lettering on the quarter panels there? Does it look like it could have been?
Looks like it.
Yeah. What is that?
Possibly, but it's
that's
hard
just
to
Mother
tell.
Nature's artwork.
Yeah,
that's just Mother Nature. That's just Mother Nature.
It almost looked like hand painted drag lettering, like something went bad at the top end of the track, and
Mother Nature saying this is mine now.
Terrible.
As fucked as the floor was, I'm surprised the quarters aren't roached all the way halfway up.
Yeah.
It's as bad as it looks. It looks like it might actually be a decent project, but it needs a lot of work. That's more like a parts car, really.
Well, had they not tried to fix the floors, it would have been fixable. Because now they've created twice as much work, because you've got to undo everything they did with the floor to tie it back into the structure, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 3-pedal car. Oh shit! Yeah. I didn't even notice that.
4-speed, yeah.
Shit.
Is that even the right steering wheel?
I don't.
No.
I don't think
For
so.
68, no, that doesn't look right at all.
That looks like something off a tractor.
Top of Plymouth. I don't think it.
Okay, that's enough of that one.
All right,
Chris, what do you got?
That's enough of that one.
What do you got, Chris?
Well,
you got some catching up to, buddy.
I know. I got them all lined up. I found one that I wouldn't really call fun. We'll share that later. Let me get this one up here. As many of you know, I'm a fan of Tin Grills, and it's really hard to find one of these for a half-ass decent price these days. And I've always wanted a ratty one. That's probably the only vehicle I would trade the Mr. Norm truck. Well, I shouldn't say that, but I would definitely trade the Mr. Norm truck for something like this. And that is
coming up
a Little Red Express.
Oh yeah.
This one's $9,000. The pictures fucking suck. So, but let's read the ad. His uncle passed away, and this was what was in his garage. He had the truck running in April 2022. It was last started about 5 years ago. So 5 years ago it ran, and he just got it running again. Hasn't been driven in 7 years. I guess the guy would start it. There's no title. But hey, did anybody see Uncle Tony's video about the Vermont thing? Yeah. I was just talking about that shit on a podcast. I was going to do a video, and he fucking pulled that shit out. Everybody knows about it, but I don't know how many videos are out on it.
I think when I saw the video, it's like, well, now it's no longer going to be a deal because they're going to make a law against it.
Well, the way they get it, so this is how I'm getting screwed in it. They for taxes, they charge you 6% of the NADA value.
Oh.
So my $1,200 car, thankfully, I went through a company hoping that maybe they could help me navigate that a little bit better. So I got them to do the low end of the retail value, which was the car retails at $10,000. I bought it for $1,200, so I owe 6% of that. So it's going to cost me about $700. But they could have went one step up at $23,000. I would have paid more in taxes for the car. Damn. So, that's the loophole. They say, okay, you want to do it in Vermont, we're going to tax you. And you
I was going to say, because I just learned from a buddy of mine. I don't know if it's exactly true, how much is true to it, but he said state of Missouri will not accept titles like that, out-of-state titles like that, like Vermont.
Yeah.
And even Kansas titles are getting kind of like that because it's so easy to get a title in Kansas. It's not as easy as it is in Vermont, but according to him, doing that Vermont thing in Missouri, no go. They won't accept it.
Yes, Vermont is the only place I believe that will do it that way, where all you need is a bill of sale. But it's missing the stacks. I'm a little disappointed in that. But $9,000, I see him. I see him for more.
Wait. Are we sure it's actually? It's not a Little Red. Is it? It looks like it's a Red Warlock, because Little Reds all had to pin. Well, I guess you could have got Striped Elite, but is it a step side and all that?
It does have the Little Red Express logo on the door. It does not have the buckets like they usually have. They usually have the
Yeah,
seat in the middle and stuff.
that's a big telltale.
But though
Well,
you have to
the
understand though,
Warlocks,
those seats,
the Warlocks had the buckets.
those seats get pulled out all the time. I've seen many Little Red
Yeah,
Expresses with the
I can
bench.
see that.
Obviously, it does have the hole for the stacks. So unless
Yeah,
he
that's
went,
probably a little red.
All right, all right, all right.
unless he went through a bunch of trouble, but yeah, he put the wood on the. It would be too much trouble to take a Warlock, and it's got the Little Red Express wheels on it.
Oh, okay. So, Dan Boyd just said Ohio will accept Vermont. My neighbor did it about 20 years ago on a show. So it's nothing to get a title in Ohio. All you need to do is make sure that it's got a windshield and headlights and a VIN number, and you're good.
The problem is most people, if you go to some states, if you take your new Vermont registration and you take it to your local licensing office, some states don't understand that Vermont is a no title state on cars 15 years or older. They're just a registration state. So the company I went through has a piece of paper that you print out to bring to your licensing office if they're too stupid to realize that. When I went to mine, I talked to them about it, and they had to look it up on their computer, but they're like, oh yeah, you could get a Washington title if you have a Vermont registration. I was like, all right, that's all I need.
Wow.
But this
I'm
one's
just getting at the point. I think Tony doing a video on that, cool. But all it's going to do is, if it blows up like I know he probably wants it to do, that's going to end up screwing people in the long run.
Yeah,
because I mean, like we all know about it, but now it's out in the media.
I don't, but it has been. Jeff,
I
there's
know.
been some pretty big. Haggerty did a fucking article on it.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's been some, but Tony, you know,
Well, I
most
mean,
of
like
his audience
the
probably.
more people
Yeah.
do shit on it, like publicly, the worse it's going to get on people. Like I already I need to text Mike, but I'm pretty certain he said, yeah, he can't title this 51 panel truck. He's screwed.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So, question about the little red on the screen.
Yeah.
Who else, along with me, would replace the stacks and leave the camper shell on it?
I would leave the camper shell.
All day.
I don't know. It's an old school camper shell. I kind of like it. The wife just said, nope.
I would like it with the camper shell and stacks.
That's what I'm saying. Camper shell and stacks and send it. Yeah.
What is he asking for that?
$9,000.
Now, where's it at? It's Garden City.
Garden
Jersey.
City is Michigan. This is in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Oh, hell.
There's a Garden City in Missouri.
Roof's a little fucked, but you prop that out.
They're all screwed on
Garden
this
City in
truck.
Kansas too.
Yeah.
It still has the right wheels on it and everything. Weren't those were
That's
7 or 8?
That's actually not a bad price. Those are going when they're done, going for like 20 grand.
If not more. I've seen them 25, 30. It's fucking insane. But for the right, I missed out on a deal. There was one in better shape than this for $5,000 in Idaho that ran. I tried to jump on it. The guy's like, fuck, I sold it. Like, yeah, I bet you did.
When I was a kid, we would go to the drag. I grew up drag racing. My mom would go to the track all the time, and there was a guy who had like this 9-second Little Red Express, like full back half, and kept all the wood and the step side and the stacks and all that. It had a big block in it, and he towed it to the track with a very clean Little Red, and it was just so cool to see that whole setup roll in, man. And then that, like, it had the GTS headlight covers on it, and I mean that thing was just full tilt race, and then it was a show truck pulling it, man. Those trucks are awesome. So cool.
I have a rot box. If you guys want to see a rot box, I'm curious what you guys think about this one.
What is it? A rot?
It's a rot box, a total rot box, but it is hard to find, and
they want 10 grand for it.
No, actually, it's very cheap. I mean, all things considered, and it is a numbers matching car. Let me pull this one up.
This is gonna be great.
I have mixed feelings about it. I would try to get it for much cheaper, but the question I pose to you guys, is it worth getting this thing going again?
Anticipation's killing me.
Yeah, it's probably a Charger.
It is not.
E-body then.
No, it is not. It's a B-body. So here we have 74 Roadrunner GTX 447 27 8 3/4 for $4,000. That is numbers matching, but it's gnarly. So original paint, numbers matching.
Should have buffed right out.
Clear title. It's got a fender tag, but let's take a look at some of these pictures. It is It's the grill alone is going to set you back. If you buy one from OER, it's going to set you back $800 or something.
I've got
But,
a new stock one.
Damn you, damn
The
you!
problem is the quarters.
Wow.
The problem is the quarters.
You can't find them.
Do,
They don't make.
yeah,
they don't
unless you know how
repop
to
the
do
quarters.
metalwork, you ain't fixing that.
AMD's working on that. They just brought out tooling for 73 and 4 chargers, and from what I understand, AMD is tooling up these cars too.
Are you serious
Really?
right now? Oh,
There's mumblings from, because I've asked them about it personally.
Yeah.
You know, and they're one of my lines, and because I load these things in, and when they brought out the 73, 74, I had to call them and verify some stuff, and that's when I asked them, like, you know, there's a bigger following, because I was talking to these guys about that very subject, and my rep down there said, yeah, they're tooling up for these cars too. So there is because there's a market for them, man.
they
There
had
is
the lowers for a minute. They had
for
the
a
lowers,
while, yeah.
and then they disappeared.
Well, most of your partial panels, you're not going to see that much anymore, man, because
Yeah.
there's just not a whole lot of money in it.
They
But
might as well just get the whole quarter.
exactly, and with the way that these cars rot, that's going to just benefit the industry as a whole. But yeah,
that's great. Most people avoid these because there's no metal for them.
Yeah, they're
That's
working on it,
fucking
man.
great. I'm
They
so
are
happy I
working
got
on
my car then because I need a quarter
Be
for it.
be patient, man, because they're slower than Moses, but
Oh,
they'll
I'll be patient.
Yeah.
I got no money for it right now anyway.
right on. So that it
No,
does
that's
sound
cool.
like it's coming
Awesome.
down the line. So
If they could just repop that Roadrunner hood too, that would be that would help me out a lot. But
I don't think this car's worth saving.
Get that in fiberglass.
they have
the
them
Roadrunner
$700. $700.
So if the car is this rotten like it is, and I presume there's no engine in it, we haven't seen that. I don't know if we
It's
have
got
or not.
numbers matching engine transmission.
Okay,
rear
so
end.
if it's,
That's the wrong slapstick, by the way. That's a 71 slapstick.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're correct.
how much of the frame is gone, dude? Because it's like you said.
It's rotted on the bottom. Like compared to the Roadrunner we just looked at, this one's got rotted quarters on the bottom, so you can only imagine what the floors look like, or the frame. I'm sure the frame rails are fucking rotted on this thing.
It's got the big cutout on the passenger side, just like my car.
It look. You know what? I think that is for spark plug access on that side, Jed.
It's weird why they cut the whole thing out.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
access panel thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge.
The way, all right, so you wanted the opinion. Here's my opinion. The way that this thing is optioned out, man, factory big block, factory AC car,
This is my car right here, basically.
it would be worth it if the metal was there. But since the metal isn't there, man, it's
You'd be sitting on this thing for a while.
forever. You know,
Yeah.
it just turned back into dust.
It's got the
I mean,
tag.
if you had, like I said though, if you had good metalworking skills and shit,
Fuck,
and-
you would
and
be
wanted
putting some
one.
hours into this thing though.
Look at that tag, man. She's got everything.
that looked
got
like
everything.
it might have had two at one time.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah, no shit. I didn't even notice that.
Hmm.
With a tag that full, yeah.
Well, and that
The
other
tag is
hole
full.
over there.
I don't think that's enough
I-
space for another
don't-
fender tag.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Also,
maybe not.
when it says end, doesn't that mean that's
yeah,
the
that's
end?
the end of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's it. Okay.
Well,
But,
with it having the
the
original,
end,
the
the end.
numbers match.
The end is up at the top though.
Yeah.
yeah,
Which is
that's where it
really
ended.
right.
Actually, it reads from the bottom up, and
Yeah.
that is a real Roadrunner. It's RM21.
Yep.
With it
it's-
having the numbers matching engine and transmission and the fender tag, even though it does have quite a bit of rust, with time, I think that car is worth saving because you
I'll
still
bet
Okay,
this
here's
is-
underneath it. So
yeah.
it's not as bad as you would expect.
But it's a dealer promo car. It's okay.
But did he find the side that was good though? Take a picture of the
Yeah.
good side. The
Right,
side's fucking
right.
rotted. You know what I mean?
I know. Go back one, Chris. Go back one.
All right, let me get back here. Fucking slow ass mouse.
I gotta say, I saw rot. Look back. There's a
Oh,
little
right there,
hole.
that hole,
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah.
just out of focus.
Yeah.
And you look at the floor pan just slightly to the left.
Mhm.
Looks like a big hole.
Oh yeah, you're correct. I'm looking right there. See a little something. Yeah, it's really too bad that they didn't see that these cars were gonna, once all the other ones, 68 through 72s started getting astronomical, that they didn't foresee that these ones were gonna start getting popular and people were gonna start buying them.
You
It
know,
won't be
though,
long.
it depends on if they take off. Once AMD starts releasing metal for them, you never know. These cars might take off, and this one with all these options and everything.
So I'm glad I got mine. Oh yeah, there's a hole in the floor, Jed.
Yeah,
Right.
So
they
the way
made
the
a shit ton of money.
the way the market's moving, man, and all the oddball stuff finally coming along. I mean, it's high time that the Murata guy and the Cordoba guy is about to get a little bit of love thrown.
Look at
too.
that.
Ooh-wee.
Woo!
Good grief. Factory lightweight, folks. Factory
Yeah.
lightweight. Lightened by nature.
That's a felony hole. When you get pulled over, you just drop your drugster there. Except
Yeah,
you
But
don't.
look at the frame. Hey, even though the floor is gone, look at the frame rail.
Yeah,
That's
the frame
true.
rail's still there.
Well, yeah, because it hasn't all the moisture's been able to dry out.
Yeah.
Dip that car and see how much is left.
True, yeah.
That's
You
true.
just pull up, you pull up the VIN tag, or yeah, the fender tag is all.
Surprisingly, the bezel isn't cracked to shit.
Wow.
I
I'm
wonder
like,
if it's been cut for another radio, though.
yeah, you can't see that part.
Actually, no, you the two little knobs hanging
Oh, yeah.
down.
you can
Yeah,
see
they
it.
are.
Yeah.
Holy shit, you're right, Jed.
Wow.
I'm familiar with these cars. Okay, I thought these cars were cool long before a lot of other people did. Because
I
when I
thought
bought
these
my
cars were
70,
cool before you were born.
I'm just saying, when I bought my
Yeah.
73, everybody thought they were gay around here. They thought they were stupid. Parts cars would never be cool.
My buddy
By the
actually
way-
pointed out that they look like the 68, 69 Chevelles because of the quad headlights. And I was like, I don't know about that.
If four
Well,
headlights means the whole car looks like a Chevelle,
I know,
you
right?
don't know shit about cars.
I actually like the shape of the nose of these cars
I do
because it's
too.
so angular.
Yeah.
It really gives it kind of like I know it's a Roadrunner, but it's kind of like almost like a shark mouth or something. I don't know.
Jed
it's-
was just fawning all over that not too long before you popped in. Just the angles and the yeah.
No, I agree 100%.
I agree.
After having
Looks
one and
good.
looking at it and staring at the fucking thing, I'm like, these are fucking cool. Like,
Yeah.
I was always a 71, 72 guy because I like how it looks like a beak and how it's got the. But after having mine, the problem with mine is it's so hammered that I can't get a good. So I can't get a good look at it. So I had to look at other pictures. But like, I got this book that's got the car
Yeah.
on the front, and I'm like, that is a sexy fucking car.
It is. Well, you got to ditch those stupid rubber bumpers.
Yep, mine are gone now.
By the way, don't throw those away because there are guys who.
They're fucking hammered. Mine are hammered.
Oh, I was gonna say because
Yeah.
I found a post on Facebook. Not to get off topic, but I found a post. Guys restoring those cars will pay stupid money for nice ones.
Yeah, mine are
And
nice.
they were talking about, oh, I can't wait to finally find a nice pair to put back on my car where it's supposed to be. And I put it in there. God, I couldn't get those things off fast enough. How much are you paying?
The problem I had, I got the driver's side out real easy. The passenger side, as soon as I tried to break it loose, it just spun. So I was like, motherfucker. But I fucking kicked it until it got loose enough where I could get behind it with a hacksaw. My dumb ass, I'm fucking hacksaw. I barely have any room. So I put tape on the bumper to try to not fucking get into the bumper. I get the fucking thing off, and now I have like an X marks the spot. And I was like, shit, what am I gonna fucking do? So do I have it in here? Fuck, I took it downstairs. So now I have a shut off switch that I'm gonna put where the fucking hole is, and it covers the fucking X marks the spot perfectly. I was like, all right, perfect. There's my fucking shut off.
There you go.
So, but
I don't
yeah,
know
that-
if I would save this car, man. I mean, it would be. I feel like it would blow. I feel like it would blow apart when you put it on the trailer or you trailer down the road,
Could you imagine
you-
the quarters just flapping in the wind?
or the torsion bar blow through. Like you hit a bridge and then kaboof, it's laying
Well,
frame on the
see-
trailer.
There is
Looking
a
at
point
how
where
the
you
car
gotta
is
spend
is sitting on the road, yes, it has a lot of rust, but it still has a nice stance. The back end is not squatted to hell. The front end is not way down.
I'll bet you the air shocks are the only thing holding the back of that car up.
I'm not trying to defend the car's integrity or anything. It has a lot of rust and a lot of
How
problems.
much is
But
this thing, Chris?
It's $39.95. The hood,
Easy
if-
finance. We'll get you out the door in 30 minutes.
if the hood is in good condition underneath, that's $1,000 hood. I've been looking for
Yeah.
one. They're expensive. So, Jed, if the Roadrunner has a 440, that automatically is
That
a
makes it a
Roadrunner
GTX.
GTX, right?
That
Okay,
makes it a GTX.
that's what I thought. Yeah. So that's that one.
You want to see one of my wackies?
I want to see heinous. I want to see awe-inspiring terrible. I want to see
Rob.
nightmare fuel.
Rob, this is going to be your daily driver.
I don't know, man. My daily's pretty slick.
No, it's not this slick.
Oh, until that.
Oh, God.
Oh, wow. Let's just zoom in on this animal. See,
Diesel.
all right, here's the problem, man, is
God.
we all know that Mustangs have issues as it is. Now we're now, this is the hunt stang. It's hunting people and deer. Look at the fitment of that inner fender liner. That's factory. I like the Cobra nose. What's this on? Is this on like a little Ranger chassis, or what is this?
It's on the F-250 frame.
Good grief, man.
2000 F-250, 2000 Mustang.
It's got a
Airbag.
7.3 Power Stroke, aka a power choke. They are one of the worst diesels ever made.
On bags.
Oh my
No,
God.
the 6 liter Power Stroke is
Send nudes. Look at his license plate frame.
Tempting to give a fuck.
It's a Ford cum stain. That's what this thing is. It's a Ford cum stain.
wow.
As much as I hate
Wow.
everything about this, I feel like I could get into this.
Anybody else feel like that's a legit sublime green? Oh, it's got the NV gauges. Oh, dude.
I kind of like this. I'm not gonna lie.
What state is this in?
Indiana.
Okay.
Oh, well,
Or
that
Illinois.
says. Oh, that says it all, Brian.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is your new day. This is your rig, dude.
No.
This has got you all over it.
The description should say, "I got to get rid of this thing because I just get too much pussy in this thing. I got to get rid of it. I can't handle it."
Yeah, you got to save some cousins for the rest of us.
Oh God. Oh God.
15K or best offer.
It's a Jeep thing. Is that what that says?
It's not a Jeep thing.
Oh,
that's
it's not a
hilarious.
Jeep thing.
Oh damn!
Oh, I heard that Jeep thing makes it burn when you pee.
It's a meth thing. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah.
He gets 25 on the highway.
Fuck.
The color matched wheels are fun.
What does that say? The finest beer creation? What?
Where?
It says this right here is the finest of the finest beer creations known to man. What kind of beer are you fucking drinking to build that fucking piece of shit?
Something that's been laced a little bit.
has a chip in it, so black smoke out of the dual exhaust. And oh yes, this is skating on some 37-inch tars that are like brand new.
Wow. You said tars.
Tars, because he got them at Ed Earl's House of Big and Stupid Tars and
Okay, just
Laundromat.
for-
I
just
want
for
to see a
the
picture of the
sake
guy. What does this guy look like?
Oh, I
He's got to
gotcha.
be.
Oh,
Oh boy.
The third,
Wayne
Theo
Moore on the
Regal.
third.
I'm gonna say he's a Mustang guy, a Ford guy. That's not what I was expecting. I was expecting me with a mullet.
I was expecting a mullet, those Viper shades that are like pink.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm kind of disappointed. That's not what I
Yeah.
was expecting.
there's no Hoonigan sticker on it. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Wow.
He did have the Send Nudes license plate. I kind of want that license plate frame now.
2 hacks. I'm sure it's for sale due to a
Careful
parole
what you wish
violation.
for, Chris.
He spelled dudes wrong. It's supposed to say send dudes. That's the only fucking.
You gotta say, Chris, you put that on the back of your car. You be careful. I got your cell phone
I know.
number.
There will be.
I got-
I can imagine the amount of dicks and nutsacks I would see if I put that in the back of my car.
I got one mostly for a car that's in the background because I know this property. It's the property that my old Dodge pickup came from. Same property that I got my 440 from. It was a well-known car guy in this area, and he passed away a few years ago. And his son's managing the property now.
Anybody else get really sad all of a sudden?
But he's got all kinds of cars over here.
I don't like those cars.
This one, not so much. It's this one right here.
Oh,
Sadly,
material?
it is rusted to hell and back. The rear leaf spring mounts are pushed up in the trunk.
How do you fix that? Wow,
I
that
don't
guy
know
does
a
got
lot of the
stuff.
details on it, but I know the guy wanted to build it, but just never got around to it. But there's
I
cars everywhere
guarantee
on
you
this
there's a
property.
Cordova in that pile somewhere.
There are some Cordobas towards the back.
You
Yes.
know, multiple
A couple of
Cordovas.
them.
See?
Isn't that funny how you can see somebody with a shitload of cars and you can almost guess what is in the collection just
Yeah.
based on what you see?
Ooh. Oh, that's a Ford step side in the back.
I need to do a video on this place.
Yeah, you should.
I
It'd be
really
sad.
need to.
If the guy will let you in there.
Oh,
William, you
yeah.
can't talk at all in the video. You just got to film it and then put that sad Sarah McLaughlin fucking music. Just don't talk. Just do
The eyes of an angel.
Yep. Don't do this.
I
Only
really-
$3 a day. You
I
can
need to
save
talk.
one of these
I,
shit
ne-
boxes.
I really need to talk to
Save
the guy and ask him if he's okay with me doing a video on the property.
He'd be like, "What kind of video, son?"
Helping him, helping him
why
try
don't
to
you
sell
come
some of
sit
this
on
stuff,
my
or
lap?
just
I already
Just-
got a studio in the barn. Like, oh my god!
trying to show what happens to old Mopar pick yards.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
They're just
Fucking show
smaller Mopar pick yards, and
Make
this
that
was a
video.
well-known
We will
Mopar
send
guy
it
around here.
directly to Beamer and say, "This is your future."
He's got two
Did I say
68
that out loud?
darts sitting side by side. One's a 2-door, one's a 4-door. Both of them are slammed to the ground because they don't have any suspension. Enough of that.
Oh,
That's
For
$100
$3
million
a day.
Oh,
For $3 a
Right,
day, you
yeah.
can help me support my meth habit.
Act now, and we'll send you this T-shirt.
hit us, Brian. What you got?
all right. This one doesn't have very many pictures, but what was funny is this. I really thought was my old car
Oh.
because this is what it looked like when I sold it for $50 in my
Wait,
backyard.
what am I seeing? Wait, okay.
That better just be okay.
It's
good. He's
just
And
sending
then
those
something.
there's another
I had to
tire.
zoom.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was
Scared
looking
me
at
for
that.
a
What
second.
is that?
Am I looking at a quad dually here? Like, I appreciate the hustle, but no. Okay, that's more gooder. You guys ever do that for real? You guys ever legitimately, it's like sell a car that you like, but just like, damn it, I have to sell it, and then you see it, and then you're just like,
Yeah.
it's like you're seeing an old girlfriend or something, dude.
But it's like this dent right here was in the same. This isn't my old car, but this dent is in the same spot.
I love those I want to put those markers on my van.
Yeah.
I
want 'em on
sold
Stella.
a new old stock set of these markers. Okay,
No
I
shit.
had a new old stock set that was still the boxes were like rotting away around them. $700.
Fuck.
You can get the repop stuff. The
Yeah, the
71s.
repop stuff, but the repop stuff is cheap shit. And I had to show people, yeah, okay, you get repop, but look. And I showed a comparison of what I had and what they had. Because I had people, oh, there's no way you're going to get that money. And then you'll get that. You get people say, oh, there's no way that's worth that much. And then like 5 minutes later, somebody's hitting you up. Yeah, give it to me now.
Well, it's like I have two sets of new old stock spool big block mounts for the later cars, like 73 and 4. I don't know if 72 uses spool mounts,
No.
but I had two new old stock sets of those, and I was willing to sell one set. And my buddy Tom Roseman in St. Louis said, I need those for my 74 Charger. It's a triple black car. He's building basically a NASCAR style car.
Nice.
And he gave me, I think, he offered me like $400 for that set. They were still in the Mopar box. And I was like, no, I ain't selling them to you for that. I gave them to him a lot cheaper than that. But the new old stock stuff is way better. Like, I kept one set from my 73 because I knew how hard it was just to find a set of those when I needed to replace them when I put the stroker in there.
All right, Chris, you got anything else?
Do we just want to go straight to the fun? I had another
Yes.
truck, but we can skip that. Let me get this one. I thought would be a good business opportunity if anybody wants to go in on with me. It is a Mopar, and I thought it would be amazing. It's already got the signage on it. Let me just pull it up here. I was gonna approach Jed and say, Jed, I think we have some opportunities here. and I could see us in the. Let me just.
This is gonna be epic. Okay, I can't wait.
I wouldn't call it epic, but Jed, this is my proposal to you. Not wedding proposal, but
I do.
This
Here
is what I got.
comes some
This is what I got
guys.
for you, buddy.
Just oh god.
Jed,
What kind of hot
Will-
dogs you're thinking?
will you sell wieners with me, Jed? Look, there's a window. We can stick our junk out the window.
It needs
Look at it.
They
it
got
needs a
this thing-
little more.
It is set
Dude.
up to throw wieners out of it.
Holy shit!
Dude. It is
Imagine
proper.
if you just bought that as a motorhome and didn't change that. You pull up the campground. Hey, no, I ain't selling no fucking hot dogs.
No, all right.
No,
So
Who the fuck would buy a hot dog from these guys?
so this is missing two. This is only missing one thing, and below where it says hot dogs, underneath the window, it needs to say "and hugs." Hot dogs.
Oh, I was
No,
thinking candy
No,
napkins.
no, you know what?
Lip hugs?
Yeah, hot dogs
Paint it
and
red.
hugs.
Paint it red and name it the Red Rocket Wienermobile.
No. Actually, this one could be christened the Crimson Fist. Actually, and it would be very apt. Good God, this is no. This is this is actually
That's
it should
cool.
say hot dogs and meth is what that really
Yeah,
screams.
hot dogs
Dude.
and meth.
Hot dogs and fun.
The wiener wagon. Thank you, Mopar
Oh.
Man 78. That's
Wow.
I got a time clock up there, so you know when to punch in and punch out.
Woohoo! I got the porn span.
I just thought it was
Oh,
fun. I was
man,
looking
they're
I was
really
looking for
fun.
something funny, and this thing just popped out. I could see it said hot dogs, and I was like, oh, that's it.
Look, we're getting spammed like
Do
crazy.
you get rid
As
of
soon
that?
as
got
I
it.
talk about wieners,
I
as soon
blocked him.
as I talk about wieners, the fucking spam comes in.
Yeah.
Wow. Dude, that thing I love those old C-Class Dodge.
They're fucking
RVs, man.
rad. I want one
Yeah.
so bad.
I want it to look like freaky, creepy, weird on the outside, and then inside just modern and pimp, LEDs and flat screen and upgraded everything. I wouldn't go the old 70s route inside.
There's a huge problem right now where I live, where people are taking these vans, and they're one of two things: either they're clearly old meth dens,
Mhm.
and people are trying to get rid of them and hawk them, or they're these van life people that restore the
Oh, that
inside
live
and
in
make
them?
them fucking modern, and they look pretty fucking amazing on the inside, but the outside's still ratty as shit. And they're like,
Yeah. I'd be all about that. I think that'd be awesome.
I actually contemplated getting rid of the van and getting one of those instead, and putting the flares and the fucking lip spoiler on the front of it,
Oh, and drop it? Yeah, bag it out. Yeah, dude, all day.
because it would be more conducive for a podcast studio.
Shaving right.
No, Jed, do you have the mobile studio?
Do you want to do the mobile studio, or do you want me to do
I
it?
think I think we need to do the mobile studio.
Okay. Do you want to do it, or do you want me to do it?
You do it because I don't have it.
Okay.
You've got two of them. I really want people to see
All right.
the mobile studio.
Sorry, William. I got to get this out of the way.
No, you're good. I don't really have anything.
All right, Chris. Picture this. Picture this. We're gonna tour the country. Wide
The
guys
Wide
car
Guys
talk
Car
on
Talk.
the road, and we're gonna bring in special guests.
Is there a
But here's
black
the thing.
couch? Good God.
But here's the
No,
thing.
wait till you see.
Yeah. So here's the thing. All right, gotta get the middle image. It's me, Brian, and William, and we invite you in this bad boy. We're here to interview you.
Oh my god!
Welcome to the Pleasure Palace.
Good God!
Wow, dude. That's-
Blacklight that thing right now.
No,
For a grand, I really want it.
it's a freaking. It's a D50.
Good God!
Dude. I would 2JZ that thing or something
It
rope.
looks like the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile happened
It
to
does.
here.
It does. Wow.
Oh,
Dude.
it's so perfect. Like
Dude,
you
the-
could not make this thing any better.
I did just miss out.
Oh,
on a
he
D50.
did make that thing. Oh, those are so
what
cool.
is that? Is that what is that? Is that? Oh, I thought that was like a little shower or something. Like, who the fuck is taking a shower in there?
Look at those.
Look at the front seats.
Oh my
Oh.
god! I definitely could see Brian and Jed sitting in those seats with big gulps and shit.
Tell me that.
Wow.
And look, all you got to do is lift those armrests up, and you have pure access to your passenger.
Yeah.
Now, Jed, can you throw up that bug? You know the bug I'm talking about, right?
Boom. I'll
What
get it out
in
of the
the
way.
shit
No,
is
what
that?
What in the world?
What? Oh, that! No, I was talking about that.
3
You're
fucking
talking about
grand?
the other bug.
What is?
You
Oh
want
my
the other
god!
bug. Here, I'll get the other bug. I didn't know you wanted that bug.
That one.
Oh,
I am pretty certain when I was near Chicago getting the Pro Stock blog, I saw this thing on the road. Like, how do you miss this?
That needs the Cheech and Chong license plate muff diver. That's what that needs.
Isn't
No, Love
that
Gun.
amazing?
Love gun, yeah.
Yeah, Love Gun. Wow. Oh, Gene would be proud of that unit. I like Beetles, dude. I don't like that Beetle.
I dig it.
Gene Simmons would probably try to sue you if you tried to drive
Yeah.
that thing around.
Wow.
Good God. You drive that thing down the road, and every vagina in viewing vicinity will dry up like the Sahara Desert.
Wow. That was heinous.
That's
That
everything
was-
I got, guys. I blew my
Does
load
anybody
right
have
there.
anything else?
It needs a sticker on the back of it that says, I eat ass.
following,
Man,
the
I'm on one tonight, guys. Sorry.
following the Wienermobile.
Hold on,
Just
guys.
chasing
Oh, here it comes. Yep, I knew it.
Hold on.
I freaking love that, dude.
I love the image in my head of
Had to
that
get that out
little
of the way.
bug chasing the Wienermobile everywhere it goes. Like, you just
Oh.
trailed that thing.
And just every once in a while, touching it with the tongue. Just beep, beep. God.
The image.
Oh man.
Oh, God. Oh.
We broke
This
Rob.
is all everywhere.
Could you imagine the image? You're across the intersection and you're watching that? Like, what is happening right now? That's how you go viral, folks. That's how you go
If
viral.
only, if only you had some way just to make the tip of the tongue just go, wait. You know what I mean? Just
Make it move.
or if it was just like those monster trucks, like the zombie truck. You know what I mean? How his arms go. Just have the tip of the tongue just loose and flapping in the breeze.
Can you imagine what the driver of the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile would be thinking? What the fuck is chasing me? Trying to
No,
maneuver
could you
out of
imagine
that.
when they do cut, somebody sees that, and it's like, okay, do I call the cops or report a car accident or a rape?
Or do I just get in line?
You know, some weirdo would probably see it and be like, I'm strangely turned on right now. This is
Right.
I'm following this.
I saw a show on TV once where this guy was explaining how he was in love with his car and how he fucks the car. I was like, what?
I remember seeing something
Right?
about that.
It's like people. I forget what it was. It's a weird show. I was like, what am I? How did this get on TV? And the guy talks about how he loves his car and talks about fucking the tailpipe or something. I don't know. It was awful. I was like, this guy.
What kind of
can
car
tell.
was it though?
I believe
Yeah,
it. I
I would
believe it
ask.
was a Volkswagen Beetle. I believe it was a
Oh, wow.
Volkswagen Beetle, a red one.
Wow. See, if I'm gonna do that to a car, I want to make it worth it, like some Italian exotic lady or something like that. You know what I mean? Murcielago, F40, you know, something with some
Well,
class.
maybe this guy, a Volkswagen Beetle was an Italian exotic lady, you know.
No, it's some Venezuelan import that never mind.
Maybe he liked the big German women with the big hips and the big everything else. I
That
mean, the
was
car
that
does
was a
look like
line.
giant boob. The car does look like a giant boob.
No.
It looks more
What kind of-
bulge.
Yeah, what kind of boobs are you looking at, dude?
You can put a nipple on the front of a Volkswagen Beetle and it's a giant boob.
You guys remember the Rolls Royce Beetle conversions? How cool were they?
Oh yeah.
I
There
want
was
a
a-
bug, dude.
There was always some weird old guy who was probably a science teacher driving that fucking thing. You know what I mean? Get the Rolls Royce front end on it.
I've always wanted a SoCal Beetle, man. Like Ricky's SoCal Beetle from, what was it, Boys in the Hood? That blue one that was all slam, no bumpers, and drop top all day, dude.
Well, that's
That
like
was-
that's like they say, or I've heard the people that bought like the original Daytonas and Superbirds wasn't like the hot rod guys. It was like the nerds that understood aerodynamics and everything, and you know they were like, oh, and they just they loved the way that the aerodynamics and everything was, and that they were the ones that bought those cars.
It pisses me off because if I had been in that era, I would have fucking bought one. And all these guys are
And
taking the
parked
wings
it.
and the nose cones off and shit. I'm like, that is the most outlandish thing I've ever seen. I want one.
Dude, I would, if I had, I mean, like it, you know, we all have that question. If you had the DeLorean to go back in time, I'd buy every cool car that was worth some crazy money and just store it in a storage unit that I knew was going to be there. Just pay up for the next, and then go back and just bank.
There was
You
a
know what I
local
mean?
there was a local wrecking yard, right? And this guy had container ships stacked like 4 high in this one section of the yard. And my buddy ended up working there. And I asked him, I was like, what has he got in there? And he goes, dude, he's got muscle cars in there. I was like, what kind of muscle cars? He's like, a Hemi Charger. He started naming all these fucking cars. The guy just bought the rarest of rare, threw them in the containers, you know, fucking sealed them up good and prepared them for sitting. And when the business went down, I know where he moved, and none of those containers are there. He still has some sort of business, but I have seen a 71 Charger. I think it was a Super B version, a Coronet, and something else that was not a Mopar. But I'm still to this day wondering what happened to the rest of the cars because he probably had 5 stacks of 4, so he had 20 super rare muscle cars. And I'm like, God, I wonder what he did with them. But I was like, does he ever get him down or anything? He goes, fuck, I've been here for 3 years now and never pulled him down. I was like, damn. And you know those guys exist. You know there's guys out there with shit that we don't even know about. You know what I mean? And their families are probably just going to fucking bank off the cars when they die. You know, they don't give a shit about them. I have nobody in my family has cars like that collected. So
Calm down, Jed.
What?
Calm down. Where'd Brian go?
He had to go.
You think you turn off the old? What was? Wow. You think you turn off the old camera for that one?
I was gonna say. So, anybody else have anything else cool? Or
It's all cool.
scary, outlandish?
No, I'm done.
I did get
Mine.
the Roadrunner up on the shackles. It gained about 3 inches of lift in the back. So that's,
Oh, did
that's
it?
nice. Yeah, it looks better.
Tires on it?
Yeah, yep. It's now back on the ground, and time to see if we can get this 318 running, just to have it as a fail safe if these other engines don't work out. I'm gonna go buy a short block 360 just in case, and I figured that would be a good option to have in case this other engine that my buddy's got doesn't come through. At least I'll have another option, because I got to see if the 318 even turns. If it turns and it's not froze up, then we're probably in the money. Any Mopar that I've ever dealt with, and I'm sure you guys feel the same. If it turns, it'll fire. It's just a matter of how crusty and how bad the rings are, how much it's gonna smoke, shit like that.
I gotta find leaf springs for my 73 because they are flat and bent back a little bit.
Yeah, I need them. I need them for mine too.
Well,
I'm going to go the air shock route, but apparently I'm not. I've been told I ought not to because then my Mopar card would get revoked if I put air shocks on that car.
oh, now I'm gonna put air shock. I got air shocks for the van. I'm gonna get air shocks for the Roadrunner. I don't give a shit.
Hey, I got air shocks on the Charger and the Dart.
All right, well then I'm air shocking it up.
Will super stock springs work on that 73?
So I was doing research
don't think
today
so.
when I was sitting in my car, and it all depends. I think if so in 73 and 4 they put the isolator pads around the leaf springs,
Yeah.
and in order if you ditch all of that, you get a 71 or 2 model leaf spring bracket, the bottom that bolts with the U bolts.
Yeah.
and you use that, and you can go to like a normal style leaf spring. But if you want to keep the rubber isolator stuff, I think you just got to buy leaf springs for like a 70 or 70, 71 or 72, if that's interchangeable. It was kind of vague on for B bodies only about what you can do and what you can't do. But I know if you ditch the isolator stuff, the rubber stuff, you have to go to the earlier style because the shock bolt is smaller and it's in a little different location.
I've been having, I didn't realize how different those were from 71, 72. Like I knew the K member and stuff, but I was trying to find some subframe connectors and I can't find any. I don't know if anybody has any ideas, but
you'll probably make something out of like square tube and a rectangular tube.
I actually got a hold of Competition Engineering because they have them listed, and I was like, I just want to check because they have them listed like a wide net, like 68 to 74, and I was like, I've heard that there's a difference, and the tech guy was like, I've heard that too, but I'm not sure. I'm like, fuck, you guys should know the fucking answer to this question.
Does it where I got mine from? They don't make them?
I don't
Like
think
mine?
so.
Are you talking about US Car Tool?
Yeah.
They do not. No.
Huh.
And speaking of suspension stuff, so I heard a rumor from a guy I don't really trust, but Competition Engineering is going to stop making all things for Mopars.
Fuck.
Where'd you hear that?
You know who? Guy in Tennessee. He talked to a guy at Comp Engineering, and Comp said, we're not going to make Slido links. We're not going to make this and that for Mopars anymore. There's just no money.
So there's plenty of money in Mopar suspension, dude. There's no way that they're getting out of it. There's no. I'll find out and I'll confirm it, man.
I want to put. I think I'm going to go Slido link on Jezebel instead of Caltrax. It's more money, but
there's so much money in Mopar suspension, dude. There's so much money in Mopar in general. There's no way Competition Engineering would get out of it. They're a division of Moroso. No.
Yeah. No. I do want the Slido links, I think, for Jezebel just because a little cushier.
Well, I guess I'm going to throw the link up. Anybody wants to jump in, they can.
Traction bars on a Mopar. What are your guys'
They don't work. The traction bar is built into the leaf spring
Needed.
because of where
If you want the look, yeah, like Dad's got them on his car.
they look cool. They don't work.
Dad's
they're
on his
unfunctional,
car for
essentially.
two reasons. One, they're painted white and they go with the white top. And two, they allow him to mount his shocks because he's got the high-end version. He doesn't have just the cheap clamp-on ones.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No, the where the pin is, where the leaf locates to the axle housing. The reason it's set forward like that is to prevent. I've talked about this 100 million times. To prevent the axle windup that is normally prevalent in like something that's just got the pin straight in the middle.
Yeah.
So the traction bar is essentially already built in to a Mopar leaf spring, and super stock drag racers running F-body Camaros and other leaf spring stuff. What's up, Jeff?
Hey,
They'll run Mopar springs in their cars. Because of that, because you can't run traction bars and then the fucking wheels hop around and bounce around. Mustang guys too, and they will modify things to make a set of Mopar leaf springs work. So traction bars look cool as hell. Don't do a damn thing for Mopar.
You got to remember, they're the axle doesn't sit center in that leaf spring like a Ford and a Chevy. It's more towards the front, so it doesn't waffle, and that front of the spring pretty much acts like its own device.
Traction bar.
Yeah.
I wanted to get your guys' opinion because I've heard a majority of people say the exact same thing, but then there's like this other group of people that are like, oh no, they help a little bit.
No.
So no.
What is it?
They don't. They look again.
They do look cool.
And Slido links work because they're just preloading the spring. So it's that stuff works, but a slapper bar, no.
Yeah. Well, Slido link is really old technology. That's not. That was shit they were actually running back in the 70s on the pro stock cars and stuff, according to Roseman.
I like the old ladder bar. They did that ladder leaf deal. They tried a lot of that. Nothing hits like a set of ladder bars, but then to hold the rear end up was still a set of super stock springs, and they had the sliders on the frame rail. And it really apparently it worked, and it got the nose of those cars standing up and moving on shit tires back then. Even
I'm just a.
Go ahead.
I said I'm just a fan with Mopars. I like the super stock springs, the 90-10 shocks in the front with the 6-cylinder torsion bars and the 50-50s in the rear.
See, I'm debating if I really want to spend the money on the 90-10 shocks or just buy a cheap set of shocks and drill them.
Here's a question: Is your car was your car originally a 6-cylinder, 8-cylinder?
6-cylinder car. It's got 6-cylinder bars in it.
So that's good because those work very well when you put a V8 in it for drag racing. But if you did the 90-10s up front, you can find them decently cheap. And
they're shit to drive on the street, though, man.
Oh, they're horrible on the street.
Yeah,
that's where I would say if you're. I know they're a lot of money, but I bought the QA1 stuff for Jezebel. Now I'm not going to say I'm happy with the purchase, really, but it's a lot better than Competition Engineering's fucking shocks. There's 3-way adjustables. You guys have never bought a pair of those piles of shit. Let me tell you why. You find them at swap meets for $20.
Mm-hmm.
In order to freaking change the setting, you gotta take the shock off or loose. And you gotta squeeze it all the way up in there, compress it, and then you gotta turn it and it clicks, and then you gotta freaking yank it all the way back down. It's got 3 settings in order to change the setting on the freaking shock. I sent those things so fucking fast back to Jay because they were such a waste of money. And I've seen them at swap meets for $20-$40 for a whole set. And guys, I said, why are you selling them so cheap? Like, oh, these things suck ass. Not only do they not work worth a damn, but they suck to adjust.
Yes, they do.
So I bought the QA1s because they got the little adjuster knob.
Well, I've heard Viking's got some good stuff. The Viking shock.
Yeah, the Viking coilover is great. That's what we have in the GTO, and you just like that. You just turn the knob, and you got the collar you can adjust height on.
It's identical to QA1 stuff. I mean,
yeah, Viking QA1's basically the same.
And the Jegs ones, not to be shameless plug here, but the Jegs ones are the same quality and material and et cetera, et cetera. And if you're smart, you'll mop up what I'm spilling here for a really good price. And it's the exact same shock. Legitimately, literally, it is the exact same shock.
They got a Jegs brand for Mopar?
No, you're not gonna. That's the thing, man. Or is it
like a coilover, like adjustable?
Like I'll get you QA1 shocks all day long for your car, man. But the coilover stuff, they want you to like. There's other channels, and my buddy Nick just loaded them into the system. He always makes it a point to come and rub in my face. Hey, I'm loading this from Mopar, and and this last week made me mad. It was all QA1, and it was all coilover conversion, and it drives me up the wall to do a coilover conversion on one of these cars, unless you go for the only way these cars work with any kind of conversion like that is full tilt strut stuff and chassis setup, and then it's just a shell. But the torsion bar stuff, QA1 for the longest time said they weren't going to do it. They weren't going to make a coilover front suspension, and they did do a wicked 6-link, they called it, rear suspension that bolted into the factory spring and that was a nasty setup, and they priced themselves right out of it. Nobody wanted to get into it, but that was awesome. And it was like a legit, like you could put rear steer into the car, the whole bit. But
I was looking for a set of adjustables for the back.
Shocks. Just shocks? Okay, I'll price them. I got you.
That's another thing is when I was doing my research, if you run super stock springs, you can get, of course, if you just want adjustable rear shocks, Rancho 9000 series. And this a-hole friend of mine in Tennessee told me, it's not told John, by the way. I know I keep mentioning Tennessee or Tony. It's no one anybody here knows. He told me that the Rancho shocks are off-road shocks. How can they be any good for drag racing? And just hounded me for weeks and weeks and talked me into buying the QA1 shit. And thank you, Rob, for helping me on that. But, there's like hundreds of pages on the forums about drag racers, real drag racers running Rancho off-road shocks because they got 9 adjustable settings. And the QA1 single adjustables they have 18 settings or whatever. And had I gone back and redone Jezebel's rear suspension, I would have saved like, what is it, 150 a shock?
Rancho 9000s, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're stout, man. They are.
No shit. How much do they run for a pair?
You could probably get it. So you're looking anywhere from 50 to 75 a piece, so 100 to 125
really?
bucks.
Because I need shocks for the rear of my car.
Well, and the other thing that's nice about them is, the QA ones are nice, billet, all this crazy shit. But the Ranchos, they got a freaking dust boot on them.
Not always. They don't always come with them now.
Oh, that sucks.
But you can color match them to your car. They're available in 12 different colors.
So I can get red and white? Yes.
Yeah.
So when you roll your car, people can see it.
That's
Easy,
right.
Jeff.
No.
Hey, look, he's dead, but he's got color match shocks.
Me and Chris have our cars sitting like this, so they'll be able to see them.
I need to get that front end of mine down a little bit. It's still the rake now is a little bit lower in the front than it was once I got it up on the shackles, but I need it a little bit lower.
All you got to do is get on a video call with Johnny, and I'm sure he'll be able to show you how to lower that thing.
I talked to him about that once. He's like, drop spindles. Like, no,
How can he say that? You can lower the torsion bars.
Yeah.
But if you've seen how Johnny likes his shit, Johnny likes his shit slammed. You have to remember, Johnny's part Cholo. I don't know. Is he in the chat?
By the way, he is in the chat.
And you did throw the link up.
He's scared to come in, I guess, because we
Johnny, get your ass in here. What the fuck are you doing?
That was a temporary weird hour, Johnny. It's not.
Did you see the cruise that he went to in California? They're still doing some major cruises down there.
Oh yeah.
We don't have shit like that around here, and it's depressing. We have it once a year. There's one little cruise through the city of Everett. It's pretty cool, but it's nothing like, other places that are heavily populated with muscle cars like fucking California.
You're gonna freak out when you see the swap meet I'm going to tomorrow.
What swap meet is that?
It's in St. Louis. They're holding it at it's basically they used to have it out at Gateway, but here it's at a ballpark where a minor league baseball team plays. Huh. It's going to be huge.
Huge.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Huge.
I already missed the big swap meet we have around here. I'm pissed about that, but there's going to be a couple other automotive.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I got a baseball tournament tomorrow for my son.
No, that sucks.
I know. It was supposed to be today. It was supposed to be today, and we got just massive storms, right? Dude, it was sunny. It was like sunny and nice, and I'm like mowing, and like all of a sudden it was like night. It was so dark. All the like people's like yard light things turned on. It's like holy shit, and then it was.
I saw it all go around me. Go around me. It's like it stayed sunny. Hell, the floor in my shop is still dry, so I know it didn't rain.
It started hailing and crap, and it's like, yeah.
So you ever find head gaskets?
So nobody literally everywhere I called, and I found a mom and pop's place, and they're pretty sure they have two, and it's at like another one of their little stores or whatever, and I'm like, you gotta like go check it out. Like they said, wait. So.
Do they have to be? Like you said, 60,000. Is that like you can't do anything less?
No, I need to be 60, 70. I know that's the crazy part. You can find them like thin as
39, 42 all day, dude. Yep. Without O-rings all day. I called at this point.
I called all kinds of places. I was on the phone for like 3 hours at different places, and I called Kazi, and they're like, "Well," he kind of laughed about it. He's like, "Good luck." Yeah. And they had stuff for really, really big bore, like the SVO blocks. And he says, let me call someone. He calls me back and he goes, maybe in 30 to 60 to 90 days.
Yeah. Just what I told you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a little backstory here, gentlemen. I apologize. I feel bad that I let Jeff down.
He didn't let me down.
Dude, you ask Jed and ask anybody else, man. I take this stuff pretty personal, man. You asked me to find you something, and I got this close.
Yeah, I know.
And then the whole bottom dropped out of it, and I found so much that was like I say, at this point, man, stack them and cut the heads down to get to your 60. You know, get your height, man. But
yeah,
without
dude, you were the first person I called because it was like, Rob, and you've hooked me up every single time, got my shit figured out, and so I called you, but it ain't your fault. It's the supply chain and everything else,
I hate it, man. Like I said, I had everything you needed except for what you actually needed. I had
it's all good. It's all good. I know. I don't like it just because it's affecting everybody in the industry. Like you are an expert in your field of work, and everybody, especially here, they go to Rob Z. Like you want something done, you can go to Rob. Bam, 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 bam. But now their bullshit is affecting you.
Yeah, it's just like Edelbrock's not doing so hot, and
right.
I have always told myself the day comes I build a street Hemi for myself, I'm going to run their Edelbrock Hemi heads on a Gen 2, of course. And unfortunately, those heads haven't been available for a number of years. I remember the first time I talked to Rob a couple years ago, they weren't even in stock then. And I've always wanted them. And I've watched the price climb. When Dad bought his set, they were $1,200 a head, roughly. And now they're like $1,460 a head, $1,460 a head.
They're so far out.
I'm looking at a set right now. I swear to God, anybody tries to bid against me, they're going to lose. I'm going to win them. They're CNC ported. They got beautiful work done to them. They're just heads and valves, and I will win the bitches because those to me are a damn good Hemi head, and they're aluminum, and the stage 5s are way too expensive.
Yeah.
And I know where there's an aluminum Hemi block.
But you just can't get. But you can't get this stuff, man. It's all just part numbers and dreams, dude. It's just part numbers and credit card authorizations, man. And then X amount of time goes by, Y amount of time goes by, and like I say, we're dealing with a company that is grasping at whatever it is I wish them the best of luck, man, but I know that I get the back order report and I get the discontinued report, and it's ugly. You know what I mean? It's just moving shit around. And like, speaking of heads, you said Gen 2, of course. They just discontinued their Gen 3 Hemi head. That's how things are. That's kind of how bleak things are looking. Yeah. Like just got to come across. So I had to remove them from the system because they're not able to do them. They're paring it down to what sells most and what they can actually get done. And dude, if you can get, if I were you, man, I would jump all over anything. I can't say it enough. If you see it anywhere and you can get it and it's actually there and it's legit, guaranteed, you better buy it right then. Because there's 3 or 4 or 20 other people looking at them that are ready with their credit card in their hand, wanting it and needing it as bad as you do, and are dealing with the same thing.
They come to a close. It's sad. Like last week, there was 2 sets of Nitto 325 5015s that I need for Jezebel to be able to drive the car.
I hit you up at 6 a.m. about that one.
Yeah. And when I bought those tires brand new several years ago, almost 7 years ago, that are back on Jezebel, still, they were $220 a tire. Everything all done. It was like $450 is what we paid on eBay for those drag radials, and now
$600.
$600 for the same tires.
Yep.
And it's just like I can't do it. I can't do it.
This isn't really affecting, and they're able to get stuff out.
It's affecting everything. And what's crazy is even the small block Chevy world.
Yeah. And
there's a billion small block Chevys out there. Right?
And those guys are mad.
Yes.
They are mad about it.
I heard a rumor, and I went to go. There's a guy I know builds Ford. It's mainly the SVO all race shit, but he has everything. And I'm like, maybe he's got them, And I went over there, and he had really big bore stuff, and he was talking about the whole ARP issue of, finding head studs, whatever. He told me he heard ARP was selling to a different company.
So I haven't heard anything about that to be that actually holds any kind of validity, but of course I've heard that, and the problem is there's so many companies that this whole COVID thing and everything that goes along with it, supply chain, whatever the issue is, you know what I mean, It's just going to be called something else. But in a couple of weeks, it's causing a lot of companies to sell. It's causing a lot of companies to rethink their business plan, their business models. So, and then you've got companies like the big bad Holley machine that are all about mergers and acquisitions. And if you look at their catalog and their profile of what they own and what they offer and who they offer, you can start to see, and who they bought recently, more importantly, you can start to see that they are legitimately trying to be a one-stop all-around shop. So I don't believe that they've been sold to anybody. I know of other places that have been recently that have kind of joined forces, but I don't believe ARP has. But if anybody would be looking at them seriously, I think we all know who that would be.
Right. And unfortunately, sometimes when people acquire companies like that, they look for ways to save money, and it's either people, the product, or both.
Right.
So
just look at their portfolio. Look at Holley's portfolio and look at what's missing from that portfolio. And a guy like me doing what I do, you can kind of look at what they've got and what they don't have, and you can look at who else you offer with them or for them. You know what I mean? And you can look at these rotating assembly companies. Well, they ain't got a rotating assembly company. You can look at these fastener companies. They don't have a line of fasteners. You can look at, just look at everything that they have, and then look at everything else that comprises a car. Slowly, piece by piece, part by part, brand by brand, man, they're going to make it to where, just like you do when you call me, you can build your whole car in one phone call.
I'm going to say this, DRC, you're saying support local speed shops. I agree. But I'll also say this, be careful. This Holley monopoly, whatever we want to call it, they own the name to super shops. It's not the same super shops. That just needs to be out there in the open. Everybody needs to know that. If you see a super shops in your area and you get all nostalgic, you remember you are feeding the machine that's killing the hobby.
Well,
my guy at Holley.
So even if you're supporting a local shop, the way it's getting is you're still feeding the machine, because Holley's where are they getting their stuff from? They're getting it from Holley.
Yeah. Sadly, that's true. But then the local speed shop, the only thing that they're able to offer you is right there service and a 35 to 50% margin, as opposed to what the big places, which is significantly less.
Yeah.
So you're going to pay more no matter what.
And also,
if you go that route,
the guy at Holley I've been talking to, who was trying to make it right to me by the 2.7 or the 2.650s I bought that were junk, and he admitted they were junk, and he wishes he could fix it, but he knows all the other carburetors in their warehouse is junk. They all look exactly the same. Look, I don't know where I was going with that.
Squirrel.
Yeah.
It's junk.
Yeah, it's all fucked. That's just all it is. It's all fucked. Rob, I'm having a conundrum here.
What?
Do I place this bid?
Yes.
Think long, you think wrong, dude.
Well, I got almost 3 days on this auction. Like some of the cars we looked at are cheaper than these heads.
How many bidders? How many bidders currently?
There's nobody.
I never bid until the last 30 seconds.
My problem is I might be busy the last 30 seconds of this one.
Can't you put in your max bid, and if fucking people start bidding on that shit, just do that shit?
if there are no bids, putting in a bid now will drive up the bids.
That's true.
Because there's people that just keep on click now, click. Yeah.
I never bid on anything until it's the last 30 seconds. If I can have my phone with me or at my computer, I am bidding in the last 20 to 30 seconds. And 9 times out of 10, after I do that bid, other people are bidding, and 9 times out of 10, I win.
I quit selling stuff on eBay just because of all the fees. It would just kill you, right? And it was so funny. You can have an item listed 7 days, 48 watchers, no bids. The last 9 minutes, 75 bids.
Yeah. I've been through that.
What's up?
I'm just coming from the point that this is not something I really planned on spending money on. I did not plan on allotting $3,000 at this current time, but it's like.
But you had that fat stack of cash the other week, man. You're fucking slapping your face
But
with
when
it.
are you gonna find them?
No, that was hot dog money, Chris.
Yeah, that was my hot dog money.
But Ted, when are you gonna find them again?
Splitting buns.
That's
Splitting
true.
buns.
Yeah.
I have been keeping an eye out for
The bun splitter
for years, and I should have just fucking bought them when they were still available. Well, you know what? Great point. I have $3,000 in my dual plug Pro Stock heads to get them fixed and making them running again. And finding an old pair of aluminum Hemi heads and then doing all the same shit. Yeah, they're old and vintage and cool. I mean, these are brand new, and they've also got 232 intake valves and 194 for a stock Hemi is 2 1/4.
So, I mean, honestly, though, Jed, like, look at it this way. I had a chance when we were knowing the pistons were out of the hole, and I make a video, and the video sucks. But, like, I sit there and I'm like, hey, my measurements are wrong. I should have thought about this. We knew about it. I went out that day and was like, oh, hey, like, there's, like, 2 sets of the gaskets that we could probably need. I should probably order these now. Oh, don't waste your money on that right now. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Guess what? Those motherfuckers could have been sitting there in the package, and we could have pulled them out, and we'd have been good to go.
So I actually, it's just quite funny you say that. So, Rob, how long ago was it when I was getting ready to buy head gaskets for the Pro Stock? And I basically bought every fucking pair of head gaskets that were reasonably close to what goes in the Pro Stock.
Yeah.
I've got
send it back.
I don't know how many I got. I got a fucking number of them in my parts room.
Yeah.
Well, and one of those pairs was the Felpro Blue, the Permatorx. Those are kind of hard to find. And someone in the shipping department thought it'd be a great idea to, instead of getting the right size box, he folded the head gasket. And we had, thank God for the best parts man in the world.
Who's that?
You are the best parts man in the world.
Hey, Jed.
Yeah.
It may hurt now, but when you think you'll find another set that already has a lot of work done to it.
True. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
If
yeah,
there's
I mean,
money now, I say jump
if
on
you, if you can't even find a head gasket or a motor mount right now, and these haven't been available, if I had the extra money, I'd sell a kidney, donate a bunch of sperm to the hot dog bun wagon, whatever. Get them.
Yeah.
Well, if you O-ring your block, dude, you can have the ones I got, Jeff.
I know.
You either O-ring the block or O-ring the heads.
I get a few options. Some of it's time and money or both, man. You know, it's like, fuck, I'm already upside down on like everything on this, but yeah.
That's a car hobby, man. I'll be
know.
right back, guys.
Well, it was
You gotta
fun,
go
but I think
cry.
I'm going to tap out.
All right, we'll see you later.
Okay.
All right, William.
All right, we'll see you.
Later, William.
Later. Well, Jeff, you could be in the boat that I'm in. You got 3 project cars that need shit.
Yeah. Did you get your stuff figured out, Travis?
No, I wait until tomorrow. My buddy's gonna bring that other oil pump. I'll slap that on tomorrow and see if that gives red oil pressure. If not, it's definitely gonna be a tear it down and figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Where'd they go?
I don't know.
They went together though. They went at the same time.
They did. That was kind of odd.
What? No, I'm still here. I'm right
Oh,
here.
okay. You got the other side of that car painted, man?
No, I ain't had time to do shit.
He's got one side painted, the other side's just primer.
No, it's still red.
You can only see one side right now, right? There you go.
No, yeah, I see the red side right now.
No, you can't.
Yeah, it's gonna be red. Hey, little kitty. Sorry.
He's stuck in my room.
Brian, are you willing to sell me that nitrous plate you got?
Yeah, you want it?
Yeah, I need it.
All right, I'll ship it out to you. Don't worry about it.
Right on.
Got it right here, actually.
Hell yeah.
What nitrous plate? Oh, okay, cool.
The single stage in and out.
I some guy
Oh,
a year
man,
ago.
I need to put more nitrous on this.
Just run a hose to the top of the carburetor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it needs.
A garden hose.
Exactly.
Just do like
No
the
jets,
diesel
no
guys
nothing,
do and open it up.
Right.
These things are sexy.
What? Oh, look, I'm sitting here fondling my fucking tunnel ram, and he can't keep his hands off of his own.
Boy, I stopped in at the weird hour, didn't I?
No.
Those things didn't come polished either. Jed had to polish them by hand.
Yeah, Chris has got the video. I helicoptered those things to a mere shine.
Wow.
Oh Lord.
It took a lot of helicopter rotations. It's not that big.
DRC, that was Artie. He was one of the finalists in Chief Donut Maker. That's who was on the show last night.
Well, here you go. Polish that one, then, Jed.
The guy. Does he have a YouTube channel or anything?
He has a YouTube channel that has like 70 subscribers. It's
he needs to do shit.
He'll get it. He'll get it.
Yeah, he's charismatic and shit. He does not know shit about Mopars. I will tell you that right now.
Well,
and
he can learn though.
he can. And I told him, I was like, we'll do some videos. I'll come teach you a little bit of what I know just to get you. You know, he doesn't know.
Chris is teaching you things about Mopars.
You don't know shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I asked him about a fender tag. I was like, well, let me ask you something, Marty. If I asked you to show me where a fender tag was, where would you show me? And he's like, under the fender. I was like, all right, you don't know shit. That's perfect. But he's not. He doesn't front. You know, he admits it. So I can respect that.
What was that, Chief Donut? Was that just people whipping Hellcats in intersections? Because
Rob, it was a contest that Dodge put on to find a brand ambassador for Dodge, and supposedly you had to submit a video, and there's a bunch of rules and shit, and it's a whole fucking drama, dude.
It was all drama. I totally checked out. My whole thing was they could have tied their history massively into it, and it was like, nope.
This guy is the guy who won is a piece of shit. I was gonna give him a break, but after seeing some of the other shit he was posting, he's a piece of shit. And Dodge came out and slapped every single one of us in the face by saying that he was better to pick for the position than he died in the wool Mopar enthusiast. And I was like, how in the fuck?
Yeah, because the past doesn't make them money.
But hey Chris, coming from the same company, it's going to kill a Hemi off again. Yeah. Great fucking decision, ass wipes.
It's tough being a Mopar enthusiast. Like somebody said it perfectly the other day. They're like, I'm a fan of Chrysler Corporation. I was like, yeah, perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Chrysler Corp. That's
I'm a fan of the old stuff. Like when the new Challenger came out and they had the RT, and then things got really expensive, hard to get on a list, pay over MSRP by thousands.
Yeah.
It kills it because like you talk to people our age, like their dads who, you know, on a fucking budget, like no money. Oh yeah, I had a 69 Swinger that was hot as hell. It was street racer. Oh yeah, my daily was a 440 4-speed, Barracuda. And you're going, oh, hey, that's awesome, man. Yeah. I was listening to your K car thing earlier, and you said something about I can only do 38. A friend of mine in high school had a wood grain convertible, and I'm not kidding you. Downhill, it might hit 60. It was so slow.
Such a pig, dude. It was awful, dude. It was for $500, and I paid about $450 too much, and it was legitimately a beater with a heater, and I just to the wood, dude, and it just wouldn't do nothing.
Not a turbo K car or what?
Oh no, this was your base model male postal spec. I mean, it was dude, it was awful. It was just I needed something, and I that's what I got. I got something.
You got something.
Dude.
Well,
Ugh. I don't remember what happened to that car.
The funny part about that is like, I was talking to my dad, like his first car was like, a 15-year-old Studebaker. And you're thinking, oh man, but that's cool. But then it wasn't cool. And when we were growing up, it's like a 10-year-old K car. And it wasn't cool even then, but it was something,
I need to get my Daytona going. I need something better on gas. It's a 87 Shelby Z.
Oh, cool.
Are they still talking about, is there still a company out there that's doing the rear-wheel drive conversion for those?
U.S. Car Tool. I talked to them, and they have the plans from one of the guys that put I think it was a 6.1 Hemi into Daytona. They took his plans, and they were supposed to start producing a kit. But I haven't heard. I was going to have John on my show, but we never got around to getting him on. So I got to reach back out to him, get him on the show, and talk to him about some stuff.
Yeah, because there was a 6.1 Shadow for sale too. For like $8,000.
Jed rubbing one out over there.
I know.
Yep.
Jed, I'm doing
No eye contact. No eye contact.
Ooh.
Yeah, Chris. Though they totally missed the mark on the cheap donut maker. I think would have been. I think would have been cool. Is there was Mopar Hustle stuff and Direct Connection, all the part stuff. It'd been cool if they would have said, "Hey, we're gonna do a last hurrah at least of like cool parts." Give 3, 4, 5 people, finalists, literally a car and access to those parts. And just like back in the day, let people figure it out, go do all this cool shit. And then whoever wins is not a cheap donut maker, but like their ambassador.
I just really wanted to see somebody who encompasses the history, both new and old. Yeah. Somebody that was a true fan of the car. I've come to the realization I'm not a fan of the company. I'm just a fan of the cars.
They want somebody who's going to have no problem when they say this is our new EV muscle car, and they want somebody who's going to have no problem with saying okay and jump in that son of a bitch.
Yeah, and I'd be like, go fuck yourself.
Well, they have that moron.
The other problem is if you entered that, you never had a chance. You know why?
Why?
You're white.
Well, yeah, I mean there was a but there was a little bit of a social justice theme.
And I'm not knocking on the guy just because he was African American or any kind of other ethnicity, but you can't be in this country anymore and be a white male and fucking get anywhere.
They might have caught some flack for that.
I still wish I was white. I think I would get. Jed, you don't know what it's like being me and walking through a classic car show and being like, "Nice CUDA" to this 55-year-old man who's like, "You don't know shit about this thing." It's like, here's my card. I actually have the best Mopar podcast on earth.
Because Rick's fucking 28 years old, and he walks up to people in car shows, "Hey, nice car," and they think, "Oh, kid, don't know shit." When he could probably tell them more about their car than they fucking know.
I really think they should have. They should
there, Jed, because I know you go through that. Shit.
So do you remember? Okay, so I'm a big history buff, and like the 1961 election between Kennedy and Nixon, it really came down to because it was the first televised election. You had Richard Nixon, kind of this older guy, kind of very not handsome. All that. Then you had Jack Kennedy, who was young and, very visually appealing to the American public. I mean, this was kind of almost the same way. It was like visually speaking, what is going on in America socially, what's trendy, everything you see today, it had that realm and that aspect to it, to me. And I look at it through the lens of just whoever's the most fucking qualified.
Yeah.
The
problem is it was in, and I don't know this for a fact, but I've heard some things. It wasn't even really Dodge. It was the marketing company that they use. They outsource shit to. And there's a bunch of woke people in there. Fucking, who's going to look good in this contest? Because there's more qualified people that entered that shit.
So there's many, many, many major corporations that they outsource a lot of that stuff. Because it's not their representative view, let's say. Something fucking fails, they could just say, well, that was the Chris Albrecht company and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I mean, whoever's the most, to me, I don't give a shit if they're white, mixed, Hispanic, whoever. Just put the right person in the spot.
Absolutely. I just, after hearing some of this shit, I was like.
They put the right person in the spot that they wanted them to be in.
I just think it's funny that they have to say fake now.
100% because they want to sell their new shit. This car ain't making them a dime.
No.
None of our cars are making them a dime. They've already made them their money. They want somebody who's going to promote everything new. So anybody that would say anything about, hey, the old cars were cool too, is going to get them nothing. Because if you say, hey, 74 Duster was cool, then people are gonna be like, oh well, maybe I'll go find a '74 Duster, and yeah, it's cheaper than the Hellcat, and yeah, I could build it and make it cooler than the Hellcat. No, they don't want that.
I think I have a
new EV and their new 6-cylinder and all this to be what that person deals with.
Their EV platform. I think I've just stumbled upon $1 million idea for old Rob Z. So the new Chrysler, Fiat, Peugeot, Renault, Vauxhall, Chrysler.
Right there.
Yeah. All right. So that whole group is called Stellantis, right? We've all, I don't know. Yeah. And they're developed. Yeah. Well, and they're trying to expand into China and trying to pick up Chinese brands. Here's my $100 million idea, I think, because I was reading what they've codenamed their EV platform. You know, they've all coming up with these EV platforms, and it's just battery packs and motors and whatever. But the code name for this platform is STLA, Stella. Dude,
that's bad.
Yeah. Do I Tesla swap Stella, or do I Hellcat swap Stella, or Pro Stock Hemi swap Stella? If I can get
you copyright the name and then sue their ass off. Dude, that's what you do,
dude. Either that, or I go against the whole EV thing, or I just make my own Stella platform. See,
you know what you do? Here's.
Go ahead.
So, Brian, you know Tom Roseman, of course.
Yeah.
There was a time when the name Direct Connection was open.
Oh.
The right to own that name, the trademark copyright, was open. If he wishes, he would have bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Chris, here you go. This is what, Chris, you can do. You create. This is no joke. I would do this. I would help you out to a T. You could do your own instead of like Chief Donut Maker. Just do Chief Donut Eater and do literally everything they do in parody, but with old school shit, and do it the right way. And like all their episodes or whatever, you parody it to show like the history, the way it should be done, and just they would be fucking and tag them in everything because people would send it to them, and these fuckers would get so mad.
You know who you get to help you do it is. You know who you get to help you do it is that guy Mock. You guys, I can't. He did all those Chevy commercials. I don't know if you guys have seen him. No. He's dude. Look him up. It's Chevy commercials. He rags on Chevy so hard. He's hardcore Boston accent. His name is Mock, MAHK, and you get dude. Just watch. He's part of some comedy troupe, but savage, dude. Savage. He's one of the guys that you could get on there to just parody the hell out of this, dude.
Or Ed Bassmaster.
Huh?
Ed Bassmaster, the guy that he's just a street comedian. He makes little videos. He's like dressed in '80s clothes, goes to used car locks. He's all like kicks the cars and pisses everybody off.
I haven't seen.
He has all these characters, man. Just look up Ed Bassmaster on YouTube, dude. He's fucking hilarious.
All right. Is that who the same guy is then, or a different guy?
No, it's not. It's a different guy, but it's probably very similar. But Chris, I'm telling you, just do a video. Chief Donut Eater, and just sit. That would be hilarious.
If I see that guy at a show, I'm just gonna look at him and go, "Hey, smile like a donut, you corporate shill."
Yeah, just call him Krispy Kreme. What's up, Krispy Kreme?
I'm sure he'll be at Mo Party.
I can't wait.
He's going to be at Mo Party.
I cannot wait.
I know. It'll be, kudos to him. It'll be his 15 minutes of fame. And then once that job is up, that marketing company is going to dump him like a fucking AIDS infested girlfriend. It's just going to be, see ya.
I was like, let's see how many followers he got. Because I saw I checked all the channels of the 10 finalists. And I was like, let's see if any of them blow up after this thing. They fucking have not done shit. Yeah. But if it was a cool person, a real Mopar enthusiast, I promise you that in that position, people could have got behind him. The whole Mopar community could have gotten behind somebody that was right for the job, but they fucked up. They fucked up a lot.
I feel exactly what you guys are saying. Like, that was kind of one of my things with kind of doing this whole Jakes thing. I got my own custom link to Jegs' website now. It's kind of cool.
You'll throw that up there.
I got a custom links to your OnlyFans website too. Thanks for that.
Yes, you do.
I'm still waiting to get the results of the application I put in for Jegs affiliate. I'm still waiting. It's been a couple weeks now. I think they're going to deny me.
They watch this, they will.
that was kind of one of my things. Was I didn't want to ever become a sellout and stuff, and that was kind of one of the coolest things. I just like reiterating it to everybody watching, and any of my friends. You know, if I get a product from them and it sucks, I get full right to say it sucks.
Yeah.
And just got to kind of let them know I don't like it. But, you know, it's
well,
a
that's
neat
the whole
program.
thing, though. Didn't they say whenever you said that, hey, if it sucks, I want to know it sucks.
Yeah.
But they were like, yeah, just let us know so maybe we can make it right, you know?
Brian.
That's the cool thing when a company will say, no, let us know so we can make it right. Instead of, no, just say it's fucking great.
I'll save this link because I got some stuff I need to buy from Jegs. I'll buy it off your link, Brian. Give you that 1%.
Well, I'm not making anything off the link. I think the link is just so I talked to Paige Koff when she emailed me, and I'm probably not supposed to mention names, whatever. And I think that link is just to monitor traffic. So I think they're still experimenting to see if this is worthwhile.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny is like I only have like 700 subscribers, small channel, right? And I've been doing the Speedmaster head review and all the fucked up bullshit that they pull in detail. I seriously, like in detail. And I had called them because of the intake valve issue. And, you know, this guy's like, oh, have you been like documenting this? I'm like, go to my YouTube channel. You can watch all of it yourself in real time.
Oh, dude.
This is no fucking joke. They did watch that and contacted me. So I'm literally talking to a guy there of like playing a little bit nice. Like, hey man, like the castings are great. They need to be cleaned up. Everything else is junk. Like I want to know how I can really make one of these perform. Send me a head so I can cut it up.
Hey, Jed, do me a favor, man. And Chris, you said you gotta use that link from Jed, but Jed, will you please give him the proper information so that we can like hook him up?
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Brian, I got a screen I need to share.
Oh, okay. You got it up there?
Yeah. So you're talking about Jeff. You're talking about Speedmaster.
Yeah.
So I just had to show that beautiful picture.
Who's that whore?
Yeah, I don't know. So this is why I don't trust Speedmaster shit.
God damn.
Yeah. I've been trying to find these photos, and I finally found them on my Facebook. So I share that fucking photo, that valve, every once in a while. I lost it. It's somewhere up here. Right here. Right here.
Wow.
I know I'm little right now, but so this valve, you're going to see it here in a minute. And the other two valves that are broke off are somewhere in my office. When this happened, they didn't believe me until I sent them these photos.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those are their Speedmaster valves. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah.
And I've got Ferraris in mine now.
Crack and break?
Yeah. That valve, this valve right here snapped clean off. And that valve stem is bent over. This valve is the one I just showed. This guy is bent like an S.
Jesus Christ.
And the other head wasn't much better. And this valve's got a little nick. Like literally you can see, well, that fucking nick. There was a valve head lodged in this guy.
Jeez.
Yeah. This is why you do not trust those heads out of the box at all.
So,
nothing.
No, you're right. Like nothing. Like in my final video I'm making is basically saying, I feel bad for you if you ever buy these and throw them on a car. Like, their valve springs are absolute junk. Like you can squeeze them. They're like I had on the intake side, 1 out of the 8 were actually true, barely. They sent me 8 more. They were all junk. So everything got replaced with Ferrara. Yep. I got Howard's springs. I literally replaced everything on them. And like when I told the guys on the phone, I'm like, you know what, the casting's not bad. It's an Edelbrock knockoff.
Actually, the casting is fantastic. So my machinist, Mark at Advantage Engine, said he'll fix a set of these Speedmaster heads over any 440 source head. He won't allow source heads into his shop anymore.
Wow.
They're
Wow.
the
Can you-
quality of the aluminum
Well,
is
we gotta find out about full 40 sources.
but
So
Can you
Yeah.
buy Bear Speedmaster heads though?
yes,
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can.
I sell
well
'em.
here even
Was that the
even
way to
go
under
then?
Bear,
For a
that's where they go.
lot cheaper than what they want for them, Bear.
Yeah, but you got to buy
great.
them in bulk. But here's the
You
thing:
do okay. You do unless you find the right person. Yeah.
yeah,
Are you talking
So
about through
here's the
China
thing
or something? Or
is
we talking
Yeah.
about-
when we say trust nothing, don't trust the guide, don't trust the seat, don't trust any of it, because when Mark pulled all this stuff out, he measured everything. My valves these are supposed to be, I think, 219 intake valves.
Yeah.
And I had some as big as like 223 and some as small as like 217.
So here's
Wow.
another thing about it is if you can bring this up real quick, Brian.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bring Jeff up.
So these are intake valves that are bent, and these are out of the same head. Okay, see the dish on that one right there, and it's labeled junk because it is fucking shit. This one's labeled G for garbage. The dish is different.
Yeah.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolute
How are they
junk.
How are they doing that? Like, how are
Dude,
they-
you got a forced labor kid overseas doing this shit, man.
Nah,
And-
they're buying the cheapest hardware possible to put in the heads to get a markup to make a profit.
Look at
That's
these
all.
garbage ass valve springs. You know, I mean, I mean, you can literally like the Howard's ones are pretty tight, and these things are just springy as shit. Everything is just really junk. Here's the other part. So the recess where the valve springs go in, right?
Yep.
They don't use a cup. They just have shims. So those valve springs can walk all over. So I measured everything for a cup. And when we were measuring valve spring height, we just didn't measure one set and say they were all true. We measured everything because the machining on it was wrong. It wasn't consistent on any of them. And on top of it, the Speedmaster tells you to use a certain spark plug. It doesn't even fit. The freaking 5/8 diameter shank, whatever you want to call it, going in there, you can't get it all the way down because the machining on it's not big enough for a socket and it actually hits. You have to use like much smaller. Or maybe I have that backwards. Maybe the one was 13, 16, 5/8. But you know what I'm saying? It doesn't even work.
Is it even? Let me ask you this: you buy a Bear head, right? Assuming the casting is good.
Yeah.
Is it even worth putting together a head from a Speedmaster fucking casting if you can just go buy a trick flow
Okay,
or something and spend a
here's the
couple
thing.
hundred more or whatever when it's all said and done?
You can get these heads for $100 a piece if you buy them in bulk.
How
Yeah,
bulk?
you have to
How
buy
mu- how many?
10. If you buy 10, you can get them for $100 a pop.
So, Chris, to answer it, for me, yes, because I had a very experienced machinist, and we were able to fix all the shit that Jed showed went wrong.
Okay.
And I had no labor money involved in that because I helped and I did a lot of the work. And now, if you were to buy a set of Bear heads, and you know how to do that, yes. But if you were just to say, you know what, I'm going to buy a set of these heads and just throw shit in it. The other part about it is they didn't even seal. Like the valves, like we checked, and none of the valves were actually sealing 100% on brand new heads.
Jesus
So now you got to get a valve job, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And knowing their problems with their valve springs and no cups and how they shim it, now you got to get new valve springs, get the right cups, shim it correctly for your valve spring height, new retainers, new keepers. You got to get new valves. So now you're, I don't know, probably $600 into it if you get really quality shit. So you might be able to. I don't know, but like I've heard some horror stories on some other shit. But like if you want out of the box, ready to go, I mean, you might have to go with somebody like AFR on stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If you
I
want-
hear.
If you want something that's literally out of the box, bolt on, you can trust. TrickFlow is the only company you can really do anymore, besides maybe Indy if you're doing Mopars. Now,
Yeah.
Ken, I know I looked into that Alibaba. Dean Stevenson's talking about
Yeah.
it there. What you're not thinking about is the shipping. Because I got on the Alibaba and I spent like a couple hours one night and I found every listing.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
And yeah, I found them all and I sat there and I figured out, yeah, you got to buy them in bulk. One of them was 50. You got to buy at least 50 heads.
Yeah.
But you also have to pay the shipping.
Yeah.
And you're coming across the ocean.
Yeah, but shipping from China is nothing, dude.
No, it's a lot.
It's stupid right now, dude.
I buy
Trust me.
stuff from China all the time, like in bulk, and like it's usually dirt cheap.
Yeah, but
it might be
cylinder
going
heads
up
we're
now.
talking
Yeah,
about.
it might be going up now.
So
we're talking about cylinder heads, and if you got to buy,
and how fucking long does it take? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I bought
Yeah,
shit from China that took 3 months, and you're talking
Takes
about
a while.
little shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now I can tell you this much, Chris. Like I did a budget CC method on there. It's decently accurate. And they were advertised at 95 and they were like 90, 91, but every single one of them was consistent. Now, the combustion chamber, it's rough. Like it's not smoothed out, but it's good. They're consistent. Now, I really wanted to go in and unshroud the valves and do a couple things. Don't really have the time for that right now. And the cutter bits that you really need for that are just a tad on the pricey side to do it right. And I'm like, you know what? I've already got too much money in this. I'm going to run it. I cleaned up some of it. And I'd like to flow test them because I have opened them up quite a bit. Like, so it does have a really good intake port design. It's massive. I mean, it is just massive. The exhaust port on those Fords had a problem, and they raised it to correct it, but it was still small. But I went in there and corrected a lot of their shit in there, and I just want, and I've been talking to Speedmaster, I want to get one of their heads and section it to see actually how much you can go in and take out, and then maybe get another set from them and do like test it out, you know, like out of the box junk, here's why, and then show at different intervals of like what you can do with them. It's just time and money, man. Like
it just kills me that there isn't a good budget head out there.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I worked at a machine shop. I get the cost of aluminum and shit, but fuck, come on, man. To get a good set of heads, you're looking at fucking thousands of dollars. It's like, fuck, man.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say this.
Eddie's is at least $2,000 right now.
I'm gonna say this. Like
minimal.
I've played around a lot in the Mopar world, and I'm gonna do another Mopar build, and it's gonna be 383 based. It's not gonna be a 383 cubic inch. I am gonna do a set of iron heads, and I'm gonna go through them.
Nice.
I'm going to try, if they're available, going with 440 source.
Guys, I hate to do it. My battery's about to die, so I got to dump out. So I'll charge up and watch.
Later on.
All right,
Hey, boss.
Later,
Buddy.
Y'all
Hey,
have a
Rob.
good night. Thanks for having me on.
And the reason I say that, Chris, is there's so much information out there on them.
Yeah.
And, you know, like I could call Jed and be like, hey, Jed, you know, I need some help, you know, blah, blah, blah. Or, you know, Ken really knows stuff about, because he's doing some crazy ass cylinder head work. You know, Travis knows a lot of the big block stuff. So all that mental information from mental people, just kidding. It's out there. You know,
you're right.
You know, it's out there. But like these heads are like a knockoff of this head, and they just did this so they don't get sued.
Wow. Fucking China. Fuck.
Yes.
Well, it's not just China; it's us too. You know.
Yes.
And I hate to say it, but I am a big. I do believe this. You know, if we as Americans didn't value our time so freaking much, we could actually afford to buy our own parts. We've priced ourselves out of being able to buy American-made stuff because we all think we got to make X amount of dollars, and that's the reason why China got so powerful. Is it's like, well, we can work for this for a bowl of rice, whereas if I'm an American like myself, you know, if I'm fucking doing a carburetor for you, this is what you're paying me.
Yeah.
Well,
And
not
I
only
tell
that,
I tell most of my customers, you want me to spec out and build you a carburetor, call Holly and buy a brand new one.
Yeah. So, you know, to that point, though, I think if we started returning manufacturing to America, good paying jobs, I think there'd be an 18-month, oh, fuck, adjustment moment because people are going to be paying more. But I think you'd get used to it because everyone would be working better jobs and it would level out.
They would have to lower the taxes on what it costs to run a business in the United States.
They would have to lower taxes, regulations, and unfortunately, we play in the world of anti-green, and there's a lot of bullshit put on that with the EPA, and you know, a lot of that would have to be deregulated, lower taxes, lower business fees, all that type of shit. But it could be done if you had the right not politicians, because politicians can suck my dick, but the right statesman in there. There was always a turn between a statesman and a politician. And we need statesmen back, not all these career politicians that are just making millions of dollars when they went in broke, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
It would be totally different if China actually made quality shit. You know what I mean? If they made quality shit.
Another 10 years, they'll be making better stuff than we are.
Say the only cars you can get are electric cars. Say when that happens, not if, when that happens.
I hope
I'm
not.
buying a fucking Tesla. It's an American fucking car company. He's kept everything in America.
I will still have a ratty muscle car with an electric engine.
In America, I'm buying a
No.
I'll be stealing air conditioners and yanking the motors out of them, stealing people's solar panels. Be like, hey, look at this piece of shit.
Just to say fuck you, I will have a ratty
Just to
shitbox muscle car.
I would fucking, design some really shitty looking Tesla logo or whatever. I like Elon Musk as a person, but I'm not an electric car fan. But just do a really crappy T on there upside, or a middle finger, like here's my T.
My whole thing is, I don't mind the electric to get me to work and back. My dream is to have an electric fucking ramp truck that I drive my car up on, get in the driver's seat, say go to the track, and I take a nap and wake up. Track and
You wake up upside down in a fucking ditch because the thing is fucking. Fuck that. I don't trust
Yeah,
that.
the GPS of my car is fucked up, so come on.
I don't trust any of that shit. I just don't.
I'm serious. That's where they're gonna fuck everybody. You guys that like to drive your cars on the street and stuff, you're not gonna be able to afford it, because for the same reason that if you buy a new car and your valve core, your tire sensor goes out in the front, you could put a regular valve core in there.
Yeah.
It's illegal to do that because that's a safety option now. It is illegal to do that. Now the thing is, when the cars all go self-driving, your insurance is going to go through the fucking roof if you want to drive your own car.
So here's the debate about the
Extra fucking nomical.
So insurance companies are already looking at all the self-driving stuff, and they don't want to touch it. Not because of the property, but because of the liability. So if Jed's driving Jezebel and Chris is driving his car and Jed runs a red light and Jed T-bones him, that's not the property's fault. That is Jed's fault. Now, Jed's having a cup of coffee and a croissant, and he's reading his Wall Street Journal going, what am I going to invest in today? And that fucking car runs that red light and just smokes Chris. Was that Jed's fault? Was that Jed's fault? No. So it's the liability.
Insurance company.
No, it's the liability, because now it's easier to go after Jed as a person in an accident because of a police report. Now with this car thing, how are you going to go after a company? How are you going to get that data? And how are you going to prove that? It's going to take forever. It's going to be back and forth. I mean, there's already lawsuits with insurance companies and electric vehicles.
I think once the technology gets in there, and once all this is set in fucking stone, that it's going to be real easy, because you're going to have bean counters at these companies who say, oh, okay, yeah, we'll just pay this off. Yeah, we'll just pay this off. It ain't even gonna go to trial or anything. It's gonna be real easy. The insurance company's gonna call the guy up at fucking whatever company is monitoring where everybody's driving and be like, hey, there was an accident. And they'll be like, yeah, here's your check. And it's gonna be like, here's your check. And that's as easy.
That sounds like a bad business plan, man.
See, but the thing is like insurance companies don't make money technically off insurance. If you look at every major insurance company, they're insured by a much larger insurance company, but they're also highly, highly financial savvy. So if you look at it, like right now, I know insurance companies, they're suing some electric car manufacturers. And it's not the fact because of an accident somebody got in. It's the fact that, Jed just got his new coffee at Starbucks, and he went and bought some nice white wine and a puree. He drives home. Coffee. It was 28. because he's willing to pay the extra taxes. And he parks this car, okay, in his garage, right? And he goes to bed with his 26-year-old wife, and he's 72. He takes his pill. He doesn't even hear that fire blazing in the garage. He thinks the fire's coming from the sheets. It's not, right? Fire department comes in. They can't put it out because most fire departments aren't equipped right now with all that shit with the electrical. Fucking shitball mess, right? So now what the problem is they investigate it. They find out that, oh, hey, this manufacturer has a problem with this, or this battery has a problem with this, or this has this. Now, they're not going to pay that claim like as an accident. They know there was a problem and it was never rectified. So they go after that manufacturer and say, we've had now the data, the analytics to say X percentage of your vehicles have caused these fires with X $1 million of property damages. You knew about it, you're paying up.
They do that now, though, with cars, with problems with cars. They do that now.
Tell you what,
But
let's get BlackRock to stop buying all the
is it
property.
cheaper for us to fix it, or is it cheaper for us just to pay the lawsuits? And for the longest time, it goes to pay the lawsuits. Okay,
and then they pay it.
Let's be honest though, Jed would hit me because he was jacking off.
Watching porn.
I mean,
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem. A lot of guys are gonna be jacking off and hitting shit.
I will be.
Yeah.
Car drives itself up. Boom. Auto drive. Pornhub. It's
Dick in hand.
Okay, I can finally see the comments now. And you see DRC. Did you all see Big Daddy's battery-powered dragster catch fire last weekend? Yes, I did. And did you see the absolute clusterfuck it was of those guys trying to put stuff out?
I mean, he's running an electric drag car.
He's
He's been running an electric rail for a while.
Really?
And this thing went cannonballed, man, and just.
Oh, wow.
But like my opinion on the electric car thing. I personally hate it. I like the Rumble, and I believe that there's enough natural resources in the world to do this clean, to do it right over the lithium shit. And my opinion on it is electric vehicle was created for a certain market geographically where it made sense. Not push it towards like, hey, Jed's got to drive from, Kansas to California once a week. He can get there in a day and a half. Now it's going to take him 4 because of the charging. It was never meant for that type of stuff. Now, my opinion overall on this is if they're going to say you cannot have the internal combustion engine anymore, what's next on that? Because there's road tax, there's fuel tax, there's all this money from the energy industry that really fuels this country. That's not
why
there
it'll
yet.
never happen. It'll never happen.
We don't even have the
Not for a long
infrastructure.
time. Yeah, we don't.
Look at California. California decides to go extremely green. And they have rolling blackouts. They shut shit off. It doesn't work. And you have all these people out there in La La Land going, I'm going to buy a Tesla. And they do. And now they're telling them, oh, you can't plug it in. Can't plug it in.
Well,
We don't have the infrastructure.
Right. Well, I mean, like TVA, they're backing this big thing to put charging stations all the way across Tennessee.
Yes.
But you talk to the engineers, and I said, we don't have the megawatts to support what they're wanting to put out there.
Yep.
Because they're wanting to put like a charging station every 50 miles.
Yeah,
and they put a 2030 date on it.
Well, here's the other kicker about it. Sorry, I'm just getting water here. Like there's all this is the bait and switch. Like these people buy these electric vehicles and they go to the local supermarket and they go inside to buy their, wine and smoked salmon and pumpernickel bread, and while they're in there doing that, they got their car outside charging for free, right? Somebody's paying for it because people like you and I on our grocery fucking bill, and a lot of those places are going to, oh yeah, we got to start charging you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? I wonder why.
Well, the
Bait
thing
and
is,
switch.
why do you think they put the date of 2030? They didn't think that the infrastructure would be up by then. They put that date on there so they can push it back farther.
Here's all you need to know about that.
5 years, people would have been like, hey, motherfucker, you said 5 years. But, or if
What year is it?
Say, if they would have put it at 2 years, people would have been like, "Hey, motherfucker, you said in 2 years we were going to have electric cars."
What year is it, Brian?
That far out, somebody can. I don't know what year was it. 22.
It's 2022 right now. Okay, every time this country goes into a fucking recession or there's a financial thing, our goddamn idiot government thinks they can create jobs, and they always say this because it sounds so great. Roads, bridges, roads, bridges. We've been hearing that since the first thing under Obama's first term. Roads, bridges, roads, bridges, roads, bridges. And there ain't a fucking road or bridge that has really ever been fixed. Everything's a goddamn shit show. And now they're telling us everything will be in place by 2030, and these motherfuckers can't fix a goddamn road.
They've been working on the same highway for the past 7 years. Anyway, when I go to Pleasanton or got to Mocan, I got to drive on this highway, and it's still one lane. It's been one lane for fucking 7 years.
I told a friend of mine this. He bitches because we live in rural areas. He bitches about his internet, right? Oh, this is why they needed to pass Build Back Better. Oh, and it's like, go fuck yourself, because here's why. Because if that was so popular, which it is on the free internet part, right? Then they could have taken that out and passed it bipartisan. But they didn't. They left it in this conglomeration of bullshit. Now, I'm like, you're willing to pass all these high taxes, which if you look at it, the amount of money you're going to be paying more in taxes at your income level, you could actually afford a better internet. So you're offsetting your shit right amount. You're going to be paying more than what you pay now. I said, now, state of Illinois, shittiest state in the country. We are like dirt crapistan at this point. Yeah. And so basically, Illinois has passed multiple bills where we're going to expand high-speed internet. Guess what? They did in Chicago, in some of the suburbs, and other areas. There's been like 5 bills. It has gone nowhere. So not only do you have states saying this, you have municipalities saying it. The city I live in, they've said the same thing. It ain't fucking happened. Where'd that money go? Now the federal government says it. At this point, they've spent millions of dollars, and so if people really think 2030 they're going to have things in place, well, shit, man. I got this. I got a Roadrunner out in my driveway with a Hemi, and it gets 87 miles to the gallon, and it runs on diesel fuel mixed with a little bit of Panther piss. I'll sell it to you.
The thing is, though, you know who, and this got me really thinking about this guy. But okay, you said that the whole you can't get high-speed internet out where you're at. You can, and you know who solved the fucking problem? Fucking Elon Musk.
Yeah.
He's solving, this is what this guy's doing. He's solving problems, and give it the next 2 or 3 election cycles, he's going to just be like, fuck it, I'm running for president.
So Elon Musk, yeah. He can't, he's not American. You have to be 35 years and a natural born citizen.
He was born in South Africa.
He is.
So, but he could be a senator. He could be a senator. Now you're right though, Brian. Brian, you're right.
An influential position to where he could just say, "Hey, you say you want somebody to solve problems. This guy over here, whoever's running against him, he's saying he's going to solve problems. Here's the problems I've already solved."
So you're right though, Brian, because NASA had bad budget problems. They were bloated. Their technology wasn't there. He solved their problem with rocket stuff. Okay. And you look at that, and then the internet stuff, how all that stuff works, and there's all these rules. He solved a lot of that. And when the whole Ukraine thing happens, their internet got shut off, and he's like, well, fuck it, I'll send a satellite over there. They can communicate. And he did it. And now it's like, free speech is one-sided. And he's like, fuck it, I'll buy it. And he did.
And the traffic problems. He's like, oh, okay, there's traffic problems here between here and here. Okay, I'll make a company that'll bore a fucking tunnel under the fucking, it's called the Boring Company. They bore tunnels underground and build roads for people to fucking drive on.
And no, I'm not an EV guy by far, but he understood the EV market geographically, and he nailed it. And they're American made, and he keeps it that way. So yes, he is a problem solver, but when there's an independent problem solver, look what happens. Our government had the EV summit at the White House, right?
Yeah,
he was not invited.
That's the point. He's not going to get invited to these things.
No.
He's just going to step up and say, okay, you guys won't listen to me? Fuck it, I'm taking your fucking job.
Fellas, we keep on voting these fuckers in. So not us.
I don't vote shit in.
Not us personally, but the American people vote these fuckers in. Okay, like
yes,
yeah, they voted.
It's really hard. It's really hard for me to believe that Nancy Pelosi has been re-voted in for the last 30 fucking years. Okay.
It's really not, dude. If you talk to any person that votes Democrat and you talk to them for 5 minutes, you see how much of a fucking idiot they are.
Well, it's emotionally based. It's emotionally based voting nowadays.
Yeah.
Okay, they instead of saying in real terms, hey, here's our financial situation, blah blah, and they explain it like an adult would to an adult. Like when Jed's on the phone with somebody, talking about a carburetor, he's going into details. He's not saying there's a crisis if you don't do this. Oh my God, and this. He's not doing that. But the American voter, in my opinion, that's all you hear is crisis after crisis. And then when the crisis doesn't get panned out, it's the trendy thing. It's like
support the new thing. That's what it is. It's
support the new thing. Scare you into paying more taxes.
The new thing. Like what was it before Ukraine? I forget.
It was COVID.
It was COVID.
It was inflation. It was COVID.
It's always something. It wasn't COVID. COVID was like 2020, like March to like June, and then after that it was something new. But
well, you look at Florida, like the governor that's tried running down there like 3 times, who keeps on getting beat. And like Rick DeSantis has like the highest support of anybody in the country right now. And Florida's been booming. He proved everybody wrong, gave the middle finger to the establishment. And this guy comes out and goes, well, I have views on the mask mandate. And if I'm governor, I would follow the science and we'd probably have masks. And he starts rambling on about this shit. Right. And it's like, you really think you're going to win on that platform? Like, your state just proved that you don't have to do all that shit, and you did it a completely different way, and it worked. And you're going back to fear, because here's where he tied into it. The interview goes, well, why would you do that? What's the science? There's another variant around the corner. So you just watch. In the next couple weeks, they're going to say, Florida is upticking. We have a new variant. And because we're going into election cycles, and you're going to see variants, you're going to see all this crap. And it's just going to be another shit show.
Going into election cycles, is you're probably going to see gas go down, and both sides are going to claim that they did it.
Well, I also want to say this: Kim fixes things. His calling all Democrat voters stupid is not really a way to understand the issue. I also agree with that because there's a lot of Democratic voters that see the issue that's going on right now.
Okay,
it's not right to call Democratic voters stupid. Same thing. It's not right to call. And this is another issue with the country: is the country is split so badly.
Yes, so it is.
Okay. Here's the thing, though.
And I'm not. Hang on, Ken. The thing is, it's not It's not Democratic people's fault or fucking Republicans' fault. It's the people who vote Democratic is the issue. That's the issue.
It's the people who are so afraid. It's made it to where you used to have moderates. You used to have moderate Republicans and moderate Democrats who saw the other people's view and they worked it out. Mm-hmm. You don't have that anymore. It's one way or the other.
Right. Well, you do have moderates. You do have moderates, but their voices are overshadowed. 2 Democrat moderates. The big one is Manchin in Virginia. Okay, that guy is if you want to call it a classical liberal Democrat that understands both sides of the issue, and he also understands how those issues affect his state, of which he represents, right? And when all that Build Back Better shit happened, dude, they were crucifying him in his own party, and he's just like, you can do all you want. I'm standing up for my constituency, what my values are, based upon the Democrat Party that I've known. Not this far left progressive party that's getting all the voice, which is actually a small margin of that. It's just you get the polar opposites of both parties. It doesn't matter, left, right, whatever. They're the ones that are getting all the voices because that's getting the clicks. If we all ran a news channel right now, I'm sure we wouldn't agree on everything. Anybody in this chat, there's no way we can agree on anything. But we would be adults enough, moderates, to sit there and talk it through. We would have nobody watching us because that's not sensation.
Yeah,
that's not like.
It's not just.
It doesn't bleed.
Well, look, I'm going to share.
Family who are far right.
I'm going to share my screen.
Say anything. Go ahead. Whoever was talking.
Go ahead, Ken.
If my internet decides not to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Share this. Allow. All right. You guys see this?
Not
Oh,
yet.
hold on. I got to put it up.
Okay.
What is that? Yeah.
You guys see it? You guys see this?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what. Okay. This is the problem right here. Okay. Democrats, classic Democrats, are this guy right here. Okay, and they are now right. They are now on the right because the left went so far left that they pulled the center. Okay, so when I say all Democrats are stupid, I'm not. You know, it's
the
but
party.
It's not just that. Okay. I think it was both sides ran so far away from each other, you know, because.
Well, I don't know, man. I feel like the right.
I'll bring this up because one, it's my shit, so I can say what the fuck I want on here. But when it comes, say, to the issue of gay marriage, okay, one, religion or the government should not have anything to say in that anyway. But you've got people who are so far right say, no, these people can't fucking be happy.
No.
It's none of your goddamn business on the right.
Okay, the right has moved so far left on gay rights issues, it's not even funny. Okay, that's just not true anymore.
Because they realize it's none of my fucking business.
Well, okay, I wouldn't say the right. I would say the right has adopted, in my opinion, and I think a lot of middle of the road Democrats too, of a libertarian view of stay the fuck out of my business and I'll stay the fuck out of yours.
That's how
you don't tell me what. I'm the same way. Like, you don't tell me what to do. You let me make my own decisions. Like I always say, the one right we have in this country is not in the Constitution. Okay, it's not. It's the biggest right as an American is choice. Now that applies to all your rights. Now, when you limit that, whether it be marriage, whether it be ownership of gun, speech, property, healthcare, if you limit someone's choice, they no longer have the right to make that choice.
Mm-hmm.
So if Jed goes, you know what, I really want to go, you know, write an opinion article or do something on Twitter and it's based on this, and they say no, you don't have the right. They took your choice
it's just
away.
like YouTube. I would love to put up the wrenches, leave cars for a couple of years, and just do instructional videos on what it takes to build guns.
Yeah.
Do gun stuff. But you can't do that on YouTube because as soon as you post one video about a gun, your channel is done.
Saying from my back, I mean, Jed, you and I have talked. Like I told you about my background, you know, and like I'm a very political person, not in the aspect of U.S. politics, but just historical political stuff. Like my mom and her parents they're both passed away now, but political asylum, Slavic nations that were under brutality. And if I ever did YouTube, not car related, I think I would dissect current news on how it reflects historically from the perspective of my family. And it's like you hear shit in the news and you're going, wow, that's a really bad fucking idea because this has happened before. Yeah. And I've always told people, like I had a history assignment with my daughter and it was on North Korea. And for one, I just could not believe some of the questions that were being asked. And she's like, I just don't see how countries could go towards communism, blah, 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 or this. I'm like, they don't, you know, North Korea was different, but I said, these countries don't do it overnight, right? They're not going to be like, hey, it's slow. It's through education. It's through this. It's through everything. And they take your choices away slowly on stuff. And then next thing you know, the hammer falls. And you don't even realize it. But, you know, for the independent thinker on the left and the right, the moderates, Democrats, liberals, what I'm just going to call American libertarians, they're starting to see that now. And they might not be able to agree on every issue, but they're so centric in their mindset. That's the voting block that could really change things. And unfortunately, we're the ones that have the most silenced voices in the media because it's not sensationalism.
And we also have the least amount of money.
We hold a lot of money. Because we're the ones that work. We're the ones that work.
One person would look well.
We print a lot of money.
Elon Musk, I fucking love the guy.
We print the shit out of the money.
With a lot of money to fix shit.
Yeah, I need to say something here.
Say, fuck you! I got enough money here, dude. Fix it.
Let's hear it, Chris.
Absolutely. I need to say something here because this is really important. I'm running for president in 2024.
Do you need a Secretary of State?
I do. Jed is already my self-appointed vice president because I think he will be just like Biden and mentally retarded. And then
so Kim,
that's a great idea.
Secretary of War, please. Secretary of War.
Kim put something in there about I don't think people should get special rights for being married, gay or not. Now, the whole special rights thing, if you look at historically on that there's a lot of tax. It's not, I don't think, the marriage piece of it. I think it was more of a financial aspect.
No, actually, what it boiled down to was insurance.
Well, insurance too, but I mean, there's tax breaks for married couples. You have two.
Well, yeah, there's that too. Yeah,
but yeah.
But the insurance companies were like, "Well, I'm not going to cover your live-in boyfriend or girlfriend because y'all ain't because you're not married." Now,
the whole marriage thing,
right? I don't understand why they didn't agree to the unions.
Oh,
the civil unions.
Civil unions,
which carries every benefit of marriage.
Yes,
but it leaves the Christians out of it, and that's what the Christians were so mad about the gay marriage because it was marriage.
It doesn't matter. I can call a fucking.
I know, Brian. It doesn't matter to me either. But
it doesn't matter to any of us. But the thing is, but then you get into the government defining things. In my opinion, with the whole gay marriage thing is, I think if it's a marriage or a civil union, it carries everything. It's offered no matter which way you want it because this country is so diverse now. Where anybody can marry anybody. So if you're a civil union, if you're a gay couple, okay, you know what? Then if a married couple that's heterosexual get a tax break or the insurance thing, everyone should. Because it really comes down to a contract between two people. And that's the way insurance companies look at it, financial stuff. That's what it all comes down to.
IRS, everybody, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is like all of that shit where you get a tax break for being married. You get a tax break for having kids. No, don't give any fucking tax breaks. Flat tax. You make this much money, you pay this much.
I've always believed in a 10% tax.
I have too.
If you make $1 or $1 million, 10%.
So, I talked to somebody about this recently. The state of Illinois has high income tax, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, it is. It's 5%. But on top of everything else, we have so many taxes in the state of Illinois. Average sales tax in Illinois is like 10%. Okay. And I've always said, and we have high property taxes. And I was telling a friend of mine, I said, if they just got rid of income tax, everybody's got 5% more money. And they're either going to invest it or they're going to spend it. Now, when they invest it, if there's capital gains, that's 15%. If they spend it, now they're having 10%. So the government in the end is actually going to get more money and people actually have the ability to spend more, invest more, do whatever they need to do.
I got a reason why married people should get benefits. It helps promote the nuclear family and overall that's good for society.
I don't care. People are going to do that anyway.
I mean, that's a good reason. It helps keep society together. It helps the family unit survive. It helps married people keep more of their money. It helps married people have money to have a family and do the things they need to do.
But Ken, if you have a 10% flat tax, everybody's tax is the same. Nobody gets a return.
I 100%
easy and flat.
I 100% agree. There should be a flat tax.
I agree with that.
But I can't fucking agree with just because I decided to get married. Did I freeze? No, I didn't freeze. Did I?
Jeff froze for a minute.
Oh, yeah. I just can't.
Rolling in.
I can't believe that my choices that I make. If I don't want to get married, okay. But I shouldn't have. But somebody who did get married shouldn't get a tax break.
Okay, Brian. Well, check this out. Since my wife's disabled, right? And once I made $11.50 an hour, the state said, "You're no longer disabled. We're not going to give you any benefits." Took all our benefits away.
See, but I also agree that there should be some kind of social umbrella to help people out when they need it. Like disability, I believe in disability. I believe in certain
disability
things.
should be proven. Being
The
fat
world,
is
the
not a
world
disability.
for
Right.
10,000
Exactly, Jed.
guys.
Fat
Easy,
is not
Jed,
For 10,000 years, humanity ran on survival of the fittest, and that's what got us to where we are. And if you can't pull your own weight, yeah, like the community should help you. But the problem is we don't no longer have small communities. We're supposed to be part of the state. Where back in the day, every small town is a community. Everybody went to church. That was your community. The church, and we don't have that no more, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah, but you're never going to get that back. Is the thing.
There's other. Yeah, I agree. So, but if you look at it too, if you go down from all of that, I think there is less people helping each other in a lot of ways. And there's more reliant on government. And, like back in the 50s, this is where I'm a little bit of a nerd. I used to read there used to be magazines that would come out and it would be like cool workshop shit. And you could find them at garage sales when you're kids. You're like, oh, cool. They're building a fucking birdhouse. Whoop-de-doo. But there was articles in there and they were cool. And it was like, oh, how to build a bomb shelter, how to like save food, like what you need in your house. And this was Cold War when people were really scared of nuclear war, right? And there was always like PSAs in there about stuff. Basically, the government basically saying, you need to do these steps because if the shit was to really hit the fan, we can't help all of you people. You're going to need to help yourself. That was today would be considered, you're a right-wing prepper. You're one of those fringe militia guys. Back then, I mean, literally, this was communities, like a normal small community, not somebody on the farm where it's like they have this bomb shelter. They have all this shit in it. They tell you, hey, you should have a shotgun and a rifle and a handgun. You should have chickens out back. You should have this and that because here's why. But now you do that, you're deemed an extremist or you're deemed this because the government's going to come in and help you. We'll take care.
That's exactly what happened. Okay. The left started this whole thing back in the 60s and the 70s. A welfare state, they destroying the nuclear family. They want you to rely on the government. It's because the more you rely on the government, the more control they have over you.
Right, and that goes back to the electric cars too, because if we have electric self-driving cars, and you do something that's not socially accepted, they can just shut off your car.
Well, here's their bank account. There's three things to that, Travis. Like, I live in a rural area, and Google Maps has updated everything in the last couple of years. If I drive to my machine shop and my Google Maps is on, it's showing I'm driving a goddamn fucking cornfield. It's way the fuck off. So the other part is
in town here.
So that's not accurate. So if I have my electric driving car, I'm gonna go crash. The other part is like you look at all the what they call Star Wars and all the technology and all that, right? And like, so if we have all this electronic technology, Russia gets pissed. They do an EMP or they start, and China's already done this. China's proven they can take out satellites. Boom. Everyone, oh my God, my car can't drive me somewhere. Or like what you said about bank accounts, people, control, they just shut everything off. You're staying home. Can you imagine March 2020 when the government's freaking out and they just said, boom, we're killing the switch. You can't go nowhere.
Right. Well, and then also you got to think about the repo guys. If you're not paying your electric car note,
it just drives away by itself.
It just goes back to the dealership.
Which I don't have a problem with that.
Well, no, I don't either, because people should pay their shit.
You get paid for something, don't buy it.
Yeah.
Hey, but you guys got to remember, by 2030, we will own nothing, and we will like it.
And that's when you'll see me go, Wolverines!
I was going to say, anybody in those weird states, come to Kansas, I'll outfit you with a firearm.
So, Chris, where do you live? You live up in the Northwest, right?
Yeah, Seattle area.
You probably have to deal with the same shit I do in Illinois.
Yeah.
Just going to throw that out there.
It's pretty fucked up here.
Now, the majority of Illinois is not like that. Like, seriously. And you look at a lot of gubernatorial races out of the 102, 104 counties, there is a handful that put things in power, right? Because of population.
That's like
and
us.
when you're and it is just like New York's the same way. And it's scary because like what that and the thing is like I know a lot of people from Chicago, and they'll even say like right now it's like, who's voting for this? Like seriously, like who the fuck are voting for these people? I mean, the police union doesn't back him no more. The fire department unions don't back him no more. A lot of the other unions don't back a lot of this shit. So where are these votes coming from?
My state is split, so the west side is super blue, right side is super red. The problem is population of Seattle is like so powerful, you know.
Yeah, it's probably got
like
more
Chicago.
population than the west or the east side of Washington.
Washington's like Illinois. It's only got one really big metropolis city, right? Seattle.
Well, it's actually Olympia to Seattle. It's all one big city.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You
Pretty
know,
much, yeah.
Missouri has two, and they're on the other ends of the state, and it's not as bad. The population isn't all centered in one place. That's
Yeah,
like
and if
in Illinois. In Illinois, it doesn't matter the way you vote. It matters the way Chicago votes.
Right. And in Illinois, you've got, Chicago is a bulk of people. You have like the city by me is 150,000. You got Springfield around 100,000. You go down to Collinsville area and all those little towns, you probably collectively have. Yeah. So, I mean, and Peoria is probably close to 100,000. But, and all in all, it's just a middle of the road state, like a very centrist state.
Yeah.
And, in rural areas, it's more conservative. In inner cities, other than Chicago, it might be a little bit more leaning left, but more centrist, like the John F. Kennedy Democrat type people, because it's a lot of manufacturing. Then you get into Chicago and the suburbs. A lot of suburbs are really red now, just for a lot of reasons. But it's like, holy shit, one city can change everything.
One city controls
One city.
And
they just need to cut out all those out of a state and make them their own like little entities.
The one thing, and I'm going to say it may not be a popular opinion, but the one thing about all this is I like talking about it. I think it's kind of entertaining to talk about it as long as you don't like totally say stuff to totally insult someone, which I'm not doing. And none of us, I don't think any of us here did. But there's really nothing we could fucking do about it.
No.
These 6 people and these fucking 18 people in chat, can't do shit.
Here's a great point.
Got to.
Here's a great point that goes along with what you say, Brian. And I don't mind sitting here and listening to these chats, but here's the problem I got with it, is we're all in agreement. We all agree. We all know the common problem. But all we do in these chats is we all sit here and we argue about it, which we're all on the same page for the most part. All we do is we just give ourselves headaches, aneurysms. And I make this point to every single customer I talk about. As soon as they start talking politics, religion, whatever they want to talk about that's off subject from cars and what makes me money and what gets them the parts they need, as I tell them, we either talk what you called me to talk about or I hang the fuck up and block you. Because I'm not going to deal with your headache and your beliefs because we're on the same page. Even if we're not, we're here to talk car parts.
Yeah.
So you know what? You can either fucking hang up.
We need to
hang up and go fucking deal with someone else.
On topics like this, I'll let it run for a little bit, but it is my house. I can control what people talk about it here. If you don't
all right, change the subject. I got good news.
But no, the thing is that this is just my last thing on this is. And I'm not saying this because I am a Gen Xer, but you have to look back at Gen Xers and just look at it and realize nothing's going to fucking change. Deal with your own shit. And okay, it's going to get hard. It's going to get easy. It's going to go up. It's going to go down. It's just fucking life.
It's a pendulum.
Get over it. Keep doing what you want to do.
Yeah.
Well, I do need to say this, Brian. So
okay.
I got a couple of crackpot customers, buddies of mine, and when they get on this subject and I tell them what I just said, Like, well, you're the problem because you're a fucking millennial and you don't want to do nothing about it.
No,
And
you're
these
not
are
a
guys.
fucking millennial. You're a fucking boomer.
Well,
In
and
spirit,
these are guys.
in spirit,
who-
he's a boomer.
These are people who are 40 to 60 years old typically, and they sit there and they hit me for about a solid 20 minutes berating me. It's my fault because I don't want to talk about the issues, and I just bring up to them. So what are you doing about it?
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it? Are you going to go out in your front lawn and start shooting people up who don't agree with your political views? Because then you're a freaking domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
You know, we can't go march on the government like we technically have the right to do as a deal, because as soon as
that would be so bad to do.
If we start to even think that, and now I'm probably a terrorist, but
This
you know,
chat's been
Join the
flagged.
club.
Yeah, you're
This
on a
chat's
list.
been flagged.
You're on a
These
list
are the
now,
opinions
Jed.
of Jed
I
Scott,
am
not
saying-
Chris Albrecht from Talking Mopars.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but-
Jed's
but
FBI
real quick
agent
on
is
that,
like,
Jed.
he said, what?
I'm just here to talk pussy and Mopars. That's it.
It would be really bad for that to happen for the U.S.
That's
people
not
to
how
march
we're
on the
gonna solve-
government.
'cause that's
No,
not how
it
we're
would
gonna
be
solve the issue.
horrible.
Yeah.
It would
That's
be
not how we
horrible.
solve the issue. Taking up arms against the government is not how we solve the issue.
No,
No.
That
no,
is the
it
exact
would never
opposite.
get. It would never get back to where it should be.
I
Never.
think
I do
the
want to say one thing. I do want to say one thing. I love the NSA. They are the only branch or federal agent that actually listen to you. They're the only ones that actually listen to you.
So you know what's funny about all that is like I actually like I paid like attention in a few classes in school, and one of them was chemistry and math. And I used to make things very well, walking that fine line of legality that would go boom. I mean, not like, hey, I threw a firecracker. I know this shit was huge. And I made something one night, and it was way too large. I just calculated wrong, right? And it was big. It looked like Hiroshima. I'll send you. Make a short of it one day to probably get me kicked off. But it looked like Hiroshima. It was massive. A cop on a highway 7 miles away saw it and felt that thud of the boom. Right. It was like every goddamn cop around came rolling up. They thought it was a giant propane tank explosion, and it wasn't. It was just me playing around. And long story short, like I didn't break any laws or anything. It was the fine line. Like, you know, you walk that fine line. It's like the 38th parallel between North and South Korea. On one side, you can say, go fuck yourself. On the other side, you say that, they're going to cut your head off. And a couple weeks later, I had a visit from the FBI. And one guy was really cool, right? Now, first thing I said was like, do you have a warrant? And they're like, no, we just want to talk to you. And this one other FBI agent was really, really rude. And she was like, you know, hi, I'm Wendy from the FBI, blah, blah, blah. Just really rude. I'm like, well, hi, I'm Jeff from the FBI. She did not like that, right? And mind you, it's raining outside, and like, we go into my dining room, and my daughter was super young, and this guy's talking. This guy was actually really cool. This lady wasn't. She looks at my daughter and goes, could you please leave the room? And I said, whoa, this is my house. You don't have a warrant, do you? And she's like, no. I said, then you need to go stand outside. And she got really mad, really mad. Long story short, she walks out the door. And I made sure that I wasn't in trouble, and I talked to the guy, and he told me why he was there, and blah, 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 this, that, and the other, and I wasn't in trouble. And it was the only thing that bad that came out of it was every time I went to order all the different stuff that I wanted to, you know, play around with, I couldn't do it no more. So I was like, shit.
Oh, they put you on the watch list.
I wasn't on a list. I wasn't on a list because I had a couple friends in the FBI. I'm like, dude, you need to do some checking for me. And I wasn't, but I think they had called the places that I ordered the stuff through and said, do not let this guy order stuff. And I wasn't doing anything illegal. I wasn't like blowing up any stuff. Like I did the safe way of stuff. Like I knew some of the stuff I was going to do was going to create a fireball the size of a city block. So I would get a water tank truck and like wet everything down so nothing would catch on fire. And so if the NSA is listening, my name is Bill Clinton, and I used to live at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and my wife should be in jail right now. Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. And so,
like that.
but the thing is like, here's the whole thing. It was like 2 months later, they showed up again. And like this guy like shows up right? And I'm like, what the fuck did I do now? Like, and I'm like, this is not right, you know? And he was in plain clothes. He just wanted to know how I was doing it because he was an avid gun enthusiast. And he wanted to play around with himself. So I'm like, well, you got about $100 in like an hour? No, but, you know, it's just that now I can tell you this right now. If I would have done it today, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you guys.
Yeah.
You know, and like rules were a lot different when I was doing that. It was no different than back in the day where they used to blow up the anvils, right, with the gunpowder for fun. I mean, those guys obviously don't do that no more, but things have changed so much, so rapidly where making your own pyrotechnics, and this stuff used to be on YouTube.
Yep.
You can't even think about it now. So yes, my name is Bill Clinton.
No, I want to say this, Brian. I know you got something funny. I know you got something to correlate with Jeff, but I just want to say this. You don't want to know what's really screwed up about all the gun laws in the U.S.? So I'm not going to show anything, Brian, so you're good. Okay. But so this is just a piece of stamped steel, right? But legally, according to the AFT, thank you, Mr. Biden.
Yes,
this
Dean.
Is perfectly legal. These components in my hand. This is now legally a machine gun.
Yep.
Oh, and illegal.
Nice knowing you, Brian.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
We'll be doing lives on my show from now on.
Okay, I just reached 14 people with domestic terrorism.
And some of them aren't even in this country. So if we all end up in like Guam in a cell, at least it'd be nice.
My God, these people are freaking relentless.
Yeah, they really like your.
We end up in the Bay.
Oh wow!
I'm with Jed because I'm going to.
If we end up in the Bay, I will find a way to break out and bring back some good Cuban food and some cigars for us. Right?
Deal.
Great.
Well, I got to tell my story now. This was back in 2008, and you know, not.
Anybody else see the troll, by the way?
Not far off from 9/11, you know. And I was working for newspaper printing presses. I was flying everywhere. Well, I'm talking to this friend of mine, and she was playing an online game. Okay, I'm walking through the airport. She's playing an online video game, and she couldn't get through this quest. And I'm like, "Well, did you get all the bombs?"
Oh no! Oh no! You did not.
What the fuck did I just say?
Can't say bomb in the airport, man.
You can't. You can't not. Yeah.
No.
You know what's funny about? You know what's funny about what's funny about airports, Brian? So you know in Illinois certain things are illegal that other states can't get, right?
Yeah.
And I used to go to Texas a lot to visit some friends, and a friend of mine's like, "Hey, can you like do me a favor?" I'm like, "Well, I don't really go to those places, but sure." And he makes like this wish list, right? And I'm like, "Okay, I think at our airport, it's like Barney Fife working there, you know, like the people, I can do this, right?" And I have a carry-on bag that's probably replicated of like what you would have seen in the movie. What was the Johnny Depp movie Blow? But when he was transporting the greenery stuff in bags. So I'm like, oh, I got this right. I'm gonna take the 6 a.m. flight. I got it. And so we're like in a car with some friends, and a friend of mine's like, "What's that smell?" I'm like, "Ah, crap." I was the only one that goes through the airport security. No problems. Have a great day. Hey, nice Bears hat you got on there, you know? The guys behind me that are with me, just straight as an arrow with everything. Every single one of them got searched. I'm like, you dumb sons of bitches.
No, what's messed up is I used to have my laptop, and then I had a monitor and a keyboard and everything I took with me when we were on the road, because we stayed in hotels for a month everywhere we were at, and I used to play online games and shit a lot. Well, I would pack my monitor in the fucking in the suitcase that was my check bag. And I started noticing this every fucking time. Every time, because that monitor was in there and they X-rayed it, they had to go through it and check it. Do you know those motherfuckers at the TSA can fold clothes better than anybody on the planet?
I don't know. I don't ever have to worry about that.
I used to just throw my fucking clothes in there, not just, you know, straight out of the wash, straight into my fucking suitcase. And my boss was like, "Don't you even fold your clothes?" I'm like, "No, TSA does it for me." Every fucking time when I get where I'm going, boom, fold clothes are all folded up real nice.
See, so you should have got a dong and threw in there with it.
No, but that's what you do. So if you want to fuck with one of your friends, and let's say you're going to crash at, Ken's house because you're both flying out early, you put a battery pack in his backpack with a rubber penis. So when he goes through there, he doesn't know it. They don't know it. They see the battery pack and they start opening that up, and there's all these people around. They're like, "Well, what's this?" Oh, wait, mine. Oh, what else is it yours? And then like people like me get through with everything else, and you're like, "Yep, I'm good to go." Although I did get stopped TSA one time. So when you go in there and they have to put your hands up, and they're like, "You sure you don't have anything in your pockets?" Yes, I have nothing in my pockets. Well, this is when the mask stuff was still going on. And like I had a folded up mask in that little pocket of your jeans, and something flagged. The guy's like, "Oh, you said you didn't have anything in your pockets." I pulled it out. I'm like, "It's a fucking extra mask, Dude, they went through everything at that point. But that was on my flight home, so I was already good to go. And I'm like, this is no joke. It was literally, yeah.
They search me every time because of all the podcasting equipment. I think it's like a bomb or some shit. Every time it gets flagged.
I'm telling you, Chris, next time you fly somewhere, throw some of your podcasting equipment in there and just fucking ball your fucking clothes up and send that shit through. To check bag. When you get to your hotel, your clothes will be folded. The bed, you'll be looking at your wife like, "You can't fold clothes like this."
I finally found out why.
Amazing with that shit.
I had to ask him. I was like, "What triggers you guys to look through my shit every time I come through here?" And it was my mic stand because it's collapsible, but it's fucking steel, so you could turn it into a fucking club and beat the fuck out of somebody with it if you wanted to.
So like here's the whole thing about that. Like if you want to get whatever, not like I would, sometimes I'd have to travel for work and whatever, and I would mail shit to where I was going because I knew it was like, oh, it's gonna red flag it, and plus I didn't want to have all the carry-on shit, like extra in weight, so I'd mail it down there, and like I would go on TSA's website, and they would give you like, you can't have this, blah blah blah, only 2 ounces of this, and if you have whatever cologne, you better not have it, but at the bottom it always say, like little tips or hints. It's like put everything in a plastic bag. So right away, whenever I would go, because I used to have to travel a lot, I would have like the front thing with all my toiletries, everything, and I would pull it out, put it in there, and they could see it. This, that, and the other thing would go through. Looks like clothes. Hey, have a great day, sir. No problem.
Yeah, when you travel a lot, you learn little shit.
Yeah.
I haven't traveled in forever. Is it still that fucking bad? Have they let up on anything?
Yeah, a little bit.
I got the TSA pre-check, so now it's just fucking walk right through.
The pre-check thing's nice.
I learned, well, it's like I never wore sandals in my entire fucking life. I hate fucking flip-flops and shit. But I had a pair of sandals that I used to wear when I was flying, just because I didn't want to take the time to take my fucking shoes off.
Shoe bombs.
Gotta watch out. Go through. That's why I wear my Crocs and socks now. I
didn't realize in 2012 when I got my commercial driver's license and took a job in Texas, on my way home at the airport, I didn't realize that the X-ray machines were so good. Then like it showed everything. I remember walking through and just glancing behind me and seeing this lady's tits, like fucking everything.
Don't you remember like when they did that, they were all worried about the data because they collected it and it was a privacy concern.
Yeah.
And they had to do all these steps and all that, this, that, and the other. And I know the whole airport security thing is there's always questions about it with profiling, not profiling, all that shit, right? And I just learned how to get through it efficiently. And one of them is that TSA pre-check, but have things changed a little bit? Well, I can tell you this, like when I flew, I think November, December-ish, right? I flew down to Texas, DFW, and like you're on a flight and say you must have your mask on or whatever. And like you even pulled it down, these people were all over your ass, right? But that was a packed plane. On the way home, it was not a packed flight. It was super late, got delayed. And like the whatever you call it, flight attendant lady, she's just like, I was tired. She's like, hey, we got like a bigger area with nobody back if you want to lay down. So I go back there and I got a mask on. And she just like leaned and she told a couple people, you can pull those down. We don't care. And I'm like, okay. And I think it just really depends what flight you were on.
Well, see, my buddy just flew to Dallas this week, and there was no mask mandate on the plane.
Yeah.
Thank
And it was a
God.
packed
I
plane.
fucking hate wearing a mask on a plane. It is the fucking worst.
Yes, it is.
Fuck.
Yes, it
I get
is.
anxiety. I get anxiety. I start sweating and shit. I'm like, let me just pull this. So I started pulling my shit down and just fucking constantly like pretending I was drinking. I would just put the fucking bottle up to my lips and just like it was ridiculous. And that on a couple of the flights I was on, because I usually fly Delta because I like them the best, but they were really strict about the mask shit. But if you had your mask down and the stewardess were to look at you, like right before they say something, you just take a drink and shit, and they're like, "Okay, you're gaming the system." Like,
So
fucking do it.
I would fly out of DFW a lot. Have you ever been to their international terminal?
No.
It's like a whole. It's like that little city in there, right?
Yeah.
And it was weird because like other parts of the airport at the time, they were like you had to be masked in certain areas. That whole area, like nobody had them on. Wow. So like I had like literally like a 9-hour delay because of weather. So I just went out and hung out in the international terminal, you know, and just like sat there and chilled and got something good to eat. It was hell of a walk, but that's one airport that's not bad to fly out. O'Hare is just a joke because you can be at one side of O'Hare and they're like
their own little subway system.
Where's that?
Atlanta.
Atlanta's
Atlanta.
Fucking crazy. That place is fucking huge.
Dallas has it too.
Dallas has that. Yeah, they have that tram. Yep, they have the tram.
Yeah, well, you go to because there's like 4 different airports right there or terminals. Yep. They're detached.
O'Hare's the same way.
Vegas has got slot machines. The Vegas airport's got slot machines, or at least they used to.
Yeah,
they still do.
Yeah,
they still do.
Took all my fucking money.
There's still stories of people only getting to the airport and then leaving broke.
Yeah, I could see that.
I didn't gamble until I got to the fucking airport in Vegas and my fucking flight was delayed. And I was like, I bet I could win in one of these slots. Dude, I've lost like $200 in 20 minutes.
No, I was actually on my way home, but I was low on money one time. I was like, damn, I'm hungry. And I went, I had like $2 or $3 on me. So I put it in a slot machine. I won 20. I'm eating now.
I tell you what's interesting.
Brian story. That's such a Brian story.
I tell you what's interesting though. Like during the pandemic, I went on a bachelor party and we started off in Texas and we ended up on a massive casino in southern Oklahoma, right? And that I don't gamble. It was crazy. And like I don't drink, I don't gamble. I gamble by waking up, right? I mean, so like everyone's having a good time. We get to this casino and we walk in there and we had masks on and they were going by like what reservation they were on. Right. So it was like no masks, which I was cool with. I'm like, great. And you could still smoke in there. And this place was fucking packed. Right. And a friend of mine, he got obliterated, but he was winning out the ass, and he had all these chips. We end up at this bar. Right. And like, I was tired. It was like 4:00 in the morning. I'm like, I'm just going to go up to the room and get some sleep, which didn't happen. But I went up there anyway. And the next morning, he's talking about all this shitty one. He passed out at that bar and left when he woke up and forgot all these chips there, right?
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, oh, my God. And, like, because we used to always have, like, a guy's trip. And, like, it was, like, usually it's like, hey, we're going to be in Nashville. The last time I drank, I'm type 2 diabetic. I needed to change a bunch of shit, lifestyle, everything. So I knew this doctor's appointment. They're like, yeah, you can't drink anymore. You can't do this. I'm like, whatever. So I'm like, I'm going out with a bang. I'm going to spend 10 days in the French Quarter. Not a good idea, right? And it's this same guy, and he's actually from India, and really cool guy. And this offends anybody, I'm sorry. Not really, but whatever. He's never done this in his life. He scores some LSD, right? And we're all like, dude, like, no, it's probably not. It's like already late. You shouldn't be doing this. And now, mind you, this guy's a gambler. He ends up at a casino in New Orleans, wins a bunch of money, does this. And have you guys ever been to the French Quarter? No. I don't know if you guys. So
no.
It is weird, but there's certain things that like cops will be like, yeah, we need to get this guy out of here. So we're trying to get from, I don't even know where the hell we were at, to another place. And for one, you don't want to wear sandals because, there's piss and puke and all that. This guy's like on the ground and there's a cop standing there looking at him, so couldn't find him. And he's saying he's swimming and he's on like the brick, cobblestone, whatever you want to call it. And Jesus is giving him a back rub.
Wow.
And we're all like,
Wow,
oh,
he was gone.
So this is where his gambling luck doesn't pay off. So this was the second trip with this guy where he's won a bunch of money, and he forgot it somewhere because he was so fucked up.
Man,
it's like, oh my god.
That's when I start following that guy on those trips and just wait for him to forget this shit. Just take it. Like,
no,
hey,
so like
money again. Fuck.
Well, now when we like we go anywhere, we keep an eye on him because like we did a chill trip one time, and it was like this big like camp area and all that, and he had never kayaked before, and we couldn't find him, and he's out in a kayak when he shouldn't be. And we had to go get his ass because he kept on tipping it over. He can't swim that well. We're like, man, you lose money, but don't lose your life. Come on, dude. You're reckless.
Is your friend a fucking moron or what?
No, I mean, he was a doctor. He was a doctor for a very long time and lived this very structured life.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that explains.
And then he got out of being a doctor and went to school. He's got an MBA, and he started working for Chase in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And he's like, you know, it's like, oh, I can have all this fun. But he didn't know how to have it the correct way. And he's a lot better now. He's a lot better with it now. But he just had a very structured life.
It's what I kind of worry about with, like with Scott, the guy I'm racing. He from what he's saying, he's never done anything but just go to work, and he's never done anything. He's going to be shell shocked on this trip. He's going to see so much stuff he's never seen before, and it's just going to be normal shit for most people. But
he's such a fucking chill dude too.
Oh man,
It's gonna. Man, I'm kind of curious to see what the after party is going to be like at Nationals.
It's going to be. I'm kind of second guessing inviting my daughter to come up with me.
Don't.
Dude, I got some shit on order from Amazon just for.
Well, okay. Let's roll this back to car talk, and I got a question for Jed since he builds carburetors. The new 302 I just got. It's a stock 302 with a cam, 650 carb.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Oh, hang on. Okay, what was your question?
I know what he's looking up right now. He's checking his Amazon orders for the.
Right. No, I bought that new truck. And it's got the 302 in it. It's all stock except for a cam and headers. And I was thinking about putting a 650 carb on it.
Yeah, 650 is perfect for it. I mean, you can go smaller, but I wouldn't go anything bigger than a 650.
No.
A 302 will eat up a 650 all day long, even with just a cam and headers, nothing real crazy going on.
Right.
Have you guys noticed Jed's tick? Every time he's about to drop knowledge, he talks for a couple seconds and then he goes, and then drops some serious carburetor knowledge.
He has to clear his throat to get the knowledge out.
It's the prelude to, instead of being rude and saying, hey, this is where you need to fucking pay attention, it's like the teacher in 7th grade. That's when you better look at him.
I noticed those things because I used to.
Because he's only going to say it once.
I felt really bad the other day because I had a buddy of mine, a guy I've been kind of schooling for a while on his build, and he was like, hey, can you help me spec out a cam and a carburetor for this engine? I'm like, dude, I have honestly had my fill of doing this for people. I told him I can't help you anymore, and he goes, why not? And I explained to him, I have dealt with so many people, ignorant people, who I tell them exactly about carburetors, what picking the right one will do for you versus going, okay, well, he says 650, so this other guy down the block in the trailer park said a 850 is perfect for my 318 with a cam. So I need to listen to him.
Why are you asking me?
I got so sick of people doing that to me, or I don't recommend shit no more.
So here's the whole thing about that, Jed. Like my machinist, this guy's been doing shit for years.
Yeah.
And you know what? I could, when he says something, I don't say anything unless he asks my opinion, you know, because it's like, he's very old school. And if I was to say, if he was sitting there doing something, man, I saw on blah, blue, blee, blue, blue, Billy Bob Joe Ray gumption guy told me to no, he would probably hit me in the head with a camshaft and tell me to either leave or shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, my whole thing is I'm just I kind of made a mandate. If someone calls me and they tell me I want an 850 for my 318 because I think it's the right carburetor, I'm like, all right, which one you want? I kind of give up. Like, you know what? I can talk like the other live I was in. I was trying to explain this to someone else, trying to explain about, yeah, you can put a fucking 850 on a freaking whatever, but it doesn't mean it's right. Just because, well, 340s came with 850 or 800 or 850 thermal quads doesn't mean it's the right carburetor, and you can't compare an 800 CFM thermal quad to an 800 Holley. Just like you can't compare a 650 Carter to a 650 Holley. They're all rated differently. They're flowed differently. They are completely different design. Yes, they mix fuel and air and they push it through a fucking hole, but it's different. They're not the same carburetor. It's just like directly trying to compare really fuel injection to carburetors. It's two completely different ways of getting the shit in there. And it's just like I'm done. I'm done trying to fucking correct at least mostly the morons. I'll probably message the guy tomorrow and just be like, okay, here's what you need. But I mean, as far as specking out cams for Mopars, I'm just like, you call Hughes.
That's the best advice anybody could give anyway.
Yeah. If you have a Mopar,
because they get paid for it.
Hughes.
And if they fuck up, then you can bitch about them.
Yeah.
If I fuck up, you ain't gonna get nothing from me. But if they fuck up, you might be able to get something. Might be able to get your shit fixed.
I've never had a bad dealing with Hughes ever.
No,
they're really good people up there.
Yeah, they're not too far from me, about 40, 45 minutes, something like that.
Hopefully, within the next couple of weeks, I'll be getting a cam from them. I need to call, make sure they have it. I'm just going to drive up and get it,
Thank you, Dean. So, Dean, tomorrow, actually, it's for everybody, brand new video drops. A lot of time in this bitch. Anna watched me edit about half of it, and it took 2 hours to do that half of it. And she was like, damn. And I think a lot of people are going to like it. But there's a special Carb Tech video that comes out next week just about what made that video happen. And it's all
was Anna watching you edit it going, wow, it does look bigger on camera.
Different video, different channel.
Okay. Fair enough.
Well, guys, I'm gonna skid off to bed. It's about 1:30, so we're getting there. I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. I got an early trip in the morning for sports ball stuff that it's probably gonna get rained out.
I gotta be at the swap meet at 5 a.m., so I'm just not going to sleep. So I'm gonna be here.
What's funny is I did see something there. Dean said something about Hunter S. Thompson, and I've read a lot of the Hunter S. Thompson books, and I actually bought like the costume of the Johnny Depp from Fear and Loathing. And if you ever want to figure out how to weird people out, man, like go to the French Quarter dressed like that and fuck with people at like 3 a.m. down the French Quarter. You will get you'll get a reaction. See, that's the YouTube channel I need. I know Travis and I have talked about that, but
you need to do that channel. You need to, now that you've gotten past your 500 and you're sailing on, you need to go ahead and make your little channel and just post one video a week, and that'll probably surpass your regular channel.
Dude, like what I did, like I was in the French Quarter, like in the middle of COVID, where everything got really, really, really weird there. I didn't realize that the French Quarter had changed during all that so bad. So I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? I'm going to run my daughter and her friend. I'll go show them the cool places down there, It was fucking weird. I mean, I'm weird, but it was even weird for me. I'm like, you know what? Just going to have to do it. And man, I was like the creature of the night there. It was so much fun, man. It was, I probably should have.
Yourself in the French Quarter and you get in trouble, call me. I've got a friend I used to play video games with, and he used to be an assistant to the city attorney for the city of New Orleans. And now he has his own practice. He fucking knows people and can do shit that most lawyers out there can't do. So if you ever find yourself in New Orleans and you are in trouble, Because I talked to him because I got a friend that's a cop out there too. And I was talking to both of them one night. I was like, if I go out there, because they got the pad out there where they street race.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if I ever go out there street racing, and my friend Bob was like, just call me first. I'll be waiting for your phone call.
Well, it was weird because not weird, but it was
everything.
It was funny because like my daughter and her friend, like I had a nice place on Bourbon Street, and it had like the balcony out front, and had the balcony that went to like a lot of them have private courtyards, and I put this Hunter S. Thompson costume on, the glasses, the cigarette thing, and everything. And she's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "You stay here. I'll be back in a few hours. If I call you, you need to see where on my phone where I'm at and come get me." And she's just like, "What?" I'm like, "No, I'll be fine." And man, it was an absolute blast. I've been down there a lot, and when it was 2020 COVID, when everything was really, really, really weird there, because mind you, once that place is a vacuum and there's not a lot of law enforcement there, it was just very odd. I had a fun time though.
This guy actually has a condo. He lives in the French Quarter.
Oh, who lives in the French Quarter?
The guy I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I thought you said maybe somebody in the chat.
No. Now, he may be drunk when he comes to bail you out, but just ignore that part.
Mopar Man 78. Yes, that is a great movie.
That's his hobby. He fucking he was talking about one time he was drunk and I can't remember where he was, but a cop was giving him shit. And they said, "Well, we think you're a danger to yourself." He's like, "I don't want to think I'm a danger to is another bottle of wine. Get away from me."
Oh, and I got a question for Brian. You're going to be down what, Friday?
Thursday and Friday. I need to figure out whenever I'm going to do that with William, because I'm going to have to hurry up and get back, and because I got all kinds of shit to take care of next weekend.
Well, let me know, because I'm going to play hooky, so I can come hang out with you guys.
Okay, cool.
All right, gentlemen. You guys have a good night. It was a good talk.
Yep. Later,
Peace
guys.
out.
See you later.
Good night, man.
Later, guys.
And then there were three. The three amigos. Oh, wait.
My gosh.
Don't take offense to that, Chris.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, fuck. So what have you gotten done to your car, Chris? You said you fixed the shackles.
I finally got the shackles.
You have to take the shocks off?
Yeah, I just popped them off. And
so Tall John was right.
Yeah, after he said that, it just fucking clicked. I was like, yeah, no shit, moron. Fucking moron, Chris. Fuck.
God, it can make you feel stupid sometimes. So
actually, I had a
no shit. You were right.
I had a very long conversation with Tall John the other day. I'm horrible about if people message me like, "Hey, call me." I'm horrible about calling them back. I'm the guy like you have to blow me up a couple times, and I'll be like, "Oh yeah, fuck, that's right." But
you're a cute guy, but I'm not blowing you.
Oh, you are. No, this isn't a fucking option, Jed. But I talked to Tall John for a couple hours. The fucking guy, man, definitely knows his shit, and he knows my knowledge base, and so I think he's like, I gotta help this guy out. So like, hey man, I'll take whatever help I can get. You know what I mean? Because I'm not the guy that sits there and pretends like I know everything. You know, that's why I ask questions and that's why I talk to people. But
I got an issue with. I got you and Johnny Mopar's phone numbers at the exact same time. I don't know who's who.
I'm 425.
Oh, okay. Now I can at least figure that out.
Yeah.
Now I know who to send the dick pics to.
All right.
Get your fucking Zoom ready.
Johnny Mopar said he was driving. I don't fucking believe him.
I don't believe him either. Oh, there he is.
Oh shit! I deleted the message.
Oh, send the link again? What? Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's Johnny.
Johnny usually don't come in this late. We're usually a little too weird for Johnny by this time.
Could you imagine he comes in, he's just fucking loaded. He's never loaded, and he's just talking all this shit.
Fucking drunk. I can't even do a drunk Johnny Mopar impersonation. I don't even know where to start. Oh shit!
Bring him in.
Impersonation. I don't even know where to start.
There's that fucking guy. Nice shirt, Johnny. Show everybody the shirt that I created. It's awesome. Bring him in.
YouTube, you noob.
There's that fucking guy.
Hold on.
You forget how to do this?
I created this badass shirt that Johnny's wearing. It's one of my best fucking designs ever. Tin Grill Low Life, based off the Miller High Life logo.
Nice.
I love that fucking shirt.
It's I've had it for so long, it's a little worn out. It's my Thrasher shirt now. So
fuck yeah.
I wear it while I'm wrenching.
When you're done wearing it for good, send it to me. I'll autograph it for you.
All right. Sounds good.
Dude, how about that turbo, huh?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Hey, we're gonna keep doing what we do. I mean, it's really my bad. I should have been. Jeremy played me a little bit.
Did he?
Yeah. I mean, my thought was, I'm the one that put the restriction on the nitrous, right? 200 shot. And the idea was we wouldn't get out of control, and that would be a reasonable amount of nitrous to, keep from having like an on arms race, right?
Yeah.
And like, so, but what I should have done is I should have made sure we capped turbos too. And dude,
that boost pressure, dude.
Huh?
Should have capped boost pressure to 10 pounds or something, 6 pounds.
Well, I was to say 2. I told him 2 in the message. He said no cap on boost, and I said 2 psi.
Oh fuck!
But that was today. That wasn't when we set everything up originally. So.
Oh shit! We invoked him.
So I don't care. We're gonna just we're gonna keep doing what we do.
There's the man.
Oh,
now we all prepare to.
Oh my God, Brian! It worked. My tall John bait worked.
I got tall John bait too.
I just got home. We had a long dinner with some friends.
Oh.
I just walked in the door.
So you didn't catch Jed talking all that shit about you. Good. I had to put him straight. I said, Jed, hey, Tall John is a legend. Johnny, I got to hear more about this cruise, dude. Tell me about this fucking cruise. It looked awesome.
It's off the hook, man. The show and go is the baddest fucking event I've ever been to, like ever. So if you go way back in time, we used to have Route 66 out here in San Bernardino, and it's on part of the old Route 66, right? And I went to that show for years. And then one time I went on a Friday night, because it goes Friday night is the cruise, and then it goes show Saturday. There might be some shit Sunday. I can't remember. I think it's just Friday and Saturday. But one day I went early, or went on Friday night, and I was like, fuck, this is awesome. They block the streets and everybody's cruising around and stuff. It is just really lively. And then shortly thereafter, it went away. It's like San Bernardino went broke. They couldn't do it, host it anymore. The show and go had started a few years earlier, and I'd heard about it, but I never gone. And then I went one time, and I went on a Friday night. So you get out there early, get there about 3 o'clock before they block the streets, and it's in downtown Riverside. And you could park inside without actually having to pay to be part of the show. Because usually Friday night's a little bit lighter than the actual car show, which is on Saturday, right? So then they block the streets off probably by 4 o'clock or so. And then it's daytime, so people are still kind of just rolling in and stuff like that. And then right about when it starts to get dark, everybody starts pulling their cars out and they start to cruise. And they have the streets blocked off where it's like, you know, it's almost like a Crazy 8, but they don't crisscross in the middle. They just kind of come close to do that. But it's just awesome, dude. There was no flamethrower cars this year. But in the past, there's like this Camaro that has stacks going straight up and the thing's shooting up flames at night, you know, and at nighttime, it's freaking awesome. And then some Mustang started doing it. And I think I had posted a picture of like some hot rod looking thing that had you know, like zooming, shooting straight up, and it shoots flames. So at night, it's off the hook. You can feel the heat. You know, it's freaking awesome,
man.
So they weren't there this year though. And I hadn't gone in a long time. It's probably been about 5 years since I've been. And then I hadn't gone much because my son's birthday is close to this weekend. You know, so I haven't been able to go most of the time. But so yesterday, there's 2 buses. This is pretty cool. There's 2 buses driving around. One's a school bus, like when I went to school from the 90s, very rounded bus. And then they had a RTA bus or a transit bus that it's a 1966. And I'd seen it cruising around. It's like all aluminum siding, you know, it's an old school bus from the 60s. And I just happened to be, I was walking the show and I'm like, hey, can I get on? And he goes, yeah. So I get on the bus and it's got these big windows that are kind of like slanted forward.
Yeah.
You could slide them forward or you could slide it back. And I mean, they're big enough to open. You could jump through it. That's how big it's open, you know, like safety wasn't a concern back then. But I got on the bus and it was cool. So I recorded like the whole cruise from one side of the bus. And by the time we got back, you know, because it's starting to get later in the evening and cars are starting to get out. So it's slowing down. You know, it wasn't a fast run because of traffic.
Yeah.
So then we made the one loop. I jumped on the other side of the bus and I recorded the whole show from the bus window.
Sweet.
Going one more lap. And then I'm like, man, it's starting to get dark. So let me go jump in the truck. So I jumped in the truck and I made about 2 laps. By then it was just packed. Like you're just idling the whole time. You don't have, there's no space to jump on it because it's all the way around. There's probably, I'd say at least a quarter mile worth of cars, like, you know, all looped up and everybody's just cruising along. It's off the hook, man. It's pretty badass. I can't wait to get the video for it out.
Fuck, man. I got jealous because we don't have cruise nights like that too often around here. And if you do, it's like in a small town, way the fuck out. Like, man, that I wish it was more like somebody needs to organize like cruise night in America where all the fucking all the towns with hot rods and shit cruise.
Yeah, I mean, there's hundreds of cars here. Like the Mopar footprint, there was probably less than 15 Mopars.
Really?
The whole event. Yeah.
Fuck.
So,
man,
but it's everything. Like there's trucks, there's lowriders, there's hot rods, street rods, muscle cars, and it's every make and model in between. Like everything you can imagine, every car genre is there. So
that's cool, man.
It's pretty badass.
Spring Fling looked pretty fucking cool too. Shit.
It's pretty, for us, it's pretty cool. I mean, for us, it's the biggest Mopar event on the West Coast.
Yeah.
I've been to the Mopar Nationals in '96, and it was in Indy at that time, and I was blown away because out there those guys have
everything,
dude. Like thousands and thousands of top-notch restored cars. We don't have anything that big, but usually there's a lot of really cool cars where we're at, like Superbirds, Daytonas, you know. A12 cars. Dude, there was a bunch of AARs and, you know, TAs and stuff. Like there's just tons of it there. And I mean, over the years, the swap meet's been getting kind of thin, but it was pretty good for today's era. You don't really get a lot of parts, you know, swap meet parts these days, but it was pretty decent. I mean, it depends who you ask. Some people say it sucked. Some people say it was pretty good. I think it was pretty decent, you know. You got prices of shit that's like off the hook. I don't know if you saw my post on the Charger fenders, but there was a guy selling 70 Charger fenders and a hood. And I walk up to him and I'm like, I'm not a buyer. I'm just curious. What are you asking for those fenders and the hood? And he goes, $2,000 for each fender and $1,000 for the hood. I mean, they're completely California sheet metal, rust free. Original paint, burnt orange, like they're in perfect condition. But I'm like, $5,000 for freaking 2 fenders and a hood. I saw a Charger grill that had the wraparound bumper at 70. They wanted, I think that one was $2,500. And then they had 2 grills, 270 Charger grills. One was like rattle can black and all kind of peeling up. That one was $1,000, and then the other one that had factory paint, but it was still all patina and not perfect, was $1,500. I'm just like, fuck, dude.
Well, the grill prices sound about right. The grill prices sound about right.
Yeah.
Those fenders and hood, like I know that's really special sheet metal. It's not just Charger, it's also Daytona stuff.
Yeah.
But that's freaking nuts.
Yeah. Well, and one of the guys I know that's from out here that went, he said the fenders sold. So I don't know if they sold for $4,000, because his asking price was $4,000, but they sold. So it had to been pretty damn close.
Troy from Mopars 5150 was like $4,000. All right, here you go.
You got any more?
Yeah. No, I looked at plane tickets. I wanted to go down there and just fucking sneak up behind you and be like, Johnny Mopar.
Yeah.
But it was like fucking, for the shittiest flight I could get was like $800. I was like, get the fuck out of here. No way. Yeah.
That's where we were supposed to go, Jed, to go pick up the Little Red Express. Was to go see the spring fling, and obviously,
you suck.
You would have loved it. You would have loved it. Jed, it would have been good for you, man. Like parts, there's just everything there, dude. Everything you can imagine. And it's like you get a mix. You get guys like the guy selling the Charger parts where it's like a freaking arm and a leg. And then you got guys cleaning out the garage, just like, I don't want any of this shit anymore, Like this guy, it wasn't like a bunch of stuff, but he had some 70 Charger or Challenger parts left over. And he had he had a fan with a clutch fan on it. And I'm like, how much for the fan and the clutch? And he goes, I don't know, make me an offer. And I'm like, And he goes, well, it's $25 a good price. And he's like, it's brand new. My son only had it in his car for a few months. And I'm like, yeah, I'll give you $25 for it, And then he had like this little bag full of brackets. One of the brackets is for like your floor shift, that it bolts to the automatic transmission. It's got a hole in it. So it's basically a bracket on the tranny. And it had like an alternator bracket, and it had the part that keeps the hoses from going too far forward. It's like a holder. He goes, well, he's like, yeah, I just want to get rid of this stuff. And he's like, I'd sell all these little brackets for like $5. And I'm like, he had started taking some out of the bag, and I'm like, $5 for what's in the bag and what you just took out? And he goes, yeah. And I go, all right, sold. So I paid him $5. And I gave him $25 for a 440 electronic ignition Mopar distributor, like an original one. It's, it looks beat up, but $25, and it's old school stuff. So, it works,
Yeah.
I'm kind of lucky. I have the contacts. I do. I got offered these. These are literally new old stock, never been mounted. Small block.
Oh, dude.
Oh, fuck.
Those are badass.
These are in the collection.
Yeah.
You fucking hoarder, Jed. You fucking hoarder.
I am only missing a set of red small blocks now, and I need another pair of gold big blocks, and then I'm going to hang them up all on the wall behind me. All of them displayed with my blue direct connections.
Jed's going to be that old asshole that doesn't sell shit.
With my W2 tunnel ram hanging there with them.
I actually have a set of gold ones.
Oh, I need them.
They're not brand new. They're not perfect.
I don't. These ones I don't really care how, as long as they're, a color and they're not super faded. I just need them. I just need wall hangers.
You need, our trophy, right? You guys have seen our trophy.
Oh no.
This one's beat up. This is all trashed, but the other ones are pretty nice. They're kind of like that on the inside.
Yeah, that's what it should look like.
I'll get you pictures.
I'll buy them. Like I got.
I saw there's somebody had a set of Mopar ones that were like this exact same shape, but they're like thick steel. They're not aluminum, anodized aluminum, and they're chrome.
So the Moroso steel chrome ones are really heavy duty.
Yeah.
And they I've got a set for small block and a couple sets for big block. And I mean, if you want to run Morosos and you're scared about these leaking,
yeah,
steel ones will not leak. They're so heavy.
Yeah, these things are freaking like thick steel. They do not bend and flex like these aluminum ones do.
Yeah.
But
you just don't crank down on these.
Huh?
You just got to remember not to crank down on these.
Yeah.
Like, you can see real carefully that these ones have been clamped down just a little too much.
Yeah.
Which you can kind of dolly that up, but you got to be careful because
well,
I bought a hole in this and it's done.
I bought those spreaders that kind of like, they go across the hole. I was going to put two together and then, tighten it up to bend it back and then use them to try to spread the load so they don't collapse like they normally do. But the Mopar ones were practically new. He says they were new. I don't even know if they were mounted on an engine, but they were $100. So it's like, hell yeah.
As long as they look like you look at your Morosos and mine, as long as there's there'll be two ribs on the outside.
Yeah.
Those are the cheap new ones, not worth anything really. But if they just have the Mopar embossing and like a Pentastar, those are money.
Yeah, these were tits because the new ones have like that rib that go around. Like,
those aren't worth buying.
I don't like those, but
yeah. I guess if you want them, like you can buy those for like $112 or something.
Yeah.
So or $120, but I'm all about the original stuff.
Yeah, the original.
Speaking of that, those gold Moroso valve covers, you might not know, but the big block Chevy ones, are they the same like rare like Mopar ones or like people want?
Anything anodized aluminum is very coveted.
Okay, because the thing is, my uncle's got a bunch of Chevy stuff, and he just, like I said, he had a stroke not too long ago. I'm selling some stuff for him at the swap meet, but he has got a basement full of shit that he bought and never used or used just a couple times, and it's just. So I'm actually, because his son knows nothing about cars, his kids don't give a shit about cars, and he doesn't know how to sell shit on Facebook. So I'm thinking we're going to go into a deal where I sell the stuff for him. So might actually make a little bit of money on that.
I'm not sure what the Chevy market is on the stuff. I'm in a group.
I don't know.
I'm in a group dedicated to like literally just all things like vintage Moroso.
Yeah.
Like there's a whole fucking Facebook group devoted to basically guys who collect these valve covers.
Wow.
Jed's an admin.
I've been trying to tell the guys at Jags and even trying to get a hold of Rick Moroso, be like, dude, you have got to bring these back out.
Yeah.
You have no idea how much of a cult following these things have brought on.
Yeah. Try to convince them to make a little bit thicker gauge.
Yeah, too. Yeah, that too.
Fellas, it is 2:30 here. I'm having a hard time making coherent thoughts. So I'm going to dip out. Tall John, I didn't get to talk to you, but next time, chat. I'm out. Chris, Johnny, Jed,
later, brother.
Brian,
man.
I'm out, guys. See you later.
Hey, Tall John.
Oh.
Yeah, they're pretty. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I really don't want to use these because I don't want to put holes in them.
Yeah, I know. When I bought my set, I was the same way. You got to do what? No.
Yeah, can you please just come with the hole already?
Yeah.
Yeah, put the hole down in the valley of your intake manifold.
You mean on the that tunnel ram is new on stock too. It's never been mounted to anything.
Yeah, that one of mine.
Yeah. Let me go get my drill and I'll just start putting lightning holes in it. I saw it on YouTube that if you put a bunch of holes and stuff, it makes it lighter.
Oh yeah.
Those videos are out there.
Hey, so when you put holes in those valve covers, do you use a ball peen hammer or do you have it machined out or a hole saw or what?
I run them over with my truck enough times until eventually a hole happens.
Okay. All right.
No. When I put holes in those, I'm gonna take it to my buddy Dave's place because he's got a mill.
Okay.
And I'm actually gonna put a screw in. I've got a weld-in bung that has a screw-in cap from Jags.
Okay.
So I have an oil fill, and then I'm gonna do the same thing on the other side for breathers and stuff.
My first set, not that style, but the normal Mopar Performance ones.
Yeah.
I had my friend, he's a machinist. I had him go through and machine that shit out and everything. And then the next set I had, I was nowhere, like I didn't work around him anymore, so I didn't have access to that. And I'm like, well, fuck it. Just take a back of a ball peen hammer, the ball end to the top of that flat area, and then just smack it, and it just pops through. It's like 3 seconds, and you got yourself full. But
I think
it takes a lot of guts to do it, man. Huh?
I'll ball peen hammer them motherfuckers.
I don't think you're ball peening these things through because I think that the top lip, these things are heavier than shit. I think the top of it's like 1/2 inch thick.
Oh shit.
Yeah, these things are heavier than shit.
That's what I thought when we were at Muscle Cars at the Strip and that guy had a couple sets. I picked one up and I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, these are like the same fucking weight as the big block ones I had. They're fucking heavy.
And those don't crack like the regular valve covers with the Mopar on them. That they crack if you over tighten them on one corner. Those won't crack. You can't. At least I don't think you can crack them.
I don't know. Do you want to find out, Top John?
No.
I was gonna say we're gonna find out with your pair.
Yeah.
No, my pair don't crack. I know.
Oh shit! I almost forgot. I gotta do this. Ooh.
There's something about that expression I dislike and like.
I already had the carburetors off. I forgot how sexy those annular boosters looked.
Aren't they pretty?
Oh my god.
Wait
I just wish those carburetors weren't shiny. I kind of want to sit there and polish the tunnel ram.
I was doing that, or I was polishing my carburetor. Well, you guys can't even see me.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm putting a door back together over here. I finally got it open.
You should be filming that, Brian, a how-to video.
Yeah.
How can I film a how-to when I don't know how to?
Well, we learn with you.
Hey, we all learn together.
Yep.
God damn, I wish I could get that out of there. That big ass fucking ugly crossbar.
So how many wing cars out there this year, Johnny?
There was a Daytona pulling a Daytona on a trailer.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
Yeah, and I think there was it 3 or 4? I think there was 3 Superbirds, real ones. And then there was a clone Superbird. I assume it was a clone because it had a small block in it. More not with the other winged cars. But did you see that 71 Charger, that black on black on black?
Yeah.
So word on the street is it was for sale for $225,000. It was a Hemi. I can't remember now if it was a 4-speed or automatic, but it was a Hemi car, and it was like everything black. The blackout on the hood was black on a black car, dog dish caps on black wheels. The thing was just like freaking nice, perfection, beautiful car. But damn, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. There's a guy that's been out there trying to sell his Roadrunner. It's a Survivor maroon 68 Hemi 4-speed car.
I might have saw it, but I don't know.
And he's every year, when I first saw it, probably 15 years ago, he was asking 35 for it.
Oh.
And he said, I was talking to him about it. And he says, well, make an investment. It's going up. And I said, yeah, it is. But who's got 35, now, right?
Yeah.
And every year I'd go back there and I said, well, how much is it now? Well, I want 42. How much is it now? I want 49. And
always out of reach, huh?
Yeah. And I was out there for Fall Fling, and he wasn't out there, so I don't know if if he ever did sell it, or how high the price got to. I don't know.
I probably took a picture of it if it was there, but I don't know, dude. I went to the show. I had absolutely no intention of taking video or taking any pictures because I wanted to enjoy the show for myself. And I ended up taking pictures because, it was just like, well, that's a badass car. I'm going to take pictures of it,
Yeah.
But other than the Charger moving on the grass, that was the only video I took. But I had a good time, man. It was awesome. Got to walk through the show. Saw a few people. I saw Birdsong. He gave me the piece of General Mayhem. I don't know if he told you, Jed.
Fucker, that's supposed to give me one of those.
I'll cut you off a piece. Yeah, we had just unloaded in my friend's car, and I was walking back in, and he goes, "Hey, Johnny," and I look over, and I'm like, "Oh shit, freaking Birdsong." And he's like, "You want that piece of General Mayhem?" I go, "Hell yeah!" So we went over to the car. I guess something broke on one of his cars, and he hitched a ride with somebody. They had like a 58 Cornet Suburban wagon, like a 2-door wagon on the trailer.
The Fast EFI died on Daisy, but on Patina.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, he threw it away. He's done with EFI. Literally,
I saw his post about going back to a carburetor or something like that.
He called
running
me
way better.
He called me like the day after, and he told me all about it. He literally threw the whole setup in the trash. Not like he sold it on. He literally just dumpster.
Yeah, he made a video of him walking by a trash can and tossing it in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's never. He told me straight up, he'll never fuck with that shit again.
Wow.
Ever.
So, Chris, any new news on a 340, or is that guy not home yet?
He said the 4th he's going to be home. I thought he was going to be back on the 27th, but he just told me today in a post I did on Facebook that he's going to be back on the 4th to talk about all that stuff. So we'll see what happens. I still have to go pick up this 360 short block just as another fail safe.
Yeah.
So
nothing wrong unless you ain't got room. There ain't nothing wrong with storing.
I've decided to go get a small storage unit because I've got too much shit and I need to put everything that I'm not using right now in storage just so it's out of the fucking way.
If you move out here, you can store it here. I don't know whose name's going to end up on it though.
There's a reason why when you come here, John, I'm putting the tunnel ram in our storage unit. I'm gonna hand you.
Dang it.
I'm gonna hand you a photo of it and be like, "This is as close as you get to it."
You better let me hug it when I get there.
I'll let you hug something.
Oh. I'm gonna be in charge of the tunnel ram.
I might have to put Brian in charge of it. Like, John, I'll open my office door here to my bedroom.
Wait. You're going to let Brian be in charge of it? I seen how he was in charge of the fans coming by.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Shit, that may not be a good idea.
Hey, there's Jed over there. Go check him out.
He is. You want his autograph?
Brian's over there negotiating it. Brian's over there negotiating an intake manifold. Another guy's talking the price up, and he says, "Do you see Jed over there?" And the guy walked away, and Brian got it.
I'm telling you, when that one guy recognized me and was standing behind me and said, "Hey, why aren't you working on the Duster?" And it kind of freaked me out a little bit. We were talking, and he was like, "Yeah, I was wanting to meet Jed." I'm like, "Well, his dad's right over there." Freak me out, dude.
John, I tell you what, I'll let you look at the tunnel ram. Like, I'll let you stand in the hallway of our house, and you can look at it from the door to there.
Are you going to cut the top of the door open so I don't have to scooch over and bend over like this?
No, it's not my problem that you're fucking gigantic.
What do you think? Jed's got like a what is it, a hobble house or one of those like the hobbits live in?
Oh, Johnny, are you not familiar that Tall John is not just Tall John? Tall John is fucking massive. He's like 8 feet tall.
Okay.
Or so he tells us. He says he's like 9 foot tall.
The old,
And I'm pretty much certain that he's like 5'4", and he just built everything around him to be smaller. Like his Roadrunner in his videos is just like some kind of elaborate custom build that makes him look giant.
well, you guessed it right, but I'm 4'9", and I'm taller laying on my back. My nickname used to be Tripod.
Hey, now what happened to all those like real emotional talks you and I had about having tiner wieners?
Oh, you mean the button on the fur coat?
Yeah. I thought we had a real connection there.
I gotta admit, I probably, I could probably be the president of the itty bitty teeny weeny club.
Not a chance. You got to beat me.
Oh shit!
Well, that conversation went nowhere good. Okay, so how much longer, Johnny, until your little contest is coming to fruition for a race?
We got 2 months, and we haven't even started. We've already blown a month. We got the burnout video with the Poly 318. That's like all we've accomplished. Started working on the 383. I got to get it set up in a run stand and break the cam in, fire it up, and all that stuff. And I've been consulting Mike Coffey and Chris Thompson on how we're going to overcome this turbo dilemma that we've got in front of us from Jeremy. But
turbo with turbo. Oh, never mind.
I don't want to make it complicated. I mean,
wait a minute. How many people are in here? 9 people. Cheat, Johnny. Cheat. Jesus, double up on the nitrous.
Yeah, we're gonna play with it. We're gonna see what happens. That's all I'm gonna say.
You just have your glasses on backwards. I thought that's a 200 shot, not 400. Oh fuck! Whoops, my bad.
Right. I told Jeremy because he says I think the limit's 200 shot, right? And I said per cylinder.
No, so, poundage. No.
But
200 pounds.
Yeah, but it's going to be tight for time. It's tough, dude, because we're all busy. Like our team, I'm sure his team too, but our team is like freaking busy all the time. You know, I got my son's birthday stuff coming up next weekend. So, but we're going to have to pack some shit in because I'm going to try to work on the engine, like just putting stuff together to get it to fire every day after work. If I can get it to run, then I'm thinking, okay, a weekend to do a motor swap. And then, you know, we got to kind of test and tune the car, kind of work out all the bugs just with the 383, then spend a weekend getting the nitrous setup done, and then maybe test and tune with that. And then boom, you know, we've got to also pull some weight out of the car. So we got to probably spend a weekend doing that. And then, you know, 2 months is not very much time. So
did you know that drilling holes lightens things up?
Does it really? That's what I heard. Should I start with the intake manifold?
Start with the door glass. Just fucking start drilling holes in the fucking door glass.
All right.
I've heard it only takes about one hole to really lighten that door glass up.
By the way, if the door accidentally falls off in the middle of the race, that's not cheating, is it? Have the doors just eject and slide down the
track. Start throwing parts out the back of the car while you're going down the track. Keep going faster and faster.
And then when you guys get out at the end of the track, you're supposed to say, hey, isn't it when you pass a car, you blow the doors off? How did I pass you and the doors came off?
Right.
Just remember when you're ejecting parts out of your car to lighten it up halfway down the strip, don't eject the steering wheel.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Unless you have a spare.
Or vice grips. Just
maybe that's what you show up with is no steering wheel. You just got a pair of vice grips because the vice grips are lighter.
And then you could say, this is the steering wheel turner thingy, my Bobby.
That's right.
Oh God, that hurt my brain. The little of it exists.
Man, Chris, you're doing your thing last night, and I was watching in the house because
we all were.
I was doing duty, and I'll tell you what, I ain't mad at nobody in there. I'm mad at Chrysler. I'm mad at Mopar. That's who I'm mad at. And I don't remember the names, but the one dude was saying it's, they should have explained what they were looking for. Well, all that would have done was made me pissed off sooner.
Yeah.
I just still been pissed. You're looking for a guy that doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to a Mopar. Does the spark plug go in my mouth? What do I do? Put it in my shoe and it makes its way when I jump in the car? I mean, and the fact that the other dude, I can't remember his name. The guy talked a lot.
Artie.
The fact they didn't know anything, there ain't no reason to be mad at him. They picked him.
No, absolutely. 100%. 100%.
They picked him, and just like a million other, Jacob should have been picked, in my opinion. Maybe next time I'll have him do. I'm sure that's in the rule too. The bylines. You can't be too young.
Actually, it wasn't the rules. Actually, you had to be 21 or 18 or something like that.
Yeah.
But the rules are.
Who was the name of the guy who won?
Preston Patterson.
No.
Yeah, he's It was clear that they handpicked whoever was in there because none of them knew shit. So,
Well, they were talking about already talking about charisma. I think it was him that mentioned that, and that may be all true. Charisma is a major part of what works.
Yeah, sure.
You know what? I swear to God, I've been to a million Mopar shows, and every time I've been there, there's been somebody flamboyant and charisma and just going on, just having a good old time. There's a lot of Mopar people out there that just aren't weird like us.
Yeah.
Where, we concentrate hard on our product, but there are those people that are out there that concentrate hard and they're just not weird. I don't have time to not be weird because I like it too much.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I just, to me, it blows me away. You're looking for a personality to represent your brand, and you're just flushing down the toilet all the people that we've kept this company alive through the years.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
And let me give you just a quickie example. When Chrysler started having problems in the late 70s, which is when Richard came out of the Mopars and went into first Chevy, Pontiac, eventually Pontiac. In those late years, let's see, who was it? Bob Glidden had switched to Chrysler, was running that Plymouth Arrow, I think is what it was, and had gone to win the championship. After winning his championships with the Ford, he was going to stay there with Chrysler, but Chrysler didn't have the money. Well, one of the things that happened to me when I was it was in 78, one of my Photoshop teacher bought a Dodge pickup truck, and it had a misfire. It brand new. I think it had maybe 500 miles. They told him, go break it in. Once it breaks in, it'll be fine. And it couldn't get fixed, and the technicians couldn't fix it. And they were talking about the Lemon Law. And the guy that owned Kearney Mesa Dodge told him, if you have a mechanic out there you think can fix it, we will take care of it. Have him fix it. So he brings it up to the high school where I'm going to high school. The auto shop teacher asked me if I want to take a look at it. Sure. I throw a compression gauge on it. Number 6 cylinder had no compression. So I pull the head off thinking I'm going to find a hole in a piston or something. No, I pull the head off and the exhaust seat was never cut in the head. So the valve was installed on bare casting.
Wow.
So, the guide had been put in, everything's done, the valves and springs, everything's on there. And you could see how that valve was sitting, the spring was compressed slightly further. And so I just took, it was in the auto shop. So I went over and I cut the seat and put the valve back in and put it back on the car. The technicians at the Dodge dealership couldn't fix this. Now, that's not saying that I'm great. That means that they had a lot of idiots over there, and whatever business wise that couldn't get rid of them, they didn't.
Yeah.
And then the quality control at Chrysler at the time. How many other people came out of there with no cut seats and said this is a joke?
Yeah.
You know. So by the way, I used to own that truck because that teacher finally sold it to me, and I sold that to my friend and my neighbor, and he still has it. So, anyway, it just we've been around for a long time, fixing and working and covering up. In my opinion, that's kind of what I feel like.
Yeah,
you know, explaining to people. It's the engineering of these vehicles is still good. It's the quality control that took a hit at that time.
Yeah. So I haven't been paying attention to much of this stuff, but kind of what if this guy is like, I don't know, flamboyant or, you know, bigger than life. I mean, one thing I've saw, my mother-in-law got tickets to The Price is Right out in Hollywood. So we went out there one time, you know, to go to this TV show or whatever. And it's funny how it all works because you're standing outside in these lines and there's tons of people, and they come through with like the announcer guy, and not the main guy, not what's his name?
Parker.
Not Parker. The guy after him with the glasses.
Oh, Drew Carey.
Drew Carey. Yeah, not him. It's the other guy. But he comes out. And then they got a camera, like a big fucking camera guy, right? And they're coming down the line, and they're basically like interviewing you through the line. So they're vetting you, and they're going after the people that are like loud, obnoxious, bigger than life, excitable, jumping around, high energy, you know. And they're vetting ahead of time. So there's no like it's up to chance or, you know, it's random. It's like they're specifically targeting people, and then they go back. There's another set of guys, you know, they drag it out. You're standing out there waiting forever. There's another set of people that are determined, like narrowing it down, you know, to a handful of people. So by the time you're actually in there, I mean, they've already picked who's going to be a candidate, you know. So it's probably similar.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I would imagine.
It bothers the fuck out of me. That guy.
Well, one other thing it made me think of is I've been trying to listen to Daryl Eves. He's kind of like a YouTube guy. And one of the things he says is that as a YouTuber, you need to understand who your viewer is, like the people that actually watch your channel. And that's who you need to make videos for. Like, don't worry about making videos for the algorithm, checking boxes. It's like, who are the people? Who's the demographic? Not just in age, but like, you know, everything about them. Like, do they work? Do they come home from work at a certain time? Do they watch your channel at a certain time? Like he calls it like making an avatar. So you make this generic person that is the person that you could imagine comes home from work and watches your channel and stuff. And I think this is the big miss here for Chrysler is that I look at all of us as the guys that they should be targeting. We're the avatar. We're the real deal, and none of us got picked. None of our kind of people got picked. You know, it's these other guys that are. We look at them. It's like these aren't real Mopar fans. You know, it's like they missed the mark.
Could they have like put it up for a vote amongst the Mopar
I wish they
fans?
had. I wish they had. They would have gotten something more or somebody more authentic. But
well, what you're saying, Johnny, is, you know, like picking kind of an avatar for your audience.
Yeah.
My audience is my dad.
Yeah. No, that's a good example.
So I make the videos a lot, you know, to save the memories and have something to look back on. But a lot of it, so Dad always has something to watch when he gets home from work because he likes watching the videos. And it just so happens to be that literally my demographic, looking at the statistics, are the same people as Dad. Dad's age, a little younger, a little older, but literally I can see when my videos come out, my watch time spikes 4 to like 7 o'clock, basically when people get off work.
Yeah.
Average working dudes.
Yep.
Question real quick for YouTube. Do YouTube short views count to your 4,000 hours? They do not?
No.
Fuck. Okay. I
didn't
wouldn't
know that.
either.
I thought they went towards the hours. I know they don't bring you money. That's all I knew.
No, they don't
No,
count
they
towards
don't.
your
It
hours
says it
either.
on there. You get it. It says it whenever you look at the watch time.
Leave
hours.
it go.
Yeah.
Annular.
Were you thinking about cranking out a bunch of shorts or what?
Well, I have so many Facebook videos that I'm bringing over to YouTube. Because I want to say, I was telling somebody, I forget who I was talking to. I think it was last night. It was Brian and Buzz and John Wilburn came into the live at the very end. And I was telling them I want to bring over some of the more controversial videos from my Facebook page, which is all the videos that people were losing their minds over when I was videotaping people's cars in their driveways and shit. Yeah. I want to see if there's going to be the same type of fucking heat in YouTube. I don't think there's going to be. I think Facebook, it's a lot more people, at least because I had an audience, and it seems like Facebook is a lot more brutal with trolls and shit than YouTube.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It seems like it to me too. They're more opinionated and they're more willing to share their opinion with you on Facebook than YouTube. YouTube, it's like, I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm already scrolled off your video and watching something else.
I think with the shorts on YouTube, I'm just going to use that as a discovery tactic to get people to my channel to subscribe.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
You know,
Jay would look at Look at Rapid Transit. They had one video that went one short that went really good, and they end up getting 1,000 subs like in a day.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. I think he got the 500, just over 500. I don't know, 15, 20. No, it's probably more like a half a minute's worth of Jason taking a ball joint out on the top of a control arm. I think I want to say the last I heard, because I haven't looked at it, but it was around 3 million views. And like 2 days later, he's at 1,500 subscribers.
See, but that's the problem, though. Okay, yeah, he got monetized and everything like that. But the normal viewership on his channel doesn't support 1,000 subscriber channel. His normal viewership. So if you look at his views on his videos, he's not getting a lot of good views on his videos. And I think it was because he artificially and it wasn't, he didn't do it, but oh my God, Jed. But that short artificially boosted his channel. And I think that it's hurting him right now.
Well, you know, it may not be
what matters. When you're monetized, it's all about.
Hey, who are we talking about? I missed something.
Jay and Jason Rapid Transit.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Believe me, I'm not saying anything bad about them. I love both of them guys. But
no, I get what you're saying. But the way I see it is he's now at that next level. He can work on getting them viewers to come in without worrying about that stupid 1,000 mark. You know, he gets to move on to another step, not worry about that stupid graphic.
Oh shit, this chair goes back a long ways. Hey Craig, how you doing? Fucking chair. You gotta kill me.
Yeah, it's all pretty interesting. I think if you had like a video go viral and you're not ready for it, I mean, I don't know, man. I think it would kind of hurt you in the sense that you get all excited and you think you kind of made it, and then
and then you don't get the views that you think you should.
Yeah, because you don't know what you did probably to make that video kick ass, and you can't necessarily repeat it. You know, if you get to a point, and I'm definitely not there yet, but you get to a point where you kind of know what you're doing and what made it better, then you could kind of repeat those things. But, you know, I wonder, I'm curious if what you're making, what your content has to be so freaking narrow to get people to consistently watch you or to get the algorithm to take off. that you get painted into a corner, because it seems like, you know, the Will It Run videos, those guys that are making a living doing that shit, it's like, it seems like they have to keep making Will It Run videos every freaking video.
Yeah.
That's what the problem. That's kind of what Derek. I think Derek is actually having a problem with that. So that content's not cheap and easy to put out. You know, you go 900 miles away, get it. What happens if the car doesn't fucking run and you can't drive it home? You get there and the damn thing's completely fucking locked up. You know, how good of a video is that going to be? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, but he's making several 100,000. I'm sure he recovers.
Yeah.
You know, he's doing something new. I just was looking, you know, on my feed today. It had something to do with a series that he's getting ready to start up. And I really think he's done a good job with, okay, he keeps doing the Will It Runs and the driving it home long distance and all that, but he's mixing in a different few things, Cletus stuff like that. I think he's doing a good job of, kind of keeping on top of it.
He gets brand with the results.
Yeah,
I think he's got a big advantage, because I think, you know, like if we were to do an experiment, and let's just say one of us made Will It Run videos for the next year, solid, and the other one of us, you know, like let's say we're both equal size right now. The other one of us does what we're typically doing now, kind of a variety of things, you know, whether it's car shows or it's events or it's wrenching on your car or it's painting, you know. And I think YouTube is kind of nailed down. They know who likes Will It Run videos, and maybe it's a very broad audience, but I don't think they've figured out, like, a car guy likes paint, car shows, drag racing, you know, wrenching on cars all together. Or maybe they have figured it out and those guys don't like to cross over. You know, like painting guys just want to see painting videos. Wrenching guys just want to see wrenching. Drag race guys just want to see drag racing. You know, it's too narrow or something like that. But I think once you got, so the guy that's been doing consistent for a year long Will It Run videos, he gets name recognition. So when that guy decides he's going to do something a little bit different, he still has name recognition. So when people see, oh, well, it's, you know, Joe Blow again, you know, I like his stuff, even though he's now doing drag racing or doing a drag racing event, he can get away with that versus the one of us trying to do something that's like a variety. I don't think we don't have any name recognition yet, you know?
Yeah.
Here's a question I have about impressions.
Yeah.
You know, I'll put out a video in the next, I don't know, say 12 hours. Look at it. There's 500 impressions out there. So how many people are on, you know, there's billions in the YouTube world watching stuff, right? How does it decide who's going to get it first? It has to be down to your hashtags, has to be down to your subscribers. You know, you know, if you got 1,000 subscribers, you would hope that it would try to push your stuff to those 1,000 subscribers, even if they didn't click the bell. So it goes out 500. How does YouTube decide that it's going to this house, this house, this house, this house? You know what I mean? And then you get a click-through rate of 8%, you know?
Yeah. I don't know how it picks, but I think it does a series of tests, like in layers. So I think it starts with something like, it might be small. It might be like, you just put a video out. We're going to put it in front of 100 people. And then based on the results of that 100 people, and those 100 people, I assume they're going to try to, you know, gather people that they think like your video. So if you do like a transmission video, and these guys are car guys and have watched other transmission videos, they're going to put it in front of them. And if it performs well in front of those, then it's going to go to, say, 1,000 people. And then if it does well there, then it's going to go in front of 100,000 people. And then if it does well there, then it goes in front of 1 million. But if you never get past the 100, like if it's like it doesn't do well at the 100, and it doesn't bother pushing against the 1,000 or the 100,000 or the million. You know, I think that's how it works, but I don't have 100% proof.
It sounds reasonable to me. That's the reason I'm asking. I don't know how it works.
I'd like to talk to somebody about the 10% rule. So
I wanted to.
I've heard this from more than one person. That
I think Tony said it.
Yeah, Tony said it, but then I don't just take one person's opinion on any fucking thing. But and I looked it up. It's like if you get 10% of your subscribers watch a video in the first 24 hours, YouTube flags that video as a certain good type of video, and it's going to put it out there in front of more people.
Oh, really?
Oh, I want to say this. DRC Racing Garage, they put up a question. How long have we all had our YouTube channels?
I have had mine since 2020, but I didn't really start posting stuff to it until this year.
Yeah, I've only been trying to do the channel for about a year and a half or so. I've had it since 2014, but it was just like onesie twosie videos I put up.
Similar. My channel I created back in May. I think it's May 13th or May 14th of 2007.
Oh, wow.
Old fucking times of YouTubes. And
yeah,
we used to do skits and stuff, stupid shit, but I didn't start making automotive content until 4 years ago.
Okay.
I had to actually go through and verify that. It's like I've got videos, car related stuff back 6 years, but I mean it was just one video here, one video there.
Yeah.
I didn't focus on like the first actual series we did was Dad's Charger, and that was 4 years ago. That was like the first like regular updates, upload.
Well, let me ask you something. When you were a year in, about how many subs did you have?
Oh, I can grab that right here.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. It's kind of neat to look back at. I think that's one thing that a lot of these no-name 500 guys are going to run into is they're going to get this huge bump in subscribers. Like they're going to get like instant gratification, and they're going to grow extremely fast. And after this shit's over, they're going to realize what of a grind YouTube truly is, and they're going to be tested. So back in 20, so we'll say, so like I hit 1,000 subscribers April 2018, like the 1st of April, roughly. And before that, like we go all the way back to literally like January of 2014, I had 35 subscribers. 2016, I had 65. And then in 2017, 234. September of 17, 428. 854, March of 2018. And then literally I can watch my little fucking graph, and my graph is literally a straight line. And then all of a sudden it goes, ooh,
yeah,
and boom.
Yeah, and I'm curious, like it's hard.
No, here
I'm at looking forward, it's like am I normal at 1,600 subscribers a year and a half in? Is that like pretty normal, or is that like shitty, or is that like doing well? I've seen hang
on, Brian, put the share screen up.
Real quick, Craig had a question for me, and yes, Craig, I have thought about putting a compilation video together, and one that I am working on is of all the events I went to last year, because I don't have very good content from any one of them, but if you put it all together, it makes a pretty fun video. So I've been working with that.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, damn, that's a hell of a graph.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so it's April 5th, I think, I actually have it saved on my phone and on my computer, like milestones.
Yeah,
like my first 1,000 and shit. Like what video was out the day we hit 1,000?
Yeah.
So what was your question, Johnny?
My question was if I've got 1,600 subscribers after a year and a half in, like how comparable is that to where you were at, say a year or a year and a half in, it sounds kind of in the same ballpark.
I'd say so.
Yeah. So, I mean, like trying to look forward, it's like, well, okay, you know, maybe I can have 20,000 subscribers in 4 years or something like that. Then you also see like other channels, like you guys watch Poor Boys Garage at all?
He does a lot of the whole Will It Run stuff though, and the rescue stuff.
Well,
So
yeah, he
you
kind of
gauge that.
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, content wise, he's got a leg up because his content's pretty awesome. You know, he's a super cool dude. I think, you know, not all of us can buy a car, and I know he doesn't buy all the cars. He's got a lot of buddies, and he helps them drag the car out of a field or whatever. But those are definitely kind of up that line of Will It Run videos. And he's
like you said, he had a leg up. He knew exactly what was going to grow a channel.
Yeah.
And he took advantage of it. And when I started doing this, there was no such thing as a Will It Run. There was no such thing as any of this.
Yeah.
Nobody knew what it took to make a channel successful unless you were a video game guy.
Yeah. That kind of makes sense.
I mean, if I wanted to make a channel, just be a profit, just be a powerhouse, just to churn out money, I would sell all my stuff and I would just do what Derek and what Poor Boys does, which it works for them. Cool. I'm not into that shit at all.
Yeah. Well,
and I think there's a group of people though, and obviously there is, because you've got so many subscribers, that like the fact that they know they can tune in to your channel and they're gonna see a car that they know about, and
they're gonna see a continuation of it. I hate seeing a car once, twice, maybe 3 times, and then it's gone.
Yeah.
I want to see the car, you know. I don't want to see it like fully restored, but I want to see the guy. Like my yard dart, when I bought it, I was kind of like, okay, this is kind of unique. And then as I worked on it, I legitimately fell in love with the car. I want to find a channel that it's the same thing. It may not be a car, but whatever. Like they fall in love with it. But here's from 17. Start of 17. January 4th, I was at 99. And then what is it? April 7th, 1,000. So it took me, what would that be? A year and 4 months to hit 1,000.
Okay.
Roughly. But again, like I said, I didn't really start churning out like real content until 2018. Like everything up to 2017 was literally just, there was a couple slideshows of the Jezebel build.
Yeah.
From Facebook and just one-off shit, you know, like Buick Nailhead firing it up in the garage with a gas can and literally squirting gas down the intake, being stupid.
Right.
And then like cam break-ins and boring stuff nobody wants to watch.
Well,
so I would say, Johnny, for you being at 1,600 and like this being like, you're kind of like just really getting into making the videos. I think you've been making them a lot longer than that. I wouldn't get depressed on it, dude. Just keep doing what you like.
Yeah. No, I definitely am. I mean, I want to, like I've told you before, I'm trying to watch a lot of how to do YouTube stuff. You know, I want to supercharge it. It's not that I want to grow faster than anybody else, or I feel like, oh, I deserve more or anything like that. It's just that it feels like there's some sort of code there that you got to crack. And if you could crack the code, then you can supercharge the channel, you know? And it's not that, you know, I mean, honestly, I've told you guys this before. I would love to replace my normal job with this as a job, but it'd be awesome if it was making a decent, even before that, you know, if it brought in some money and it can fund some of the channel, like whether that's buying parts or being able to go to events and stuff like that, pay the gas to get there, you know, or plane tickets and stuff. Like it would be nice, and then I think that would help make the channel a better channel too. But
see, if you turn the channel into a job, you'll think completely differently about it. You won't.
Yeah,
like
I do worry about that. I don't want it to be.
And the income you make off YouTube, like you have to be Derek size to live off of the channel.
Yeah, I kind of think that too.
And at that point, it's just like what makes this kind of work for me is I'm already independent. Like I don't have a boss to report to. I'm my own boss. So you have to be structured mentally and financially to be able to handle. I made $1,500 off YouTube this month. Groovy. Oh shit! Next month I'm making 220.
Yeah.
And that's a whole month. Like, so Anna, when she came over yesterday, I was working on the next video, and we had 2 cameras out, kind of a special occasion. And I was already 2 hours deep in this video editing it. I proceeded to spend the next 2 hours on it.
Yeah.
Just fucking getting things lined up and making it as nice and as polished. Like I hadn't spent this much time on a video in a couple of years.
Yeah.
And I also find out that, yeah, thank you, Craig, the 1099, because YouTube doesn't take any money out.
Yeah.
You basically lose I haven't gotten anything in taxes in like 3 years. I get nothing back. Doesn't matter my deductions. Like I deduct the webcam, computer stuff. I get 0 back because YouTube takes nothing out.
Yeah.
You
got to treat it like a business, basically. That's what you're saying.
And that's why I don't treat this like a business, because I want to still kind of enjoy going outside with my phone and filming stuff for people.
Yeah.
Because I don't think this would, especially like if you put yourself on a schedule, like I would like to put out 1 or maybe 2 videos a week.
Yeah.
But if I miss one, I miss one. Oh, well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if you really want to do that, Johnny, I give you my full blessing, man, and I just hope it doesn't do it you don't like.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Jed.
Yeah.
I mean, I started this with, it's like I'm doing most of this shit anyways. The wrenching stuff I'm doing anyways. So I thought, why not just turn the camera on and just record what I'm doing?
I agree.
It does spin a little bit out of control, because now, especially when you're trying to do like really good videos, like experimenting, like having, let's say, 3 cameras on, and then you go into the editing, it's like a fucking nightmare trying to edit with 3 cameras, 3 streams, right?
Yeah.
It takes a ton of time. And then even when you're trying to film, like if you're working on something, sometimes it takes twice as long. If you're going to go work on the car for 3 hours, well, it turns into 6 because, you're setting stuff up, and then you're just trying to wrench away. Then you're like, oh shit, I really should explain what's going on here. So let me explain it. And you bring the camera over or whatever, so it can very quickly get out of control. And like, I just started using Final Cut, and it's like, it's totally upping your game, but there's so much shit going on with that. When I use what's on my phone, it's so simple and fast, but using Final Cut, it's hours of editing, because I'm learning. It's like starting all over again. It's completely new,
Well, that's part of it too. You have to, I don't know.
Kiss it.
You're going to do it as
keep it simple, stupid. Kiss it. Keep it simple, stupid.
Like the editing process too. You have to enjoy doing that too. And there's people out there that do.
Well,
I don't mind it because I don't edit shit. I just throw it up there.
I enjoy it from the standpoint of when you do something cool with it, and then when you're playing it, it's like, man, that looks badass. Like, I enjoy it from that standpoint. But from like the workload standpoint, no, I don't enjoy it at all.
I got another one for you, Brian. So I got another share screen for you. So this is a video I know will only get probably 2,000 views tops, but a guy like me or Tall John will get a kick out of it. And this is Windows Movie Maker, the old version.
Okay.
And this is what it takes to go through it and basically rebuild a mechanical 6-pack setup and how we made it and all this stuff. And it's got a lot of tech on dialing in a Holley carburetor. If it applies to a 2-barrel, it'll apply to a 4-barrel.
Right.
Just silly shit. This video here will probably get nothing. And I got just as much time in this thing doing all of this, all these little clips. Had to get them in a freaking in line.
Yeah.
But it's not just that guy. We'll come to this guy. And this is the video I was talking about. All these are like little sections of the video we had to sit there and cut and move around from different camera angles.
Yeah.
And if this video doesn't do well, I will burn this car to the ground happily. Oh, yeah, by the way, everybody in the live who's made it to 6 hours and 30 minutes, you're a trooper. You now know what video is coming out tomorrow morning.
This one is?
Yeah, this is the one for tomorrow.
Okay. All right. I'll look forward to it. I heard you talking about it earlier, about you putting a bunch of time into it.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, it's reviving my old high school car finally after all this time, all these people giving me shit about it. But I mean, you know, it always sucks because the videos you put the most time into that don't do worth a crap.
They do the shittiest. Yeah, I know.
But the one oddball video you do where you're at a buddy's place filming his 58 freaking Fury.
Yeah.
And you do a quick 12-minute video, just one shot off the cuff, and that bitch gets 30,000 views.
Yeah.
Or a 30-second Facebook reel that gets you 3.9 million.
Whereas right there, 117,000 views, and that was a 14-minute video we literally just shot off the cuff.
Hell yeah, man.
Just one deal.
I noticed that my most popular YouTube video as of right now, from what it looks like, is the episode I did with Miss Mopar. Go figure. How many times have you watched it, Jed, you pervert?
Oh, no, it wasn't that one. It was the live the other night. Good God.
Jesus.
Literally, so I was editing. I
think you might not want to talk about this, Jed. We're live.
Oh,
it's all right. She's a
nice
good
lady.
She's a good-looking woman, and she loves Mopars. What more could you want? You know.
She was rocking. Never mind.
Yeah, I can't. You know what, Brian? I don't care. We're 6 hours in. I'll just say this. Some particular a-hole kept reminding me, dude, you got to hop in the live. I'm like, I'm in the middle of editing. He's like, get in the live right now.
Jesus Christ.
You
pathetic bastard.
Good God. I'd hop in the live and be like, what am I looking at? Fuck it.
And you'd be like, oh, that's what I'm looking at.
And then our Discord gets
men.
My girlfriend.
We'll talk about it later.
I know. I just say it. My girlfriend's sitting right next to me, and she's just
you got in trouble that night.
I didn't get in trouble. She just thought. She just figured we'd have better standards.
Jed was like, oh, faster, baby, faster. While I look at this while I watch this live.
I will say this. Don't let her try Pop Rocks.
You motherfucker. Oh.
That doesn't have anything to do with duct tape, does it?
No duct tape. No one arm man counting change.
Good
None of that.
All right, it's 12:30. I haven't eaten dinner yet. I gotta go get something to eat. I'm fucking starving.
I got dinner for you, big boy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna end this.
You're supposed to smoke after, Jed. You save the cigarette for after.
Thanks, guys. Anybody who's still here, thanks for hanging out for 6.5 hours.
Yeah, you fucking maniacs, get a life. What are you doing?
I feel like I grew to my
We'll see you guys later.
Yep.
All right. It's nice hanging with you guys. We'll catch you later.
Fuck you, Chief Donut Maker.
Go ahead.
I had to get that in.